Chapter 921. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Han Yan's body shook violently. But Gu Qianma's facial expression changed dramatically. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened up. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How do you know so much about Gu Qianma's bloodline? Gu Qianma couldn't help but be surprised because what Jiang Chen said was right. The ancient devil soul seizing technique was Gu Qianma's unique innate ability. Although Han Yan hadn't awakened this innate ability, he still possessed the complete bloodline. So he could still control the soul seed. Gu Qianma had predicted that Han Yan didn't know that the ancient devil soul seizing technique was related to Gu Qianma's bloodline. That was why he controlled Han Yan directly. Now that Han Yan knew the secret, he had the means to fight against him and fight for the control of the soul seed. Although Han Yan was just a minor saint, this wasn't what Gu Qianma wanted to see. I don't just know this. I also know that once a Yan controls the soul seed, you will suffer a great backlash. At that time it won't be you refining him but he refining you. Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. So, are you afraid now? For a moment, Gu Qianma's face darkened. He couldn't imagine that an outsider would know more about Gu Qianma's bloodline than Han Yan. However, Gu Qianma wasn't afraid of Han Yan. After all, the gap between them was too big. They weren't on the same level. Humph. So what if what you said is right? Although I'm at the end of my life now, I'm still a powerful 9th grade minor saint. My soul and bloodline are many times stronger than this brat's. It's wishful thinking to compete with me for the control of the soul seed. Gu Qianma harumphed coldly. He was very confident in his means. Why would an ancient devil care about a puny human? If he was at his peak, he could kill these two human brats with just a glance. Back in the ancient battlefield, the ancient divine devil had been seriously injured, but he had lingered on for many years without dying. However, his lifespan was nearing its end and he didn't have long to live. Now that he had finally encountered a young person with the complete bloodline of the ancient divine devil, he was really excited. He was very clear that this was his only chance and he wouldn't let it go. Then give it a try. Your lifespan has already come to an end. You're truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Even your spirit is about to disappear. I'd like to see how long you can last under such circumstances. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He strode towards Han Yan. He didn't attack Gu Qianma because Han Yan's soul and bloodline were connected with Gu Qianma. If he killed Gu Qianma, Han Yan would die as well. Gu Qianma also didn't have the ability to attack. He could only grit his teeth and watch when Jiang Chen joined the battle. If he could attack, he would control Han Yan directly instead of using this method. Jiang Chen sat beside Han Yan. He operated the Great Soul Derivation technique and enveloped Han Yan completely. After that, the mnemonic chant of the Great Soul Derivation technique rushed into Han Yan's mind like a clear stream. Han Yan's body shook. He endured the pain and tried to feel the uniqueness of the Great Soul Derivation technique. At the same time, Jiang Chen penetrated his soul power into the depths of Han Yan's soul to help stabilize it. Yan, try to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique while trying to control the divine soul seed with your bloodline. This old devil won't last long. As long as your divine soul grows stronger, his divine soul will be gradually consumed. You will have the chance to turn defeat into victory. This is a crisis for you, but it is also a rare opportunity. You must seize it. Jiang Chen's voice sounded in the depths of Han Yan's soul. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Sometimes, an unexpected calamity might not necessarily be without an opportunity. Just like Han Yan now, as long as he survived the calamity, he would get a great opportunity. A 9th grade great Saint Gu Qianma. Such a great opportunity was beyond his imagination. All right. Han Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, but his eyes were incomparably firm. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to comprehend the Great Soul Derivation technique. To him, the cultivation of the Great Soul Derivation technique was much easier than when Jiang Chen first cultivated it. This was because when Jiang Chen imparted him the mnemonic chant, he also imparted him the cultivation method and a lot of cultivation experience. In other words, Han Yan was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Even if he couldn't master the Great Soul Derivation technique in a short period of time, he could still stabilize his divine soul with the help of Jiang Chen. What he needed to do now was to have a tug-of-war with Gu Qianma. As long as he didn't die, he would have a chance. At the same time, Han Yan began to secretly circulate Gu Qianma's bloodline according to Jiang Chen's instruction, trying to control the divine soul seed. Due to the carelessness of his attempt, the divine soul seed began to tremble violently. Under the blessing of two types of Gu Qianma's bloodline, The divine soul seed was like a node in the center of a rope, being pulled back and forth by two different forces, trying to control it. While Han Yin was using his bloodline to control the divine soul seed, although he had to compete with Gu Tianma, the divine soul seed had acknowledged his bloodline. Therefore Han Yan's pain was reduced by a lot. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and he even saw a glimmer of hope. Bastard! Feeling the trembling of the divine soul seed, Gu Tianma couldn't help but curse. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Thinking back to when he was at his peak, all the divine tycoons had to avoid him. Now he was like a tiger that had fallen to the plains, but he couldn't even deal with a junior. Damn you two brats. How dare you fight against me? You will die without a doubt. You will die miserably. Gu Tianma roared and gnashed his teeth. If I were you, I would choose to shut up because you don't have much strength left to talk. You're just a dying man. You better cherish your last moments and enjoy this beautiful world. I'm sorry, I forgot that this world isn't beautiful at all. Jiang Chen mocked and ridiculed Gu Tianma. Old Imo, you must be very lonely after staying in this damn place for so long. This is a prison. If I were you, I would rather die than to suffer in this miserable and cold place. Think about it, you really are a very pitiful person. Don't worry, after you die, I will do a good deed. I will burn your body with fire and not let the wild beasts eat your body. You don't need to thank me, I have always been a kind person. I don't ask for anything in return when I do good deeds. Jiang Chen chattered non-stop. Every word he said was seriously disturbing Gu Tianma's state of mind, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. As long as Gu Tianma's state of mind was in chaos, Han Yin would have a chance. Shut up. Shut up. Gu Tianma was furious. His emotions were clearly fluctuating. He couldn't remember how long he had stayed in this space. That kind of miserable and cold feeling was simply killing him. Now that his thoughts were exposed by Jiang Chen, his anger soared to the sky. De Huang Dog, who was standing guard in the distance, also let out a sinister smile. He walked step by step towards Gu Tianma's body. He could already see that Gu Tianma had arranged a formation around his body. It was a defensive formation that could block attacks from experts. From this, it could be seen that Gu Tianma had left behind a contingency plan. However, this kind of formation was too easy for De Huang Dog, who was proficient in the Heavenly Book of Formations. Hee. De Huang Dog let out a series of sinister smiles and strode towards Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma noticed De Huang Dog's action, but he didn't care about it at all. He could see that this dog was extraordinary. He was already a first-grade great saint, but the formation around him wasn't something a first-grade great saint could enter. Therefore, Gu Tianma didn't put De Huang Dog in his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind now, and that was to completely control Han Yin. As long as he could refine this kid who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma, he would be able to regain his new life. By that time, it would be very easy for him to eliminate everything. However, what happened next made Gu Tianma feel like he was going to die. He saw this incomparably majestic De Huang Dog spitting out some kind of talisman that tore a hole in his formation and swaggered into it. How is this possible? The ancient devil exclaimed and couldn't believe its own eyes. No matter how bad the formation it had set up was, it shouldn't be able to get in so easily. Could it be that its formation had failed? That was impossible. It had tried to sense it just now. The only result was that this dog had easily broken through its formation. That's right. That's right. Stupid dog, get out of my way or else I'll stomp you to death. Gu Tianma shouted at De Huang. You have quite a temper and a big head. You want to stomp me to death? Now that Master Dog is under your feet, why don't you step on me? It seems like you don't even have the strength to lift your feet. De Huang Dog shook his head and wagged his tail at Gu Tianma. Gu Tianma was so angry that he rolled his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to this dog. This was the real case of a tiger being bullied by a dog when he fell to the flat land. Moreover, this dog was a shameless dog. You don't have the strength, right? It must be very uncomfortable, right? If you don't step on me, I'm going to bite you. Big Yellow said. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and bit at the ancient devil's thigh. The body of the ancient devil was very strong. If it was replaced by an ordinary human, he wouldn't be able to leave a mark even if he used his combat weapon to slash at the ancient devil's thigh. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog's teeth were much scarier than an ordinary combat weapon. If a first-grade great saint De Huang Dog went berserk, it could tear Gu Tianma into pieces. Chila De Huang Dog tore a piece of flesh from Gu Tianma's body with his teeth. Before Gu Tianma could scream, De Huang Dog bit him again. Chapter 922. Arg! Gu Tianma couldn't stand it any longer. He let out a deafening roar. It wasn't a big deal for De Huang Dog to bite off 2 pieces of his flesh. To him, such an injury was nothing, but the grievance he felt was indescribable. He was a dignified 9th grade great saint, Gu Tianma. He had never thought that one day he would be bullied by a vicious dog and he couldn't even fight back. Damn dog, I won't let you go. I will eat you. Gu Tianma threatened De Huang Dog loudly, then spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was all due to his anger. However, due to the violent fluctuations in its emotions, the spiritual seed also began to move violently. It actually showed signs of leaning towards Han Yan's side. This scene frightened the ancient devil and it hurriedly stabilized its state of mind. What? If you want to eat this Lord Dog, then this Lord Dog will eat you first. Although your meat is a bit smelly, this Lord Dog can still eat it. While speaking, De Huang Dog bit Gu Tianma's butt. A chila sound was heard. A large piece of flesh was torn off by De Huang Dog. Blood spurted out crazily. The scene was even more tragic than when one's anus was pierced. Ah, Gu Tianma, you are a dignified 9th grade great saint, but now your butt has been bitten by a dog. If I were you, I would have killed myself by knocking my head against the wall. Jiang Chen laughed and didn't forget to ridicule. Bastard, bastard. Gu Tianma had the urge to go crazy. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Han Yan and stabilize his mind, but this man and dog were too abominable. Especially this dog, he couldn't stabilize his mind and would go berserk at any time. Currently, Gu Tianma was fighting for his soul, being disturbed by the great soul derivation technique, being stimulated by De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen's words, and being bitten by a vicious dog. He was going crazy. Of course, he knew the purpose of this man and dog. They were trying to disturb his mind so that Han Yan could gain the upper hand. However, even though he knew the intention of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he still couldn't do anything about it. It was impossible for him to not be affected. Kaka, De Huang Dog cackled, then leaped forward and bit the other half of Gu Tianma's buttocks. The scene of his buttocks being torn apart was really incomparable. Gu Tianma was flustered and exasperated. He couldn't stabilize his mind at all. De Huang Dog only hurt his body and didn't kill him. The injury to his body had nothing to do with Han Yan. This made De Huang Dog even more unscrupulous. On the other side, Han Yan was wholeheartedly comprehending the great soul derivation technique. His divine soul was constantly stabilized. At the same time, because of his bloodline's control over the soul seed, he was getting more and more proficient. In addition, Gu Tianma couldn't stabilize his mind and his soul was constantly consumed. Under such circumstances, the soul seed had begun to lean towards Han Yan's side. This situation made Han Yan excited. He saw a great hope. As long as he could control the soul seed, Gu Tianma would suffer a great backlash. At that time, it wouldn't be Gu Tianma thinking of ways to refine Han Yan, but Han Yan would refine Gu Tianma. A great opportunity was about to arrive. In the following time, De Huang Dog kept jumping up and down. It opened its big mouth and bit the parts of Gu Tianma's body. Gu Tianma roared continuously. Gu Tianma's flesh and blood were everywhere on the ground. One of his thick thighs was bitten by De Huang Dog until only the bones were left. This situation lasted for a day and a night. At this time, there wasn't a single part of Gu Tianma's body that wasn't damaged. De Huang Dog was biting him piece by piece. The whole scene was extremely tragic. On the other side, after a day and a night of hard work, Han Yan finally gained the upper hand. He used his bloodline to firmly control the soul seed. The soul seed shook violently. Gu Tianma let out a miserable cry as he suffered a great backlash. At this moment, he was completely like an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no room for him to resist anymore. No! The ancient devil let out an unwilling roar. It had never thought that things would turn out like this. Not only was it deprived of its only chance to be reborn, but it was also going to become someone's food. This was an incomparably tragic and stirring thing. You're right. Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog finally stopped biting Gu Tianma. He was panting heavily. Seeing that Han Yan had gained the upper hand, his hard work for a day and a night was finally not in vain. Jiang Chen also withdrew his spiritual force. He knew that Han Yan had not only won this tug of war but also controlled Gu Tianma's soul and bloodline. What Han Yan needed to do next was to completely refine this ancient Gu Tianma. It was hard to imagine how much would Han Yan grow after refining a 9th grade great saint Gu Tianma. Swoosh! Han Yan suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. With a sway of his body, he floated above Gu Tianma's head. Devil Qi overflowed from his body and turned into a cage, firmly enshrouding Gu Tianma. Little Chenzi, De Huang, thank you very much. Han Yan said to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with a smile. You don't have to be so polite to your brother. This is a great opportunity for you. Make good use of it. Jiang Qin said with a smile. It was what he wanted to see the most when Han Yan encountered such a great opportunity. It made Jiang Qin incomparably happy to see the people around him continue to grow. That's right. This is a great opportunity for me. I'm going to refine this Gu Tianma now. However, it will take a long time. The two of you don't have to stay here with me. I can handle the rest by myself. There are many treasures in the ruins of the ancient battlefield. Both of you have already wasted a day because of me. Don't miss it, said Han Yan. There were too many people who entered the ancient battlefield this time. There were countless experts. It was a race against time to search for treasures. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had already wasted a day because of Han Yan. The rest would be Han Yan's problem. Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog wouldn't be of any help even if they stayed here. If they were to delay Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog from searching for treasures, Han Yan would feel really bad. All right. If that's the case, we will leave first. Jiang Qin nodded. Indeed, he had a lot of things to do. The Zulong Tower still needed to be condensed. He wanted to break through to the Great Saint Realm in this ancient battlefield. There were too many people who wanted to kill him. If he couldn't improve his cultivation as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to handle all of them. If he could advance to the first grade Great Saint, he would be able to handle all of them. Then Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog left the spatial zone, leaving Han Yan and Gu Tianma behind. Outside the spatial zone, De Huang Dog said, Little Qinzi, will there be anyone who came in here to disturb I Yan? No, this small space should be specially built by the ancient devil. It's very well hidden. Even if it's us, without I Yan's message we won't be able to find this place. Moreover, we've been here for a day and a night and no one has come in. This place should be absolutely safe. Jiang Qin shook his head. He was very confident about this secret spatial zone. It was best for Han Yan to refine Gu Tianma in this place. Without worrying about Han Yan, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the other spatial zones, but it didn't take long for Jiang Qin to find an anomaly. De Huang, have you noticed that a lot of spatial zones have disappeared? Jiang Qin released his divine sense and scanned the void. He found that the number of spatial nodes in the void had decreased by a lot, at least 90%. There wasn't much space left. That's right. What's going on? Why did so many spatial zones disappear all of a sudden? De Huang Dog also noticed the anomaly. They clearly remembered that a day ago the spatial zones were still overlapping each other and there were spatial nodes everywhere. But now, most of the spatial nodes had disappeared, leaving only a very small number of spatial nodes. This situation was beyond their expectation. If my guess is correct, those empty spatial zones have disappeared, leaving behind a large number of evil spirits and treasures. Jiang Qin guessed. That's good. We don't have to waste time looking for spatial zones anymore. We can just find one and kill the evil spirits and monsters to refine your Zulong Tower. De Huang Dog said. You're right, but this situation is disadvantageous to us. The reduction of spatial zones means that we may encounter more people in each spatial zone. We have too many enemies. The people of the 5 major families and even those from St. Origin Palace are after me. If we encounter them, a fierce battle is inevitable. That's right, but it's not good for us. Jiang Qin said. Previously, because there were too many spatial zones, it was hard for them to encounter each other even if a lot of people came in. But now it was different. Most of the spatial zones had disappeared. The probability of encountering each other was much higher. Who cares? Even if we encounter them, we won't be afraid. Besides, ancient people and demon race are on our side. De Huang Dog wasn't worried at all. This dog had never been afraid of anything. So what if he encountered an enemy? At the worst, he would just have to fight. That's right. Whether we encounter evil spirits or enemies, it's time for a crazy massacre. De Huang, are you ready? Jiang Qin swung his arm. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand, emitting a buzzing sound. A blood-red shadow of a dragon could be seen flickering on its surface. Kaka, Master Dog can't wait any longer. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. A man and a dog began to fly forward. Soon they found a spatial node. Without any hesitation they rushed into it. An ear-piercing roar was heard. The place where Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog entered happened to bump into a ferocious evil spirit. That evil spirit had also discovered them. It opened its ferocious mouth and lunged at Jiang Qin. Puchi. Chapter 923. The evil soul that was killed by Jiang Qin was merely a minor saint. That was why Jiang Qin didn't bother to use the Zulong Tower to absorb it. There were a lot of evil souls in this spatial zone. When they sensed the presence of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, a few more of them lunged at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. This time, Jiang Chen didn't attack them and left them to De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog charged forward with his hard head. The few evil souls were smashed into pieces by De Huang Dog in an instant. Roars and roars could be heard continuously in this spatial zone. The roars of monsters could be heard everywhere. Sometimes they could even hear the violent sounds of battle. It seemed like there weren't only a large number of evil souls and monsters in this spatial zone, there were also a lot of human cultivators here. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exchanged a glance and flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. At this moment, a few people appeared in front of them. The person in front looked extremely miserable. His body was covered with blood. He was running for his life while the few people behind him were roaring and chasing him relentlessly. Stop. Leave the armor behind. A powerful 9th grade minor saint roared loudly. The man who was running saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in front of him. It was as if he had seen his savior. He hastily shouted, "Brother Jiang, save me." As a matter of fact, the moment he saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, he knew that he could be saved. He knew the strength of this man and dog very well. Although the few people behind him were powerful and were ranked at the top of the sky ranking, they were no match for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Kong Yu. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog exclaimed at the same time. The man who was covered with blood was none other than the youngest son of Peacock King, Kong Yu. It was obvious that the group of people behind him was chasing after Kong Yu. Swoosh in a flash, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog appeared in front of Kong Yu. Their eyes were staring at the group of people. They had never seen these people before, but judging from their clothes, they were from the 8 families of Pure Land. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. I'm Nalan He. There are also people from Sure family and Desolate family here. You can't afford to offend them. Nalan He didn't know who Jiang Chen was. Although he knew that this white-robed youth wasn't someone to be trifled with, he was also a genius of Nalan family. So he wasn't afraid at all. So he still spoke to Chen arrogantly. Kong Yu, hand over the armor. Otherwise you will accompany your brother and that stupid leopard in hell today. A person from Sure family shouted at Kong Yu. He had completely ignored the existence of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They were only thinking about the armor in Kong Yu's hand. They didn't even think about the identity of this white-robed youth. In fact, if they really thought about it, it was impossible for them to not know about Jiang Chen's identity. After all, in the Pure Land, who didn't know about the famous Jiang Chen? A bunch of idiots. If I were you, I would immediately disappear from my sight. Although I have enmity with your 5 families, I'm too lazy to kill you. Get lost, disappear from my sight. Jiang Chen said impatiently. You want us to get lost? What a joke. Who do you think you are? Since you don't want to leave, I will kill you as well. Offending our Nalan family will only result in death. Nalan, he pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. He even released his chi, ready to attack Jiang Chen. The people of Sure family and Desolate family felt that something was wrong. They frowned as if they were thinking about something. Puchi Nalan, he released his chi. His body trembled all of a sudden and stopped moving. He lowered his head and saw a cold long sword piercing through his chest. Blood was gushing out. He could feel that his life was fading away. You? Nalan, he stared at Jiang Chen blankly. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint, an existence on the sky ranking, a genius among geniuses. How could he be killed instantly by this opponent? He didn't even see how the opponent did it. Only now did he think of a name. Remember, the person who killed you is called Jiang Chen. I have given you a chance to live, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Nalan He's heart. His heart was filled with endless regret. He must have been blinded by Kong Yu's armor. He didn't even recognize Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Jiang Chen. He is Jiang Chen. The genius of Sure family exclaimed. He couldn't care less about Nalan He anymore. They quickly turned and ran, fearing that they would be too slow. They hated Jiang Chen to the core, but they were also afraid of him. In their hearts, Jiang Chen was a true fiend, a devil king. Although they were strong and were rare geniuses on the sky ranking, they were still far from being able to fight against Jiang Chen. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving me. Otherwise, I would have died here today. Kong Yu cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen and thanked him sincerely. Boy, what kind of armor did you get? They actually chased you like this? De Huang Dog asked curiously. Kong Yu turned his arm and a golden armor suddenly appeared in his hand. This armor looked extremely ordinary, but it was full of a sacred and indestructible aura. This is the golden silkworm armor, a great saint weapon. This is the golden silkworm battle armor, a great sage weapon. You are very lucky. No wonder they want to kill you. Great sage weapons are extremely rare, and defensive great sage weapons are even rarer. This golden silkworm battle armor is made from the golden silkworm silk of the western region. Jiang Qin could tell the origin of the battle armor at first glance. He finally understood why Nailan he and the others were so persistent in pursuing Kong Yu. Oh, by the way, brother Jiang, hurry up and save my elder brother in Leopard Way. Kong Yu suddenly thought of something and said quickly, "What happened to them?" Jiang Qin knitted his brows. He knew that the big brother mentioned by Kong Yu was Kong Yang, the #1 genius of demon race and the third on the sky ranking. Looking at Kong Yu's expression, Kong Yang and Leopard Way seemed to be in danger. Big Brother and Leopard Way found a treasure that was left by a great saint expert. Unexpectedly they met Desolate Yuan, that monstrous genius. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter Desolate Yuan had, but now he is already a great saint expert. But my big brother has also advanced to the great saint realm, so he has the strength to fight Desolate Yuan. However, Desolate Yuan seemed to have obtained a lot of benefits in the ancient battlefield. His cultivation has reached the peak of first grade great saint, only a step away from second grade great saint. My big brother is certainly no match for him. Leopard Way hasn't even reached the great saint realm, let alone Desolate Yuan. Moreover, there are geniuses of Saint Origin Palace over there. Kong Yu quickly explained the situation of Kong Yang and Leopard Way. Both of them were now in the most critical moment. If they didn't save them in time, they would only be able to collect their corpses. Let's go and have a look. Without saying another word, Jiang Qin flew towards the depths of the spatial zone. He had a very good relationship with Peacock King. Peacock King was still helping him to protect Martial Saint Dynasty. Kong Yang was the son of Peacock King. If something happened to him, Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to absolve himself from the blame. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to face Peacock King in the future. Kong Yu wiped off the sweat on his forehead. He was secretly glad that he had met Jiang Qin. He knew Jiang Qin's means. As long as Jiang Qin took action, his big brother would be saved. In the depths of the spatial zone, a fierce battle was going on in front of a cave that was shrouded by a formation. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. There were 3 people on the battlefield. 2 of them looked very miserable. They were Kong Yang and Leopard Way of the demon race. Kong Yang was in a better condition. After all, he was a powerful first-grade great saint. Although he couldn't defeat Desolate Yuan, it was basically impossible for Desolate Yuan to kill him in a short period of time. Leopard Way, on the other hand, was in a miserable state. Although he had obtained great benefits in the suspended tower, he hadn't fully digested them yet. His current cultivation grade was still at half-step great saint, 1 step away from the true great saint realm. The current Leopard Way was covered in blood from head to toe. His chi was completely dispirited. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Kong Yang's chi was shrouding him, giving him the greatest protection. Kong Yang, going against me will only result in death. I heard that your demon race is in cahoots with that damn Jiang Qin. That means you are my enemy. Today I will kill the 2 of you and the geniuses of the demon race. When I meet that Jiang Qin again, I will certainly shred him into 1,000 pieces. Desolate Yuan said sarcastically. That day when he fought with Jiang Qin, he was in a disadvantageous position and was forced to flee. It was the biggest shame of his life. Today he had obtained great benefits again. His combat strength had almost doubled. If he were to meet Jiang Qin again, he was absolutely sure that he could kill Jiang Qin. Not far away, there were 2 young men standing with their heads held high, as if they didn't put the whole world in their eyes. Their cultivation grade was the same as Desolate Yuan, peak first grade great saint, but they had the noblest identity, Saint Origin Palace. Desolate Yuan, don't waste time anymore. Kill them quickly. One of them said. His name was Desolate Song, also a member of the Desolate family. Don't worry. None of them will live. Desolate Yuan sneered. He didn't put Kong Yang and Leopard Way in his eyes at all. In his mind they were already dead men. Kong Yang, don't worry about me. Leopard Way gritted his teeth and said to Kong Yu. He knew very well that Kong Yang wasn't a match for Desolate Yuan. Now he had to split his attention to protect Desolate Yuan. In the end, not only would he not be able to protect Desolate Yuan, he would also lose his life. He knew Kong Yang's ability. The innate ability of the peacock was unparalleled. If Kong Yang wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so, but Kong Yang didn't because he chose to stay behind. Shut up. Kong Yang reprimanded without turning his head. Chapter 924. Leopard Way didn't say anything else. Although they were once rivals, he knew Kong Yang too well. Kong Yang would never abandon him and run away alone. If that was the case, he wouldn't be Kong Yang anymore. I never thought that the two great geniuses of our demon race would fall in such a place. What a tragedy. Leopard Wei sighed helplessly. Today's situation was very obvious. Kong Yang was seriously injured and wasn't Desolate Yuan's match. Not only that, there was also Xiao Tsong and the expert of Hua family standing next to him. All of them came from St. Origin Palace and it seemed like they had no intention of letting them go. Kong Yang, although I'm going to kill you today, I have to say that among all the geniuses on the sky ranking, you are the one I admire the most. Unfortunately, we are destined to never be friends. Desolate Yuan shook his head and said, "You're right. Both of you are destined to never be friends because people like you aren't qualified to be friends with Kong Yang." As soon as Desolate Yuan's voice faded, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. The person who spoke wasn't Kong Yang but Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Immediately they looked over, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. They saw three silhouettes appearing in front of them rapidly. Two men and a dog. One of them was a young man covered in blood. He was Kong Yu who had escaped earlier. Jiang Chen. Desolate Yuan and Leopard Wei exclaimed at the same time. They had never thought that they would meet Jiang Chen here. Seeing Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan's battle intent erupted. He gritted his teeth, itching to dash forward and tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Ever since he was young, he had never been defeated by any of the younger generation. Only Jiang Chen had defeated him. This was considered the biggest humiliation in his life. There was only one way to get rid of this humiliation, and that was to kill Jiang Chen. Leopard Wei's way of thinking was completely different. When he saw Jiang Chen, he felt like he was looking at a blazing sun, bringing boundless sunshine to his gloomy heart. He could feel that the current Jiang Chen was much stronger than before. He had fought with Jiang Chen before, so he knew how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Now that Jiang Chen had appeared, he and Kong Yang could be saved. He believed that even Desolate Yuan might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Kong Yang also looked at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with different colors. He had long heard of Jiang Chen's name, but today was the first time he had met him. He was very interested in a person who could kill xuanhuan. However, he didn't expect that his first meeting with Jiang Chen would be like this. "Xiao Yuan, it's useless even if you frown at me because no matter how furious you are, it can't change the fact that you've lost to me. You escaped last time, yet you've encountered me again today. That's your misfortune. Of course, you still have a chance if you choose to flee like a dog that has lost its master." Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't put Desolate Yuan in his eyes at all. What? He defeated Desolate Yuan? Many people were shocked, including Kong Yang and Leopard Wei as well as Kong Yu who was beside Jiang Chen. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe this was true, especially Leopard Wei. He had guessed that Jiang Chen could defeat Desolate Yuan, but he didn't expect that the two of them had already fought. According to Jiang Chen, Desolate Yuan was defeated by him and then fled. This was too shocking. Desolate Yuan, who was ranked first on the heaven list, was defeated by Jiang Chen. If these words didn't come from Jiang Chen's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Moreover, they all saw Desolate Yuan's expression. It was as if he had been defeated by Jiang Chen before. "Jiang Chen, I will take revenge for the humiliation I suffered that day." "I must kill you today," Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Desolate Yuan said fiercely. Jiang Chen's words were like a knife stabbing into his heart. It was like a bloody wound being torn open in front of countless people. Desolate Yuan's hatred towards Jiang Chen had reached a level that was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. "You won't have a chance." Jiang Chen placed his hands behind his back and walked in front of Desolate Yuan, shielding Kong Yang and Leopard Wei. Kong Yu quickly went forward and pulled Kong Yang and the injured Leopard Wei. "Big brother, are you guys alright?" Kong Yu was extremely worried. "We're fine." Kong Yang shook his head. Then he and Leopard Wei each took out a pill and swallowed it, slowly healing their injuries. Kong Yang looked at the back of Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, you have to be careful. This Desolate Yuan has obtained some benefits in the ancient battlefield. He won't be easy to deal with." Although Jiang Chen had defeated Desolate Yuan before, the current Desolate Yuan was no longer the same as before. Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that Jiang Chen had defeated Desolate Yuan when he was still an 8th grade minor saint. Desolate Yuan had indeed obtained some benefits, but Jiang Chen's benefits were even greater. He had already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint and his combat strength was unparalleled. Desolate Yuan was no longer a match for him. The two geniuses of St. Origin Palace also shifted their eyes to Jiang Chen. After they came back from St. Origin Palace, the name that they heard the most was Jiang Chen. They had also heard about Jiang Chen's deeds. The relationship between the 8 major families wasn't harmonious. The same was true for the Hua family and Desolate family, but when it came to dealing with Jiang Qin, the 5 major families had the same attitude. Desolate Yuan, I don't think this man is easy to deal with. Why don't we join hands and kill him? Desolate Song, who had just returned from St. Origin Palace, said. The other genius of the Hua family was also ready to make a move. No need. You don't need to care about my business. I must kill him with my own hands. Xiaoyuan didn't appreciate it at all. He was too arrogant. He didn't even put the geniuses of St. Origin Palace in his eyes. Of course, as the #1 genius of Desolate family, he had the right to be arrogant. He had the right to look down on Shao Kong. Although Xiao Tsong had obtained a lot of cultivation resources in St. Origin Palace, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Yuan if they were to fight. You should really listen to him. Although the 3 of you won't stand a chance, it's still better than fighting alone. Jiang Qin shrugged and said indifferently. Cut the crap. Jiang Qin die. Desolate Yuan's chi fluctuated. His whole body distorted instantly. In the next moment he appeared in front of Jiang Qin with endless power. Desolate Yuan's first move was his most powerful attack. With him as the center, a chaotic world was formed, enveloping Jiang Qin. In this small world, everywhere was filled with viscous airflow. It was white but not white, giving people an invisible pressure. The void in all directions was distorted. The people inside felt as if they had fallen into a cage, which was incomparably uncomfortable. This was Desolate Yuan's latest technique. In addition to producing great pressure, the airflow inside could also transform into various sharp blades that could crush everything. Is this all you've got? Jiang Qin didn't care at all. 3 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from his body. The 3 golden dragons let out a roar. Jiang Qin instantly transformed into his dragon form, and his battle strength increased by 10 times. Under the attack of Jiang Qin's golden dragon seal, the indestructible small world instantly collapsed. Bang! The small world collapsed. Desolate Yuan suffered a great backlash and was sent flying. His expression changed drastically. He was truly shocked. He had indeed improved a lot in a short period of time, but Jiang Qin had improved even more. Even if he used his most powerful attack, he was still no match for Jiang Qin. Before Desolate Yuan could recover from his shock, Jiang Qin's body appeared in the sky above him, and a huge whirlpool stomped down on him. Desolate Yuan, this time I won't give you a chance to escape. Jiang Qin's face was cold as he stomped the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang. First step. Bang. Second step. Bang. Third step. Bang. Fourth step. Jiang Qin took 4 steps in the blink of an eye. Every step was as heavy as a mountain. Desolate Yuan had no strength to fight back. Every step that landed on his body caused blood to spurt out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. It was a very miserable scene. 5th step. Jiang Qin was cold and ruthless. He had always treated his enemies like this. In the eyes of all his enemies he was a god of death. This scene had shocked everyone present. Originally, everyone thought that it would be an evenly matched battle, but they didn't expect Desolate Yuan to be so vulnerable in front of Jiang Qin. From the moment Desolate Yuan attacked to the moment he was beaten like a dead dog by Jiang Qin, only a few seconds had passed. It was too fast, but it also showed how strong Jiang Qin was. The current Desolate Yuan was on a completely different level from him. Stop. Jiang Qin's 5th step was about to land on Desolate Yuan's body. At this time, Desolate Song, who was at the side, finally reacted. Immediately, he drew out his combat weapon and attacked Jiang Qin, trying to save the dying Desolate Yuan from Jiang Qin's hands. Humph! You will die first. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The Heavenly Saint sword was wielded, and a dazzling blood-red sword net enshrouded Desolate Kong. Desolate Song's facial expression changed dramatically. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Qin was if he didn't fight Jiang Qin. No! Desolate Song let out a roar, but it was all over. Under the absolute disparity in strength, only death awaited him. The Heavenly Saint sword was too fast. It was even faster than a bolt of lightning. Desolate Song was slashed into 2 halves on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. A genius who had just returned from St. Origin Palace was killed just like that. No one in this world would have such guts. Ever since the establishment of St. Origin Palace, it had become the absolute ruler of St. Origin World, the supreme existence. Although St. Origin Palace was established by the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had actually separated itself from them. Although Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were both members of Desolate family, their positions were different. The meaning they represented was also different. Jiang Qin killing Desolate Song was equivalent to going against St. Origin Palace. In St. Origin World, Jiang Chen was the first person who dared to go against St. Origin Palace in public. Chapter 925. Gotcha. The fifth step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps was the most powerful and lethal. Desolate Yuan was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There was no way he could withstand Jiang Chen's last kick. Desolate Yuan's chest caved in as if it had been pierced through by the kick. His internal organs were spurting out from his mouth. Bang! Desolate Yuan's body landed heavily on the ground, twitching non-stop. At this moment, blood was spurting out from every part of Desolate Yuan's body. He wasn't completely dead yet. His eyes that were filled with blood were filled with unwillingness and fear. He was the pride of the heavens, a supreme genius, the number 1 on the sky ranking. He had countless halos since he was young. He was the number 1 genius of Desolate Clan and was recognized by the higher-ups of Desolate Clan as the person with the highest potential to reach the immortal world. However, all of this was just a bubble. In the face of death, all glory and halos were so fragile. Jiang Chen raised his leg and stepped on Desolate Yuan's face. Number 1 on the sky ranking, number 1 genius of Desolate Clan, the supreme glory of Pure Land. Now that you're under my foot, what qualifications do you have to shout at me? You'll be the same as an ordinary person after you die. Nothing will be left behind after you die. Jiang Chen looked down at Desolate Yuan. Desolate Yuan was wriggling under his feet as if he was trying to break free, but it was too difficult. He had lost count of the number of times he had used this kind of gaze and posture to look at others. He had even used the same words to his opponents. He had never thought that the same words would be used on him today. Die. Jiang Chen exerted force on his foot, pressing Desolate Yuan's head into the hard soil before lifting his leg. Desolate Yuan, who was on the ground, squirmed a few times before he stopped moving completely. At this moment, the legendary number 1 on the sky ranking, the little monstrous genius in the hearts of countless people, was completely dead. His past could only become the past, a legend. However, as long as the name Jiang Chen exists, he was destined to never become a legend. Even if there were legends about him, they would only serve as a foil for Jiang Chen. At this moment, everyone gasped. The scene before them was like a dream to them. The number 1 on the heaven ranking Xianhuan had died just like that. He was killed by Jiang Chen so easily. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, Jiang Chen's figure had become incomparably lofty. In front of him, all the dazzling stars and geniuses were nothing but floating clouds. The genius of the Hua family who had just returned from St. Origin Palace was completely dumbfounded at this moment. The arrogance on his face was gone. To him all of this was like a dream. Even if he didn't know how strong Xiaoyuan was, he knew how strong Xiao Tsong was. In the competition of St. Origin Palace, he and Xiao Tsong had once confronted each other head-on. But now Xiao Chong had been instantly killed by Jiang Chen. This meant that even if Jiang Chen had rushed forward, he would have ended up the same as Xiao Chong. Run. That's right, the only thing he could do now was to run. Perhaps he could still make it if he ran now. Otherwise he would definitely lose his life here today. Swoosh. However, before the genius of the Hua family could run, he saw a majestic De Huang dog blocking in front of him, completely cutting off his path of retreat. Hee, it's too late to run now. De Huang dog smirked. I didn't provoke you. The genius of the Hua family frowned. If it was in the past, he would definitely kill this dog in front of him, but now he had to endure it. Only by compromising could he have a chance of survival. You didn't provoke us first, but so what? De Huang dog's words made everyone want to spurt out blood. His words were simply shameless, but they also understood that Jiang Chen and the Hua family were absolutely irreconcilable enemies. Initially, this genius of the Hua family wanted to attack Jiang Chen, but when he saw how overbearing Jiang Chen was, he refrained from doing so. In other words, before he had the chance to attack, Jiang Chen had already killed the 2 great geniuses of the Desolate family. Damn dog, get out of my way. The genius of the Hua family bellowed and immediately reached out his big hand to grab De Huang dog. Jiji. De Huang dog wasn't afraid at all. He was now a powerful first-grade great saint, a peak first-grade great saint. Previously, when he was dealing with the Dark Shadow organization, he had personally killed a third-grade great saint, not to mention that this guy in front of him was just a first-grade great saint. Even if he was a genius of the Hua family, De Huang dog wouldn't be afraid of him. Bang! Rays of golden light flickered on the top of De Huang dog's head, colliding with the big hand of the genius of the Hua family. With a loud bang, the genius was sent flying dozens of meters away by De Huang dog. What? The genius of the Hua family turned pale with fright. He had the urge to spurt out blood. How could he not be able to defeat a dog? Nevertheless, before he could react, the big yellow dog charged at him again. There were a lot of people gathered around. All of them had been in this spatial zone for a long time. Jiang Chen's strength had already made them speechless, but now this dog was also so tyrannical, completely suppressing the genius of the Hua family. However, the geniuses of the demon race didn't think much of it. They knew the Huang dog very well. This was a very powerful divine beast bloodline. He had entered the 9th level of the suspended tower and summoned the totem divine seal. This was the true genius of the demon race. If he couldn't defeat a genius of the Hua family, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the divine beast bloodline? Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time. Most of the spatial zone had disappeared. The commotion here was likely to attract powerful experts. He drew out the heavenly saint sword, ready to kill the genius of the Hua family. But just at this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen was stunned. He quickly checked and found that the Earth Devil beast in the Zulong Tower had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint. The same was true for the devil. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd grade Great Saint, and he could advance to the 4th grade Great Saint at any time. Good. It seems that the continuous absorption of energy in the Zulong Tower has brought them great benefits. The Earth Devil beast has advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, and its combat strength is comparable to a 4th grade Great Saint. It will be a great help to me. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The Earth Devil beast and the devil were now his slaves. The stronger the Earth Devil beast was, the more help it would be to him. His current combat strength was enough to fight a 3rd grade Great Saint, but he wouldn't be a match for a 4th grade Great Saint. Now that the Earth Devil beast had advanced to the 3rd grade Great Saint, Jiang Chen would have the ability to fight a 4th grade Great Saint. In order not to affect the advancement of the Earth Devil beast and the devil, Jiang Chen slowly put down the Heavenly Saint sword and stopped participating in the battle between the Huang dog and the genius of the Hua family. He took a glance at the genius of the Hua family. The genius of the Hua family was no match for the Huang dog at all. It wouldn't be long before he was killed by the Huang dog. Looking at the Huang dog's high-spirited look, Jiang Chen had a feeling that the Huang dog would definitely bite his ass if he took action now. Bang! Under Big Yellow's ferocious attack, the genius of the Hua family fell from the sky and slammed hard on the ground. Big Yellow's speed was even faster. His huge body also pressed down, but his action was very inelegant. He shook his fat butt and pressed it against the face of the genius of the Hua family. Upon seeing such a scene, Jiang Chen hastily covered his eyes and dodged backwards. He didn't need to see what kind of tragedy was going to happen next. If the genius of the Hua family died under the fart of the Huang dog, he wouldn't be able to raise his head even if he became a ghost. Taste my invincible whirlwind fart. Big Yellow exerted his strength. His butt enlarged by 1-fold. Then everyone heard an earth-shaking rumble that sounded like thunder. A mass of green air rushed out from Big Yellow's butt and landed on the face of the genius from the Hua family, causing it to explode in an instant. Big Yellow's face was filled with disbelief. Rumble. The air dispersed like a violent storm. Everyone heard an inhuman scream from the genius of the Hua family. His whole body was smashed to the ground by the force of De Huang's fart, creating a huge pit with thick green smoke billowing out. Ah! Kill me? The scream from the pit was simply hair-raising. It was obvious that the genius of the Hua family didn't finish his words and was forcefully swallowed by something. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. However, they clearly saw that the Huang dog seemed to have let out a fart just now. The power of this fart was simply terrifying. However, the aftermath of the fart also drifted towards everyone's face. Those who were originally in a state of shock instantly had their faces distorted. Blurg. Motherfucker, it stinks. Blurg, blurg. I'm going to die. I don't want to live anymore. Blurg. Even those minor saint and great sage experts couldn't bear the attack of the Huang dog's invincible fart. They vomited immediately. Many people's faces turned ashen as they cursed. They suddenly felt that they had lived most of their lives in vain. How could there be such a terrifying fart in this world? As soon as Big Yellow released his fart, many people moved away from him and looked at him with fear. But soon after they shifted their attention to the big pit. They couldn't help but shiver when they thought about the miserable condition of the genius from the Hua family. Big Yellow, you're the genius of the Hua family. They only felt a trace of the aftermath of the airflow, but it was already so unbearable. How miserable would the genius of the Hua family who was in the deep pit with thick smoke at the moment be after being hit head-on? Someone scanned the area with his divine sense and found that the genius of the Hua family was lying quietly in the deep pit. He was motionless. However, judging from his aura, the genius of the Hua family wasn't dead yet. There was only one explanation for why he was motionless. He had fainted. My God! A great sage fainted. This was simply a fantasy. That was a great sage. How could a powerful great sage faint? However, the genius of the Hua family had really fainted. Moreover, he had fainted into a complete mess. De Huang Dog had also created a miracle by knocking out a great sage with a fart. Chapter 926. Amazing. I swear that from now on, De Huang will be my Leopard Wei's idol. Kong Yu and Leopard Wei's facial expression was incomparably marvelous. Their admiration for De Huang Dog was like a torrential river that couldn't be stopped. A fart that could kill a great saint? Only De Huang could do such a miracle. TSK. Even if this Hua family guy doesn't die, he will be crippled in the future. De Huang's fart not only knocked him out, but also caused him serious injuries that can't be healed. Moreover, this guy won't be able to lift his head up when he walks. It's impossible for him to return to St. Origin Palace. Kong Yang clicked his tongue. He could already see that this genius of the Hua family wasn't simply knocked out by a fart. De Huang's fart not only stinks, but also has infinite power. That Hua family guy was just a mighty great saint. If he was replaced by an ordinary minor saint, De Huang Dog's fart was enough to blast him into pieces. You're too inexperienced to fight, Master Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his stout tail, raised his proud head and swaggered to Jiang Chen's side. It seemed that he had no intention of killing the genius of the Hua family. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He didn't plan to attack either. They had the same thought as Kong Yang. There was no need to kill such a person because his future would be worse than death. There were many geniuses of the 5 major families in the surroundings. Upon seeing this scene, they hastily scattered in all directions, fearing that Jiang Chen would kill them. Given their strength, they were no match for any of them, let alone Jiang Chen. Kong Yang came to Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at him. Brother Jiang, thank you for saving us today. I'm very grateful. Brother Kong, you don't have to be so polite. I have a good relationship with your father. The Peacock King is now protecting his homeland, so I naturally have to ensure the safety of his descendants. I can see that your injuries are not light, so take this pill as soon as possible. Jiang Chen took out 3 pills and gave them to Kong Yang, Leopard Wei and Kong Yu respectively. Leopard Wei and Kong Yu's injuries were the most serious, and if they couldn't recover soon, it would be detrimental to their future journey. The 3 of them didn't hold back. They were now on the same boat as Jiang Chen. To Kong Yang, this was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Chen's power. A 9th-grade great saint could be so terrifying. He had never seen such a genius in his life. Kong Yang rarely admired people, but today he was convinced by Jiang Chen. After swallowing the pill, their complexion instantly changed. They had the same feeling as Gu Lufeng and the others. Originally, they had a lot of healing pills in their hands, but compared to Jiang Chen's pill, they were on a completely different level. Good pill. Kong Yang couldn't help but praise. That's right. The recovery ability of this pill is really strong. I have suffered such serious injuries, but half of them have been healed in such a short period of time. This is too scary. Leopard Wei couldn't help but say. Of course. Jiang Chen not only has a strong combat strength, but he is also a powerful alchemist. De Huang Dog said proudly, as if the one who concocted this pill wasn't Jiang Chen, but him, De Huang. Alright, we shouldn't stay here for long. Too much spatial zone has disappeared. The commotion here is likely to attract more powerful experts. Let's leave first to save ourselves some trouble. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Kong Yang nodded, feeling that what Jiang Chen said was very reasonable. Long. However, just as they were about to leave, a hole suddenly burst open in the void. 3 silhouettes appeared at the same time. They were 3 elders wearing different clothes. From their clothes, one of them was from the Desolate family, one from the Hua family and the last one was from the Narang family. The shocking thing was their strength. The 2 elders of the Hua family and Narang family had reached the 3rd-grade great saint, while the elder of the Desolate family was the most terrifying. He had already reached the 4th-grade great saint. After the 3 of them appeared, they immediately saw the tragic situation here. Immediately they were enraged and sealed the entire spatial zone. Look, the elders are here. Good. Jiang Chen and his friends are finished this time. He has killed Desolate Yuan and the geniuses of St. Origin Palace. The elders will never let them go. The appearance of these 3 elders made the disciples of the various clans who had just escaped not too far rejoice. On the other hand, Kong Yang's face was getting more and more solemn. The great saints of the ancient humans and the demon race hadn't appeared yet. These 3 experts were all from the enemy forces. The two third-grade great saints were already too much for them to handle, but there was still a powerful fourth-grade great saint. Wouldn't killing them be as easy as breathing? Although Jiangchen was powerful, he was only a ninth-grade minor saint after all. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to deal with a powerful fourth-grade great saint. "Brother Jiang, what should we do now?" Kong Yang said worriedly. At this time, Jiang Qin had undoubtedly become their backbone. "It doesn't matter." Jiang Qin waved his hand, gesturing Kong Yang and the others not to worry. If it was before, they were afraid that they would really be in danger if they encountered a fourth-grade great saint, but just now the Earth Devil Beast had just advanced to the third-grade great saint. It wouldn't be a problem for it to fight the fourth-grade great saint of the Desolate family. Desolate Yuan, Desolate Kong. After the great saint of the Desolate family appeared, his eyes turned red when he saw the tragic death of Desolate Song and Desolate Yuan. Two supreme geniuses of the Desolate family were killed just like that. This was a great loss to the Desolate family. There's no need to shout. They were all killed by me. By the way, let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin spoke to the three great saints. Even in the face of such powerful experts, there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. It made Kong Yang and the other two to wonder where his confidence came from. "Damn it. You little bastard. How dare you destroy the two great geniuses of our Shao clan? You're simply courting death. I will definitely kill you today and avenge the many people of our Shao clan who died in your hands." The elder of the Desolate family gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to pounce on Jiang Chen and eat him alive. "The geniuses of my whole family are also dead. Jiang Chen, who gave you the audacity to kill the geniuses of St. Origin Palace?" The elder of the Hua family glared at Jiang Chen and roared. "I can smell the death chi of the geniuses of my Narang family. It must be him. Everyone here will die today. The demon race is protecting Jiang Chen. That makes him the enemy of our Narang family." The elder of the Narang family was also aggressive. It seemed that he had no intention of letting go of Jiang Chen and Kong Yang. "Ah, you three old bastards want to kill me, Jiang Chen? That's a child's play. Use whatever means you have. Let's see who will be killed today." Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He was extremely arrogant. It seemed like he didn't put these three powerful great saints in his eyes at all. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have the strength to deal with these opponents, his boldness alone was enough to make people admire him. Boasting shamelessly. "It's enough for you, little bastard, to be so arrogant until now." The elder of the Desolate family was infuriated. Immediately, he stretched out a big palm that appeared out of thin air and shrouded Jiang Chen. Moreover, his target this time wasn't just Jiang Chen, but also De Huang Dog and Kong Yang. It seemed like he was going to kill all of them in one strike. This person was a dignified fourth-grade great saint, the supreme elder of the Desolate family. Today he had taken the initiative to attack a junior from an outsider family. It was undoubtedly a very shameful thing to do, but now that Desolate Yuan and Desolate Song were dead, the elder couldn't care less about his reputation anymore. He had to kill everyone related to Jiang Chen in order to vent his hatred. "It's over." Kong Yu shuddered. The power of a powerful fourth-grade great saint had far exceeded their ability to resist. The palm strike made them feel a mountain-like pressure, suffocating them and making them incomparably uncomfortable. At this time, even Kong Yang couldn't help but worry, because he couldn't figure out what kind of means Jiang Chen would use to deal with a powerful fourth-grade great saint. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of nervousness on Jiang Chen's face. He was completely confident that everything was under his control. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's calmness made them feel relieved. "Earth Devil Beast, make your move." Jiang Chen summoned the Earth Devil Beast. The Earth Devil Beast rushed out from the Zulong Tower. Everyone saw a pitch-black palm appear out of thin air and hit the palm of the great saint of the Desolate family. Long long. The heaven and earth shook. The powerful attack of the great saint of the Desolate family was destroyed by the black palm. Ow! Then an earth-shattering roar was heard. A middle-aged man who was as strong as an iron tower appeared. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Endless black devil waves were emitted from his body. He looked like the incarnation of a giant devil. His chi soared to the sky. Ha! After the Earth Devil Beast appeared, he immediately laughed wildly. He had just advanced to the third-grade great saint and was in high spirits. As the king of the devil race, he was born to be combative. He had almost gone crazy in the Zulong Tower. Now that he was released by Jiang Chen, he felt like a tiger that had come back to the forest. Who is this? Such powerful devil chi. He isn't human. He belongs to the devil race. He also has the bloodline of the demon race in his body. This is the Earth Devil Beast. The elder of Narang family identified the identity of the Earth Devil Beast through the chi released by the Earth Devil Beast. His facial expression changed immediately. A third-grade Great Saint Earth Devil Beast is enough to deal with a fourth-grade Great Saint. How could this little beast have such a powerful Earth Devil Beast beside him? Chapter 927. Wow. Jiangchen is too ferocious. He has such a powerful Earth Devil Beast with him. Leopard Wei was so excited that he almost jumped up. He thought that they were finished, but he didn't expect that Jiangchen still had a trump card, summoning a powerful Earth Devil Beast at the critical moment. Although this Earth Devil Beast is only a third-grade Great Saint, its bloodline is very strong. Not only is it a top existence among the demonic beasts, it is also the king of the devils. So, even if it is a third-grade Great Saint, it won't have any problem dealing with an ordinary fourth-grade Great Saint. I didn't expect that Brother Jiang would have such a trump card. However, even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the Elder of the Desolate family, the two third-grade Great Saints of the Hua family and Narang family wouldn't be easy to deal with. Kong Yang heaved a sigh of relief. The emergence of the Earth Devil Beast had shocked him, but at the same time, he was worried. Even if the Earth Devil Beast could block the fourth-grade Great Saint of the Desolate family, there were still two third-grade Great Saints of the Narang family and Hua family. Even if it was just a third-grade Great Saint, it wasn't something that they could handle. Of course, this was because Kong Yang hadn't truly understood Jiangchen's means. Jiangchen wasn't an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint, but a peak 9th-grade minor saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary third-grade Great Saint in his dragon form. Plus, he still had a devil in his hand. I know Jiangchen very well. He never does things that he isn't confident about. No wonder he was so calm just now. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. Kong Yu nodded and said. He had been in contact with Jiangchen ever since they were in Void Triangular Domain. The things that Jiangchen did in Void Triangular Domain were truly domineering. Looking at Jiangchen's confident face, Kong Yu had reason to believe that Jiangchen would be able to deal with the two third-grade minor saints. It could even be said that Jiangchen alone was enough to deal with them. On the side, De Huang Dog looked relaxed. He wagged his tail casually. It seemed that he didn't care about these three great sages at all. Others didn't know Jiangchen's means, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. He knew how powerful Jiangchen was and how many trump cards he had in his hands. Jiangchen, I didn't expect you to be in cahoots with this kind of demon. It seems like you are also a demon. The elder of the Shao clan accused Jiangchen loudly. Who I team up with has nothing to do with you. Earth Devil, kill him. Jiangchen ignored the Desolate clan elder's words and immediately ordered the Earth Devil Beast to attack. Yes, master. The Earth Devil Beast responded and roared. It charged towards the Desolate clan's elder with an endless amount of demonic aura. I will block the Earth Devil Beast. You two go and kill the others. Today we must kill Jiangchen. This kid has already grown. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he will become a great threat in the future. The Desolate clan elder said loudly to the elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan. In fact, the relationship between the three clans wasn't very good. However, their attitude towards Jiangchen was surprisingly consistent. They wanted to get rid of Jiangchen as soon as possible. They weren't fools. Jiangchen's growth was too fast. If he continued to grow, he would become a threat to them sooner or later. When Jiangchen came back from Void Triangular Domain, his cultivation was still very low. It hadn't been a long time since he challenged the geniuses of the Pure Land. Now Jiangchen had even killed Desolate Yuan. No one in the younger generation of the Pure Land could be his opponent. If they didn't get rid of him now, who knew how strong Jiangchen would become in the future? All right. The elders of the Hua clan and the Narang clan responded immediately. Both of them attacked Jiangchen at the same time. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Kong Yang looked over at Jiangchen. Two third-grade Great Saints wouldn't be easy to deal with. All of you stand back. I will deal with them. Jiangchen said plainly. This? Kong Yang frowned. What is this? Although Master Dog can still kill one of them with my means, Master Dog doesn't intend to do it. These two old men are dead for sure. De Huang Dog said and swaggered to the back, leaving the battlefield to Jiangchen. Upon seeing this, Kong Yang and the other two no longer hesitated and followed De Huang Dog. Jiangchen died. The elder of the Hua clan was enveloped in boundless flames. Suddenly he struck a palm at Jiangchen. Jiangchen didn't say a word. He struck a palm casually, but this palm strike wasn't ordinary. It was the water dragon seal. After a water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire void dropped abruptly. When the water dragon collided with the elder's attack, the elder's flames were extinguished. What kind of water is this? The elder of the Hua family exclaimed. As a mighty third-grade great saint, he cultivated the supreme cultivation method of the Hua family. Ordinary water couldn't withstand his powerful fire element and would be burned into steam immediately. Under his full force, even an ocean would be vaporized completely. However, Jiang Qin simply struck a water dragon and destroyed his attack. This was simply shocking. It was impossible for him to know that Jiang Qin's water dragon seal wasn't made of ordinary water. It was the heavenly earth pure water, the coldest and heaviest water in the heavens and earth. A drop of it could penetrate a mountain. It was the nemesis of all fire sources. Only the purest yang flame could resist it. Coincidentally, this purest yang flame was also in Jiang Qin's hand. The flame of your Hua clan is too weak for me. I'm the nemesis of your Hua clan. You will be completely restrained by me. Under such restraint, you won't be able to exert your full combat strength. Jiang Qin pointed at the elder of the Hua family and said impolitely, "Then I'll kill you." The elder of Narang family struck. He conjured an illusory mountain, intending to crush Jiang Qin to death. "I'm too lazy to kill you, but you won't be able to live today." Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't put the elder's attack in his eyes at all. He shouted, "Devil, come out and exercise your muscles and bones." As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, Devil Qi soared to the sky in the void again. An enormous devil jumped out and destroyed the illusory mountain conjured by the elder with a punch. The devil was the same as the earth devil beast. He had been bored to death in the Zulong Tower for a long time. Chapter 928. This little bastard is only a 9th grade minor saint, but he has such a powerful combat strength. Even I am no match for him. The elder of the Hua family was shocked. Even if Jiang Qin could restrain his flame, their cultivation grade wasn't at the same level. There was a difference of 3 grades between a 9th grade minor saint and a 3rd grade great saint. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a terrifying 9th grade minor saint. This was beyond his imagination and understanding. Brother Jiang is really scary. Kong Yang couldn't help but sigh. He knew that the gap between him and Jiang Qin was incomparable. Jiang Qin was a 3rd grade great saint with a great saint weapon. How powerful was that? Of course, Kong Yang didn't know that the heavenly saint sword in the elder's hand wasn't weak at all. Although the current heavenly saint sword hadn't reached the level of a great saint weapon, the power that it could unleash was incomparable to any ordinary great saint weapon. On the other side, the earth demon beast exploded and transformed into its true form. The ferocious earth demon beast alone was like a small mountain. Its 4 eyes flickered like ghosts, forcing the desolate clan elder to retreat. The patriarch of the desolate family roared in anger, but the earth devil beast was too strong. Although the earth devil beast was only a 3rd grade great saint, it was still able to suppress his opponent. It was impossible for the elder of the desolate family to gain the upper hand in the battle. On the other side of the battlefield, the devil was even more ferocious and overbearing. The elder of the Narang family was constantly coughing out blood. It was obvious that both sides weren't on the same level. Jiang Qin was even more powerful. The waves of qi that he carried were like a vast ocean. He made 3 slashes in a row, causing the elder of the Hua family to spurt out blood. The powerful force made him lose his grip on the long spear in his hand. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, Jiang Qin made another slash. This time the elder of the Hua family let out a wail. He could no longer hold the combat weapon in his hand and it was sent flying away. Jiang Qin grabbed the long spear and kept it in his pouch. Ha! Jiang Qin laughed madly and his aura reached its peak. Without waiting for the Hua elder to react, he swung the heavenly saint sword once again. Even if the elder of the Hua clan didn't lose the ability to resist, he was still unable to withstand Jiang Qin's ferocious sword strike. One of his arms was directly chopped off by the heavenly saint sword. Blood gushed out violently and the void was dyed red. The elder of the fire tribe was terrified. Only now did he understand that he and Jiang Qin were not on the same level. If he fought against Jiang Qin he would be courting death. From the beginning of the battle until now, he hadn't had the upper hand at all. He had been completely suppressed by Jiang Qin. Now, one of his arms had been cut off, and his combat strength had been exhausted. If he continued to fight he would lose his life. Swoosh! The elder of the Hua family didn't dare to hesitate. Immediately he chose to flee. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin wouldn't give him the chance to escape. If he didn't choose to attack at the beginning and left directly, perhaps Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stop him. But now everything was too late. If he could escape from Jiang Chen in his current state, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. It's too late to run now. Immediately Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm. The giant dragon claw was like an indestructible cage, pressing down from the sky and enveloping the elder. The elder let out a miserable shriek before he was killed by Jiang Chen on the spot. What a pity. Jiang Chen shook his head and sighed inwardly. This was a powerful third-grade great saint. If the Zulong Tower could absorb him, it would bring boundless benefits. However, after the previous experience, Jiang Chen didn't dare to try it again. That kind of furious chi wasn't something to be trifled with. What? Jiang Chen killed the elder of the Hua family in such a short time. Such a scene made the two great saints of the Desolate family and Narang family exclaim. They initially thought that killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? The death of the elder of the Hua family didn't make the two of them feel better, especially the elder of the Narang family. He had been injured in many places by the devil. His chi was starting to become unstable. The demon roared and unleashed wave after wave of berserk attacks towards the Narang clan's elder. The elder of the Narang family began to let out a miserable shriek. As his combat strength continued to decline, how could he be a match for the devil? It seemed that he was going to die here today. Blood sacrifice. The elder of the Narang family suddenly let out a roar. Bloody holes appeared on his body. Streams of blood spurted out from those bloody holes. This was an extremely cruel taboo technique. It used injuries to bring great power. Now that his life was at stake, the elder of the Narang family had to use this blood sacrifice technique. However, it was a little too late. With his current state, even if he used the blood sacrifice technique, he wouldn't be much stronger. Of course, the elder of the Narang family did not use the blood sacrifice technique to turn defeat into victory. He only used it to gain the ability to escape. Therefore, he used the blood sacrifice technique to increase his speed. A layer of blood-red halo appeared on the surface of Elder Narang's body. His speed suddenly increased to the extreme. With a swoosh, he disappeared and directly escaped into the inner part of the void. You only know to escape now. Unfortunately, it's completely too late. Jiang Chen sneered. How could he give the elder the chance to escape? Even if the elder had used the blood sacrifice technique and escaped into the void, Jiang Chen would still be able to catch him back. His great soul derivation technique was so terrifying that it could penetrate into the interior of the void. Jiang Chen struck out the true dragon palm once again. Chi-la sound was heard as the void was torn apart. The elder who had escaped into the void was pulled out by Jiang Chen like a little chick. Everyone was stunned by the scene. That was a mighty third-grade great saint. In their eyes, he was the supreme existence, their lifelong dream. That level was like a god in their hearts. But now, the mighty third-grade great saint didn't even have the ability to escape. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Don't kill me, Jiang Chen. Let me go. The elder of Narang clan was terrified. He began to beg for mercy. No one wanted to die, but not everyone could remain calm in the face of death. Even great sages were the same. The more powerful a person was, the more they were afraid of death. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? You want me to let you go? If I fall into your hands, will you be merciful enough to let me go? If that's the case, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen remained unmoved and killed the elder. At this point, 2 third-grade great saints had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Such a loss wasn't small to the 2 major families. Jiang Chen, you have completely infuriated the 5 major families. The next time we meet will be the day you die. The elder of the Desolate family uttered a ruthless sentence, then turned into a stream of light and vanished. He had already seen the situation today. With the Earth Devil Beast here, it was completely impossible to kill Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the Earth Devil Beast was too powerful. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would lose his life. Seeing that his opponent had escaped, the Earth Devil Beast roared in exasperation. That's enough, Earth Devil Beast. We can't stop him if he wants to leave. Jiang Chen said. After all, the elder of the Desolate family was a powerful 4th-grade great saint. The Earth Devil Beast might be able to defeat him, but if the elder wanted to escape, the Earth Devil Beast wouldn't be able to stop him. After all, it wasn't easy to kill a 4th-grade great saint. The only way to kill the elder of the Desolate family was if the elder didn't leave. If the battle continued, the Earth Devil Beast would continue to inflict injuries on him. When the elder was severely injured, he would lose the ability to escape. But now, the elder of the desolate family had fled decisively. Even if Jiangchen wanted to stop him, he couldn't. Although the earth devil beast was unwilling, it had no choice but to let the elder of the desolate family leave. Then, it and the devil returned to the Zulong Tower under Jiangchen's command. The battlefield was tragic. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. Many of them still had lingering fear when they recalled the battle just now. It was just too brutal. The battle just now made them understand that even a mighty great saint could be easily killed. Jiangchen came to Kong Yang and the other two. The three of them finally recovered from the shock. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. The way they looked at Jiangchen was completely different now. If Jiangchen only relied on the earth devil beast and the devil to kill the two of them, they might only be shocked that Jiangchen had the ability to subdue the earth devil beast and the devil, but they wouldn't be shocked to this extent. A 9th grade minor saint could kill a 3rd grade great saint so easily. This was simply shocking. Kong Yang knew that he had underestimated Jiangchen. Brother Jiang, you're really a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. Although this is the first time we've met, I, Kong Yang, admire you from the bottom of my heart. Kong Yang held his fists at Jiangchen. What he said was completely from the bottom of his heart. He was once ranked 3rd on the Sky ranking, the number 1 genius of the demon race, and possessed the powerful peacock bloodline. He, Kong Yang, looked down upon all the heroes. He had never really admired anyone, not even Desolate Yuan and Xuanhuan who used to be above him. He was confident that he could surpass them one day. But today he truly admired Jiangchen. Brother Kong is being too polite. We shouldn't stay here any longer. We have to leave this place immediately. The old man of the desolate family has escaped. Soon, more powerful experts will appear here. We won't be able to handle a few 4th grade great saints, let alone a 5th grade great saint. Chapter 929. All right. Kong Yang nodded. He felt that what Jiangchen said was very reasonable. This time, the opening of the ancient battlefield was no small matter. It had attracted a lot of attention from the 8 major families in Pure Land. Therefore, not only the young generation but also the older generation experts who came here. The strongest among them had already reached the 5th grade great saint. Although the earth devil beast was strong, it would certainly die if it encountered a 5th grade great saint. There was almost no chance of winning. Therefore, the top priority now was to leave this place as soon as possible. Not long after Jiangchen and the others left, 2 powerful experts appeared. One of them was the elder of the desolate family who had escaped earlier. Beside him was another elder of the desolate family, but this elder's cultivation was truly powerful. He had already reached the 5th grade great saint. His powerful chi swept across the entire spatial zone, but he couldn't find any trace of Jiangchen and the others. It seems like they have already escaped. The 4th grade great saint said fiercely. Humph. It doesn't matter. The spatial zone here is still disappearing. The remaining spatial zone is getting lesser and lesser. It will be very easy to find Jiangchen. This time he must not be allowed to walk out of this ancient battlefield alive. The 5th grade great saint harumphed coldly. It's a pity that Desolate Yuan has died. We must avenge him for making our family lose such a dazzling genius. That little bastard must be eliminated as soon as possible. His speed of growth is just too fast. How long has it been since he came back from Void Triangular Domain? Now he can easily kill a 3rd grade great saint. If he is allowed to grow any further, he will become a huge threat to our family sooner or later. The 4th grade great saint said. Thinking of Jiangchen's scariness, he couldn't help but clench his fists, producing cracking sounds. Jiangchen was just too powerful. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. A 9th grade minor saint could easily kill a 3rd grade great saint. If Jiangchen advanced to the great saint realm, he would become even more powerful. Not long after Jiangchen and the others left the spatial zone, they met the experts of the demon race. After handing Kong Yang and the other 2 to the experts, he left with the Huang dog. The secret of the Zulong Tower couldn't be known to outsiders for the time being. He and the Huang dog still had to kill those evil creatures and monsters. In the next few days, Jiangchen and Big Yellow were shuttling through different spatial zones, killing countless evil creatures and monsters, obtaining endless energy attacks. The first level of the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda had been condensed by half. Jiangchen's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. Currently, Jiangchen was only 500 dragon marks away from the great saint realm. However, it was precisely these 500 dragon marks that caused him great distress. Damn it, isn't your Ancestral Dragon Pagoda a little too abnormal? How much energy has it absorbed and the first level has not been condensed yet? The Huang dog was depressed. The problem now isn't with the Zulong Tower but with me. Jiang Qin thought of the key point. With you? De Huang Dog was stunned. That's right. The Zulong Tower has absorbed enough energy. It shouldn't be a problem to completely condense the first level, but I haven't been able to completely condense it because I haven't advanced to the Great Saint realm yet. I am the reincarnation of the greatest saint. There are basically no bottlenecks in my cultivation, but the Great Saint realm is a threshold after all. Even I didn't expect that the difficulty of condensing the last dragon marks would be so great. Jiang Qin felt helpless. The difficulty of condensing the dragon marks was getting more and more difficult. He knew that it was because of the threshold of the Great Saint realm. The last 500 dragon marks would be even harder to condense. I don't think we can just deal with some evil spirits and monsters. I need a certain opportunity to break through to the Great Saint realm. Once I break through to the Great Saint realm, not only the first level of the Zulong Tower will be completely condensed, but the second level will also be completely condensed. Let's go to the deepest level of the ruins now. Jiang Qin said. He was still very interested in the Zulong Tower. Currently, the first level of the Zulong Tower had not been condensed yet. He didn't know what this ancient tower was used for. Now, it could only be used as a storage space apart from helping him condense dragon marks and helping him advance. Of course, judging from the collision between De Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower last time, this ancient tower's defense was still very strong. There are fewer and fewer spaces now. Many experts have gone to the deeper level. I'm afraid it will be very dangerous if we go there now. De Huang Dog said. Wealth comes from danger. I can't care so much now. If I can't break through to the Great Saint realm as soon as possible, there will be more dangers in the future. Jiang Qin's imposing manner shook. His entire body turned into a fish in the water. His speed was extremely fast as he flew towards the deeper level of the space. The ruins of the ancient battlefield had been opened for a long time. Many treasures had been excavated. It could be said that the 8 families of the Pure Land had obtained a lot of benefits. However, the dangers that existed everywhere here had also caused the 8 families to lose a lot of talents. Now all kinds of spaces had been shattered. The remaining spaces were getting fewer and fewer. Many experts had gone to the deepest level in an attempt to obtain the real treasures in the deepest level. At this moment, a lot of people had gathered in a space in the deepest level of the ruins. There were at least thousands of people at a glance. Besides the people of the 8 families of the Pure Land, there were also some individual cultivators. At this time, everyone was floating in the air. Their eyes were staring at the magma in front of them without blinking. The magma in the air. That's right, it was the magma in the air. At the center of the spatial zone, there was a large amount of magma floating in the air. Looking at it from a distance, it was dozens of miles in radius like a magma ocean. The viscous eyes were blood red in color. A strong heat was emitted from it, causing the temperature of the spatial zone to rise. Under such high temperature, some minor saint experts with lower cultivation base felt uncomfortable. A powerful minor saint expert had a very terrifying physique in yuan force. Ordinary flames wouldn't have any effect on them. However, the temperature of the magma in front of them was enough to make them feel uncomfortable. This showed how terrifying the magma was. It was conceivable that if a minor saint expert entered the magma ocean, he or she would be burned into nothingness in an instant. Where did this magma come from? It's floating in the air. This is too strange. That's right. The temperature of this magma is too high. It's incomparable to ordinary flames. This is too scary. I guess there must be a powerful existence in this magma. Otherwise, it's impossible for it to float in the air. Look, the great saints of the 8 families of the Pure Land are investigating this magma ocean. I'm sure they will find something. No one wasn't shocked. More and more people were appearing in this spatial zone. Everyone's eyes were staring at the magma ocean without blinking. The conditions for the formation of magma were harsh. Although these experts had seen magma before, this was the first time they saw magma that could float in the air. There seems to be an invisible seal outside the magma ocean. It's blocking our divine sense, but I can feel that there must be a powerful existence in it. Perhaps there is a supreme treasure. An elder of the Hua family said. His cultivation base had reached the 5th grade great saint, but even his divine sense was blocked outside the magma ocean. However, the 5th grade great saint's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the difference in the magma ocean. To the Hua family, the treasures in the magma ocean were what they were most interested in. Their physiques were all fire attribute. If they could find some powerful treasures in the magma ocean, it would bring them endless benefits. There must be a reason for the magma to appear out of nowhere. Any strange place in the heavens and earth would have a certain amount of luck and treasures. This magma ocean must be extraordinary. An elder of the ancient people said. Suddenly, a roar was heard from the magma ocean. Then, a blood-red dragon that was hundreds of meters long floated above the magma ocean. This dragon was completely condensed from the magma ocean. It was a real magma dragon. After the magma dragon appeared, it glanced around. Its eyes were made of flames, but it was emitting an incomparably cold light. Everyone could feel the hostility of this magma dragon. It was a ruthless creature. This could be seen from its eyes. Incredible. The chi of this magma dragon is at least a third-grade great saint. An elder of the Narang family exclaimed. It's the heart of Blaze. This dragon is actually evolved from the heart of Blaze. My God, there is actually a heart of Blaze here. An expert exclaimed when he saw the essence of the magma dragon. What? The heart of Blaze? It's the legendary heart of Blaze. This is the legendary heart of the heavens and earth. I never thought that it would really exist. The heart of Blaze is also known as the heart of blazing flame. If someone can get this heart of Blaze and integrate it into his heart, he will have a lofty ambition and look down upon the world. If our Hua family can get this heart of Blaze, we will be able to cultivate an unprecedented genius. At that time, breaking through to the immortal world won't be a problem. It's too precious. This is the real treasure. We must get it. If we can get this heart of Blaze, it will bring us endless benefits. It's simply immeasurable. A heart of Blaze is enough to change the future of our family. Everyone was shocked. No one from the 8 major families could remain calm. The thing that appeared in front of them was the heart of Blaze. Putting aside the benefits of the heart of Blaze, the magma that was affected by the heart of Blaze was an incomparably precious treasure. Chapter 930. The magma dragon roared once more. Then it revealed a sarcastic sneer at everyone. That's right, it was a sarcastic and provocation. Judging from the expression of the magma dragon, it didn't put these humans in its eyes at all. Because of the heart of Blaze, the magma dragon seemed to have gained spirituality. Although it was provoking them, it could tell that there were many among these people who weren't to be trifled with. So, it didn't take the initiative to attack them. Instead, it dived into the magma and hid. Long. The magma was rolling, rippling layers of flame waves. This scene was witnessed by Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, who had just arrived. The two of them were hiding far away from them, keeping their composure. Everyone's attention was focused on the heart of Blaze. None of them paid any attention to the two of them. What a good treasure. Did you see that? My luck has come again. As long as I get this heart of Blaze, I will be able to break through to the Great Saint Realm immediately. At that time, the second or even third floor of the Zulong Tower will be condensed. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with blazing light. No one knew the preciousness of the heart of Blaze better than him. He was now at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. This last step was very difficult to cross. The condensation of the last 500 dragon marks wasn't a matter of energy, but an opportunity. He needed to stimulate his potential from the origin and advance to the Great Saint Realm. This opportunity was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain, but a treasure like the heart of Blaze was just right. It was enough for Jiang Chen to break through to the Great Saint Realm. Given his ability, once he advanced to the Great Saint Realm, his combat strength would increase exponentially. At that time, he would be able to kill a 4th grade Great Saint with ease. He could even deal with a 5th grade Great Saint in his dragon form. You're right. The heart of Blaze is indeed a rare treasure. However, given the current situation, wanting to obtain the heart of Blaze is undoubtedly a fantasy. De Huang Dog curled his lips. There were 16 5th grade Great Saints from the 8 major families here, not to mention the other Great Saints. Now that the heart of Blaze had appeared, which one of them wouldn't want it for themselves? It was no different from a fool's dream for Jiang Chen to get the heart of Blaze in this situation. What do you know? As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Let me tell you, that magma dragon is evolved from the heart of Blaze, or should I say, the heart of Blaze is in the body of the magma dragon. This dragon has already developed spirituality and its cultivation has reached the 3rd grade Great Saint. Such a creature of heaven and earth won't be easy to deal with. If a fight really breaks out, this magma dragon would at least have the combat strength of a 5th grade Great Saint. With the help of the magma, any ordinary 5th grade Great Saint would find it hard to be a match for it. Without the experts of the 8 major families, you and I will only be devoured by the magma dragon, let alone getting the heart of Blaze. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and his eyes shone with wisdom. I know. You want to use the power of the 8 major clans to deal with the magma dragon and reap the benefits. De Huang Dog smiled sinisterly. The tacit understanding between him and Jiang Chen was too good. He could understand the meaning of Jiang Chen's glance. That's right. The Heart of Blaze is very precious. These people won't miss it if they encounter it. However, if only one clan makes a move, they won't be able to get the Heart of Blaze. So, the 8 major families will definitely try to take down the magma dragon first before deciding how to distribute it. We just have to wait for the opportunity. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes slightly. Given his eyesight, he could see through the situation in front of him. At this moment, outside the magma ocean, the atmosphere between the experts of the 8 major families was a little tense. Everyone was thinking about how to get the Heart of Blaze. The relationship between the 8 major families of Pure Land had never been good. They had always fought for themselves without any alliance. At this time, the ancient people and the demon race undoubtedly had the upper hand. Because of their relationship with Jiang Chen, the ancient people and the demon race had formed an alliance. At least they weren't enemies. They could stand together at the critical moment. Everyone, this Heart of Blaze is very important to our Hua family. If you give us face today, as long as we get this Heart of Blaze, we will certainly give you treasures in the future. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family said. What a joke. What face does your Hua family have? The Heart of Blaze is important to your Hua family, but it is equally important to us, the ancient people. Plus, this treasure wasn't discovered by the Hua family alone. The 5th grade great saint of the ancient people sneered. What a joke. It wasn't the style of the ancient people to give away such a treasure to others. That's right. The treasure was discovered by everyone. How can you Hua family get it directly? The elder of the Bin family spoke. They had always maintained a neutral stance towards Jiang Chen. Plus, this wasn't related to the grudge of Jiang Chen. The Heart of Blaze was a matter between the 8 families of the Pure Land. Naturally, they wouldn't give way to each other. Alright, stop arguing. I'm afraid that the Hua family doesn't have the ability to get the Heart of Blaze. You guys aren't fools. You should be able to see the scariness of this magma dragon. If the Hua family is alone, do you think that the 2 5th grade great saints can take down the magma dragon and get the Heart of Blaze? An elder of the Dan family said. Upon hearing this, many of them fell into contemplation, including the elder of the Hua family. The elder of the Dan family was right. The Heart of Blaze was indeed a good item, but it wasn't easy to get it. After all, the highest cultivation grade among them was only a 5th grade great saint. It was almost impossible for any family to get the Heart of Blaze. If the Hua family was the only one who got the Heart of Blaze, not only would they fail to get the Heart of Blaze, they would also suffer a great loss. The Dan family is right. I suggest that we attack together and take down the magma dragon first. As for the Heart of Blaze, we will decide how to distribute it later. What do you think? The elder of the Sher family said. How should we distribute it? An expert of the Narang family asked. This was the question that everyone was most concerned about. If the distribution wasn't done well, it was afraid that it would cause an earth-shattering war. Isn't it obvious? The Heart of Blaze will be divided into 8 parts, 1 for each family. An expert of the demon race said loudly. Alright, let's do it this way. The expert of the Desolate family said after a moment of consideration. The experts of the other families nodded. Although the experts of the Hua family were unwilling, they had no other choice. Once the Heart of Blaze was divided, its effect would be seriously affected. However, this method was undoubtedly the fairest way to distribute the Heart of Blaze. Otherwise, if no one was willing to give in to each other, a battle would break out. There were so many experts from the 8 families here. If a chaotic battle broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, the experts of the 8 families reached an agreement. All the 5th grade and 4th grade great saints unleashed their powerful chi, ready to attack the magma ocean. Look, it's time to attack. From afar, De Huang Dog chuckled. A good show is about to begin. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. The reaction of the 8 families was within his expectation. This was the only way they could deal with the magma dragon. Let me try the ability of this magma dragon first. A 5th grade great saint of the Hua family was the first to step forward. He took a step forward and gathered his chi. The flame in his hand expanded and condensed into a beam of fire. No one knew how much destructive force this beam of light carried. It was then launched at the magma ocean. Long. The powerful attack hit the magma ocean. Surprisingly, a seal appeared outside the magma ocean. It formed a bright flame shield, blocking the attack of the elder of the Hua family. A furious roar was heard from the magma ocean. The action of the elder of the Hua family had undoubtedly enraged the magma dragon. The magma dragon emerged once again, spitting out huge fireballs. Each fireball was made of high-temperature magma. Its speed was extremely fast, rushing in all directions. The fifth-grade Great Saints didn't expect such a sudden change. They just wanted to see what kind of damage the attack of the elder of the Hua family could cause to the magma ocean, but they didn't expect the magma dragon to be so terrifying. Not only was there a seal on the surface, but its attack was also so powerful. Arg! Screams were heard. Although the experts of the 8 families acted in time to stop the attack, some of the fireballs still rushed into the crowd, causing a certain number of casualties to the 8 families. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Leave only the 4th and 5th grade Great Saints here. The elder of the Hua family turned pale with fright. All the experts quickly joined forces to destroy all the fireballs. Even so, some of them were still killed. This kind of loss that shouldn't have happened made the experts of the 8 families gnash their teeth in anger. For God's sake. This violent dragon is really scary. You're right. Fortunately, there are these experts here. Otherwise, even if you and I found the Heart of Blaze, we won't be able to get it. Da Huang Dog was shocked to see this scene from afar. This kind of heaven and earth creature is the scariest. I can see that the magma dragon has just formed not long ago. If it continues to grow, the experts of the Pure Land will be no match for it in less than 3 years. Jiang Chen said. This was all the credit of the Heart of Blaze. He wouldn't miss today's fortune. Not only was the Heart of Blaze a peerless treasure, even the magma contained a huge amount of blazing energy. It was also a rare treasure. If the Hua family could get their hands on this magma, they would be able to produce many geniuses. Chapter 931. The whole scene became restless. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Many of the experts from the 8 families retreated to a very far distance. Looking at the scattered corpses that were hit by the fireball, they felt their hearts pounding violently. They had underestimated the strength of the magma dragon. As a matter of fact, when someone said that the magma dragon was only a 3rd grade Great Saint, many of them felt relieved. After all, there were too many experts in the 8 families of Pure Land. Putting aside the dozens of 4th grade Great Saints, there were also 16 5th grade Great Saints. What could a 3rd grade Great Saint magma dragon do to such a powerful group? Everyone, let's work together to break the defense of the magma dragon first. Only by breaking the defense can we subdue the magma dragon and obtain the Heart of Blaze. An expert of the Desolate family said. That's right. This defense is too amazing. It's hard to break it alone. We have to work together. As long as the defense is broken, no matter how powerful the magma dragon is, it won't be a match for so many of us. The elder of the Hua family nodded. He knew very well how terrifying the magma dragon was when he took the initiative to attack. Cut the crap. Let's do it. The aura of the great sage of the demon race shook as his demonic chi soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly leopard. This was a supreme expert of the heavenly leopard race, and his status in the demon race was extremely high. It could be said that he was second only to the great sage and above tens of thousands of people. The huge heavenly leopard let out a roar and attacked the lava. At the same time, the other experts didn't hesitate and launched their attacks. Some of them struck out a violent combat technique, some of them created a sky, some of them unleashed a fiery long sword, some struck out a dark wheel, and some took out a Great Saint weapon. 16 5th grade Great Saints and dozens of 4th grade Great Saints attacked at the same time. For a moment, the entire spatial zone was about to explode. The chi of destruction was everywhere. The aftermath of the energy was rustling. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the palpitation. The sky was filled with magnificent colors of energy. The 9-colored brilliance of energy filled everything. It looked extremely beautiful, but behind the beauty was real destruction. Countless people felt a sense of pressure. Outside such a battlefield, not to mention those minor saints, even half of the great saints had difficulty breathing. Terrifying. I'm afraid I can only see such a scene once in my life. Dozens of great sage experts have joined forces to attack. This scene can only be described as soul-stirring. The sky and the earth are about to change color. We'd better stay away from them lest we get caught in the crossfire. This is not a joke. You're right. We simply cannot participate in such a battle. Even if we were to get close, we would still be in danger. Everyone felt a trace of horror. Such a battle scene was too horrifying. Many people had never seen such a thing in their lives. This was the first time that the 8 races of the Pure Land cooperated. Of course, this was related to their goals and benefits. Rumble, All the attacks hit the outside of the magma and almost scattered the magma. But what was shocking was that the layer of defense outside the magma was too terrifying. The joint attacks of so many experts only made the defensive shield shake violently and some cracks appeared on it, but it didn't break. What a powerful defense. Everyone continued to attack. Cracks have already appeared on the defensive shield, which means that it's not indestructible yet. An expert shouted. At this time many people were shocked. They knew very well how powerful the joint attack of so many experts was. But even under such a fierce attack, the defense outside the magma still couldn't be broken. This made those who thought that they could kill the magma dragon and obtain the heart of Blaze with their own strength felt how ridiculous their original idea was. Not to mention killing the magma dragon, just the defense outside the magma alone couldn't be broken even if they exhausted themselves to death. Rumble. Dozens of great sages once again joined forces and launched the same fierce attack. This time, the defense outside the magma shook more violently. Not only that, but more and more cracks appeared. Such a situation made the experts present couldn't help but feel happy. If this situation continued, the defense would be completely destroyed after 2 more attacks at most. However, at this moment, the magma dragon was also enraged. Its huge body once again pierced through the magma. As the magma dragon's body swayed, countless fireballs once again flew out in a frenzy. But this time, due to the experts' preparations, the fireballs did not hit the people in the distance. Otherwise, it would be another disaster for those cultivators. The magma dragon was incomparably furious. Its eyes looked even colder. It opened its huge mouth and brought along a sea of magma as it charged towards those experts. Everyone be careful. Attack together. An expert of the desolate family shouted. All the experts didn't dare to be negligent. They knew that this dragon wasn't easy to deal with. Immediately they launched another attack. However, the dragon was indeed ferocious. It used the defense outside the magma to block the attacks of the experts and swallowed a powerful 4th grade great saint with its huge mouth. Arg! The 4th grade great saint let out a blood-curdling cry before vanishing completely. He was devoured by the vicious dragon, leaving nothing behind. Countless people couldn't help but gasp at the incomparably cruel scene. It was too horrifying. That was a mighty 4th grade great saint, but he was swallowed in a single bite. How cruel was the scene. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to imagine such a scene. That's right. Damn it. This dragon is too scary. Fortunately, we didn't attack it. In the distance, Big Yellow couldn't help but shiver. The joint attack of so many experts was earth-shattering and destructive. But under such circumstances, not only did it not cause any damage to the evil dragon, but it had also cost them a 4th grade great saint. Big Yellow was shocked. The dragon is borrowing the power of the magma. If it loses the magma, it won't be able to exert such powerful combat strength even if it has the heart of Blaze. However, a creature of heaven and earth like this is very scary. We can't underestimate it. We are no match for it. That 4th grade great saint will end up like that. Jiangchen said with a smile. Truly amazing. The Huang dog couldn't help but praise. But this dragon is going to die today. Its defense can only withstand 1 or 2 more attacks at most. Once its defense is broken, the dragon will fall into a passive position. At that time, it will only be a matter of time before it is killed by so many experts. Jiangchen said. On the blazing battlefield, the loss of a 4th grade great saint made the other 4th grade great saints tremble with fear, fearing that they would be the next one to be eaten by the dragon. Listen, all the 4th grade great saints stand at the back. The experts of the ancient people said loudly. This dragon was too scary. There was no need to cause more losses. Voila. All the 4th grade great saints quickly retreated to the back, ready to attack from the back. 16 5th grade great saints surrounded the magma firmly, not giving the dragon a chance to hurt anyone. The defense is going to collapse soon. An expert of the Hua family shouted. 16 5th grade great saints attacked together again. Powerful combat techniques and great saint weapons were unleashed, sending out countless energy waves, hitting the magma defense again. After 2 consecutive collisions, the defense finally let out a cracking sound and completely shattered. Roar. The instant its defenses were shattered, the evil dragon let out a world-shaking roar. Its massive body brought along a sea of lava as it wreaked havoc in the sky. Boundless energy and fireballs filled the air as the evil dragon went completely berserk. Fight. All the 5th grade great saints were excited. They didn't believe that the dragon could withstand all of their attacks now that the defense was broken. The sky trembled. Rolling energy was everywhere. 9-colored light engulfed everything and filled the entire spatial zone. The 16 fifth-grade Great Saints continued to attack. At this critical moment, they had seen the hope of victory. The evil dragon finally let out a blood-curdling screech. Even though it was supported by the magma, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Everyone could see that the evil dragon's body doubled in size. It absorbed all the magma into its body. At this time, the sea of magma disappeared, and there was only a tyrannical evil dragon in the sky. The dragon screamed again and again as it dragged its huge body, trying to escape. The dragon is escaping. Seal this place, someone shouted. How could they give the magma dragon a chance to escape at this moment? All the 5th-grade Great Saints had gone crazy. Each of their eyes turned red as they used their unparalleled techniques to seal the void of the magma dragon. At this time, the dragon was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in a big cage. Although it roared furiously, it couldn't change the fact. Ha! The elder of the Hua family began to laugh wildly. The 16 5th-grade Great Saints launched their attacks again. They had already seen that this magma dragon could recover itself by relying on the magma. So, they wanted to take advantage of its weakness and not give it a chance to recover. Oh. Finally, under the joint attack of these experts, half of the dragon's body was broken. The sea of magma appeared again. The dragon dived into the magma, but it was useless to dodge. Long. The terrifying attack descended once again. The evil dragon was already beaten to the point where it couldn't fight back. It had suffered extremely serious injuries. It kept howling in pain. It could be felt that every time it howled, its body would shrink a little. The opportunity is coming. Chapter 932. At this time, Jianghu was like a ghost hiding in the dark, ready to strike at any time. The moment he had been waiting for was coming. He had reason to believe that the magma dragon wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 minutes under the joint attack of these experts. Ah! The malevolent dragon is dying. The great saint of the Hua family laughed. Seeing the magma dragon getting smaller and smaller, their faces were filled with excitement. There were too many experts on their side. The malevolent dragon wouldn't be able to withstand their frenzied attacks. Continue to attack. Don't give it a chance to breathe. The experts of the desolate family yelled. No one dared to be negligent. Once again they attacked frantically, exerting all of their combat strength. This magma dragon could recover by relying on the magma. As long as the heart of blaze was present, the malevolent dragon wouldn't die. It wasn't easy for them to achieve this victory. They would never give the malevolent dragon a chance to recover. Long. The violent attacks once again bombarded the body of the magma dragon. The dragon let out a tragic roar. It continued to roar and continued to respond to the attacks, shooting out fireballs and spitting out pillars of magma. However, at this moment, the magma dragon had already been seriously injured. The attacks that it displayed were only half as powerful as when it was at its peak. For the masters of the 8 major clans, it was no threat at all. Even though the magma dragon was very unwilling, it could do nothing. In such a situation, it did not even have the chance to escape, let alone resist. It could only rely on the magma as its last resistance, a last-ditch struggle. The attacks of the experts were continuous. Every time they bombarded the body of the evil dragon, the body of the evil dragon would shrink a bit. 2 minutes later, the evil dragon let out another blood-curdling screech. Its body was only left with the last 3 meters of its body. The current magma dragon was only left with the cultivation of a 1st-grade Great Saint. It was no longer able to resist these powerful 5th-grade Great Saints. Furthermore, a fist-sized scarlet crystal could be seen on the neck of the magma dragon. It was the heart of blaze. Look, the heart of blaze is in the body of the malevolent dragon. It's the heart of blaze. Let's attack again and destroy the body of the malevolent dragon. The heart of blaze will automatically fall into our hands. Ah, awesome. Finally, I've seen the legendary heart of blaze. Even if we can only get 1/8 of it, it's still a rare treasure that can be used to create a supreme genius. The magma dragon was already at the end of its flight. Many people could see the heart of blaze. Even with the protection of the magma dragon could only withstand one more attack from these experts before it was completely destroyed. At that time, the heart of blaze would be obtained by the 8 great clans. Even the magma would be divided among the 8 great clans. However, they didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at the heart of blaze. My chance has come. Jianghu's eyes shone with a strange light. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Be careful. This isn't a joke. Da Huang Dog reminded solemnly. The experts of the 8 major clans had spent a great deal of effort to defeat the evil dragon. Now that they had achieved something, it was snatched away by Jiang Qin. How could they accept this? They would definitely be enraged on the spot. Moreover, considering the relationship between Jiang Qin and the 5 major clans, it would be strange if those old fellows did not beat Jiang Qin to death. Fortune comes from danger. As long as the ancient people and the experts of the demon race can hold them off for a while, I will succeed. Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. This was his only chance to break through to the Great Saint Realm. He couldn't miss it. Swoosh. Jiang Qin's body flickered and vanished. He used the spatial shift to travel at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through those experts and entered the magma. Long. A loud bang appeared out of nowhere in the void. Then those 5th grade great saints who had just launched their last attack saw a blood-red dragon claw descending from the sky, enveloping the magma dragon in an instant. Plop. A half-human half-dragon fell into the magma with a plop, along with the magma dragon and the heart of blaze. What? Someone exclaimed. Who is it? Who dares to snatch our treasure? Courting death. Everyone was infuriated. It's Jiang Qin. He is Jiang Qin. This bastard has been hiding in the dark and took away the heart of blaze at the critical moment. Behind them, the 4th grade great saint who was defeated by the earth devil beast roared. For a moment, the name Jiang Qin exploded in the crowd. The facial expression of those 5th grade great saints changed dramatically. Each of them gritted their teeth. They hated Jiang Qin to the bone. One of the most important figures in this ancient battlefield was to kill Jiang Qin. Now they hadn't even made a move to kill Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin had taken the initiative to appear. Not only did he take the initiative to appear, but he had also snatched the fruit of their labor at such a critical moment. This was simply intolerable. Kill. Skin this little bastard alive. How dare he scheme against us? The 5th grade great saint of desolate family said with a face full of tyranny. Elders, please help me buy some time. I am breaking through to the Great Saint Realm. Once I succeed, I will reward you handsomely. At this time, Jiang Qin's divine sense spread out from the magma, falling into the ears of every elder of the demon race and the ancient people. Without any delay, the experts of these 2 families stood in front of the magma, confronting the other 6 families. The relationship between the 2 families and Jiang Qin had long been fixed. Not to mention the demon race, Jiang Qin had once entered the suspended tower and Da Huang was one of them. It was the same for the ancient people. Jiang Qin was the son-in-law of the ancient people, which meant that he was a member of the ancient people. Even the patriarch, Gu Shantian, had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin was one of them, they naturally had to help him. In their point of view, it would be better if the heart of blaze could be obtained by Jiang Qin. It was better than sharing it equally among the 8 families. Ancient people, demon race, what are you doing? The great saint of the Hua family shouted. So many of you are bullying a junior. Don't you think it's too much? The elder of the heavenly leopard family said loudly. Too much? Old leopard, it's easy for you to say that. This little bastard is clearly using us to deal with the true dragon. He has snatched our treasure at the critical moment. We must kill him. The heart of blaze belongs to all of us. That's right. This little bastard is simply insane. He actually set his sights on the heart of blaze. Moreover, this person has a deep grudge against us. It couldn't be better for him to come out and throw his life away. Cut the crap. You 2 families better move away now. Otherwise we won't be polite anymore. The people of the 5 families were completely infuriated. They had tried their best to defeat the evil dragon. If the heart of blaze was obtained by Jiang Qin, they would definitely vomit blood. So what if we aren't polite? Jiang Qin is now the son-in-law of our ancient people. He is also one of our ancient people. Whoever wants to kill him, our ancient people will be the first to disagree. The elders of the ancient people were also extremely powerful. They did not make a move and just bought time for Jiang Qin. For Jiang Qin, the most important thing now was time. He did not delay at all in the magma. The evil dragon was crushed by Jiang Qin almost without any resistance. Then he directly swallowed the heart of blaze. Under the crazy operation of the dragon transformation skill, the heart of blaze began to be refined quickly. At the same time, Jiang Qin took out the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower was like the big mouth of an ancient beast. It began to crazily absorb all the magma. The magma contained a huge amount of energy which was of great use to the Zulong Tower. The number of dragon marks began to condense rapidly. 100, 200 and soon 300 were condensed. There were only 200 left to the Great Saint Realm. Rumble, The rumbling sound in the magma was endless. A large amount of magma disappeared quickly. This scene immediately attracted the attention of all experts. I don't know what that little bastard is doing inside. He has already obtained the Heart of Blaze and is absorbing the magma. We must stop him quickly. If the Heart of Blaze is refined by him, all our efforts will be in vain. We will fail at the last step and become a gift for others. The elders of Dan clan said loudly. Cut the crap. Fire clan, Stone clan, you two blocked the people of Demon clan and Ancient people. The rest of you captured Jiangchen. The experts of Shao clan said sternly. They had already seen that the Ancient people and Demon clan were helping Jiangchen to delay time. Once Jiangchen refined the Heart of Blaze, all their previous efforts would be a gift for Jiangchen. However, they did not believe that Jiangchen could refine the Heart of Blaze in such a short time. It was not so easy to refine such a treasure of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, they did not know the horror of dragon transformation skill. Not to mention the Heart of Blaze, even if it was a powerful treasure, it would be a piece of cake under the operation of dragon transformation skill. Fight! The experts of Hua clan shouted and took the lead to attack the Ancient people. On the other side, the experts of Shi clan were also fighting against the Demon clan. The 8 major clans that were united before had clashed with each other. The faces of the Ancient people and the Demon clan were incomparably ugly. They wanted to help Jiangchen delay time, but there were too many enemies. They were powerless. Now they were being blocked by the Shi clan and Hua clan. There was no way they could help Jiangchen to stop the other 4 clans. The Bin clan had always been neutral when it came to the issue of Jiangchen. After all, Jiangchen did not attack the experts of the Bin clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, now that it was about the Heart of Blaze, the Bin clan couldn't ignore it. If they didn't cooperate with the other 4 clans to deal with Jiangchen, they would not be able to divide the Heart of Blaze. Chapter 933. This bastard is too audacious. He still dares to attack in such a situation. He must be courting death. That's right. He thinks that no one will dare to attack him just because he has the support of the Ancient people and the demon race. What a joke. The Heart of Blaze was won by the experts of the 8 major families. If it falls into the hands of this bastard, where will the 8 major families put their faces? Don't worry. He is going to die for sure. Now that the Shi family and Hua family are blocking the demon race and the Ancient people, the experts of the other 4 families are going to deal with Jiangchen. That brat is just a minor saint. Even if he has heaven-defying means, he won't be a match for so many 5th-grade great saints. Many of them were ridiculing Jiangchen, but at the same time, they couldn't help but admire Jiangchen's audacity. His audacity was boundless and insane to such an extent. However, in the eyes of many people, such audacity was a display of stupidity because Jiangchen was too ignorant of the current situation. A genius like him couldn't even see the current situation clearly. Attacking in such a situation was no different than courting death. It turns out that Brother Jiang has been hiding in the dark all this while, but his current situation is really dangerous. Kong Yang, who was standing at a very far distance, saw everything. His face was full of worry. Brother Jiang is really a peerless hero. This Heart of Blaze is also known as the ambition of Raging Flame. It's the perfect match for someone like Brother Jiang. If Brother Jiang can refine it, you will get unimaginable benefits and you will be able to exert the power of the Heart of Blaze to the extreme. Unfortunately, the situation is too dangerous. We are too weak to provide any help and can only watch helplessly. Gu Lufeng shook his head and sighed. As a genius, he had been completely subdued by Jiangchen, but even he knew how dangerous the situation was for Jiangchen. All the experts of the Desolate family, Dan family, Narang family and Bin family, including 8 5th-grade great saints and nearly 24th-grade great saints. Not even the evil dragon could resist such a force, so how could Jiangchen resist it? The battlefield was filled with flames. Destructive energy was raging everywhere. The entire spatial zone was about to explode. The geniuses of the Ancient people and the demon race were completely pinned down. It was impossible for them to help Jiangchen. On the other side, the experts of the 4 families were ready to attack Jiangchen. At this moment, Jiangchen could only rely on himself. Currently, Jiangchen was circulating the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. In a blink of an eye, another 100 dragon marks were formed. There were only 100 more dragon marks left before he could break through to the 1st-grade great saint. The only thing he needed to do now was to seize the time to do so. Long. However, the people on the outside obviously didn't want to give him any time. An enormous wave of energy blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it rushed towards the magma. If Jiangchen was hit by this boundless energy head-on, he would be torn into pieces. Zulong Tower, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. As long as I can withstand this wave of attack, I will be able to advance to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and released the Zulong Tower completely. The huge blood-red ancient tower enveloped Jiang Qin completely. The Earth Devil Beast and the devil inside instilled all their energy into the Zulong Tower, hoping to increase the power of the Zulong Tower. Long. The attacks of all the experts of the four families hit the Zulong Tower at the same time. Everyone stared at this scene with their eyes wide open. Kong Yang and Da Huang Dog felt that it was difficult to breathe. No one could estimate the power of the joint attack of so many experts, but they were sure of one thing. If they were hit by this energy, there would only be one ending for them: they would certainly be smashed into pieces. Jiang Qin was betting now. He had pinned all his hopes on the Zulong Tower. Although the first floor of the Zulong Tower hadn't been fully condensed, it wouldn't be too weak as a true dragon supreme treasure. Furthermore, the collision between Da Huang Dog and the Zulong Tower proved that the Zulong Tower had an amazing defensive power. Kaka. The boundless energy hit the Zulong Tower, causing the Zulong Tower to shake violently. Cracking sounds were heard and cracks were everywhere. It was on the verge of shattering. Jiang Qin, who was in the Zulong Tower, was greatly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Earth Devil Beast and the devil were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Master, the ancient tower is about to shatter. We won't be able to withstand another attack from those experts. We will all die. The Earth Devil Beast said. Shut up. Jiang Qin shouted coldly. This situation was within his expectation. The Zulong Tower had just condensed. It was already quite good that it could help him block one attack. It was already beyond his expectation that it didn't shatter directly. For Jiang Qin, this short period of time was enough. He believed that the emergence of the Zulong Tower would certainly shock the opponents for a short period of time. This time was enough for Jiang Qin to break through to the Great Sage Realm. In fact, as Jiang Qin expected, everyone's eyes fell on the blood-red ancient tower that was about to shatter. They were shocked. What's that thing? It can actually block our attack. This little bastard has a lot of treasures on him. But it's impossible for this treasure to stop us. It's about to shatter. Let's attack again and break this treasure. Then we'll find Jiang Qin. Humph. This little bastard thinks that he can stop us with a defensive treasure. It's ridiculous. The experts of the four clans were shocked by the appearance of the Zulong Tower. But after a short period of shock, they were ready to attack again. Ancient people and the people of the demon race were extremely nervous. They didn't know what other tricks Jiang Qin had up his sleeve. But now it was really a moment of life and death. At this moment, Jiang Qin's eyes were brighter than the stars. His expression was incomparably dignified. He was racing against time. The number of dragon marks had been completely condensed. A large number of top-grade true meta stones were consumed freely. The Zulong Tower was also working hard to absorb the magma to restore itself. He broke through. The Great Sage Realm was finally broken through. Jiang Qin's aura surged out of his body like a storm. It was like a monstrous wave. At this time, the attacks of those experts also came again. Jiang Qin put away the Zulong Tower directly. He spent a lot of effort to condense this Zulong Tower. Once it was broken, it would need to be condensed again. Moreover, after he advanced to the Great Sage Realm, the Zulong Tower also shook violently. The original broken parts began to recover gradually. At the same time, it was rapidly condensing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Jiang Qin let out a wild roar towards the sky. His body doubled in size like a peerless dragon. He waved his hand and struck out the 5 elemental combat dragon seal. 15 powerful azure dragons whizzed out and attacked the experts of the 4 major families. Rumble! The violent energy was like a stormy sea, covering the entire battlefield in an instant. Everyone stared at everything in front of them with their eyes wide open. Whether it was Jiang Qin's enemies or friends, they were all in shock. My God! What did I just see? Jiang Qin has advanced to the Great Saint Realm. That's right. That's the chi of a great saint. He has refined the heart of Blaze in such a short period of time and advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Isn't he a little too powerful? Ah, Brother Jiang is really awesome. He actually advanced to the Great Saint Realm at this time. He was able to kill a 3rd-grade Great Saint when he was still a 9th-grade Great Saint. Now that he has advanced to the Great Saint Realm, I'm afraid that he can kill a 4th-grade Great Saint. He even has the strength to fight an ordinary 5th-grade Great Saint. However, there are 8 5th-grade Great Saints in front of us. No one wasn't shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would advance to the Great Saint realm at such a critical moment? In their opinion, Jiang Chen was going to die today. There was no possibility of him surviving the attacks of so many experts. However, nothing was impossible for a person who could always create miracles. Today, Jiang Chen had once again created a miracle at the last moment. Bastard. This little bastard has really refined the heart of Blaze. Damn it. He has advanced to the Great Saint realm. I wonder if our attacks just now have killed him. Seal everything here. We must not let this little bastard run away. The experts of the 4 major families were infuriated. They had the urge to vomit blood. They had gone through untold hardships to eliminate the evil dragon and obtain the heart of Blaze, but all of their hard work had gone to someone else. In the end, it was Jiang Chen's doing. How could they bear this? At this time, the ancient people and the experts of the demon race stopped what they were doing. Each and every one of them looked at the center of the frenzy. Their eyes were filled with strange colors. The chaotic energy dissipated. Jiang Chen's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The current Jiang Chen was still in his half-dragon form, but his body was much bigger than before. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered some injuries in the collision just now. The gap between great saints wasn't small. It was different from minor saints. So, even if Jiang Chen was in his half-dragon form, he could only barely fight a 5th-grade great saint. It was almost impossible for him to kill a 5th-grade great saint. Just now, he had to withstand the joint attack of 8 5th-grade great saints and 24th-grade great saints. All right. The experts of the ancient people were pleasantly surprised. They could already see that Jiang Chen had advanced to the 1st-grade great saint. Plus, he was still unscathed under the attacks of so many people. Such an abnormal ability was simply unprecedented. Bastard. Everyone, let's attack together. We must eliminate this brat today. If he continues to grow, he will become a big threat to us sooner or later. We must eliminate him. Chapter 934. The scene that had just been silent for a moment erupted again. Although the Stone family and the ancient people didn't attack, it was impossible for them to help Jiang Chen as long as the Stone family and Hua family stood in front of the demon race and the ancient people. The destructive qi pervaded the air once more. The means of a great saint could destroy the heavens and earth with just a casual move. Even destroying a part of the sky was a very simple matter. At this moment, the experts of the 4 major families had sealed the entire spatial zone, not giving Jiang Chen a chance to escape. Even the Bin family did the same. They were now involved in the battle and had witnessed the terrifying potential of Jiang Chen. A brat who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm was able to withstand the joint attack of so many experts without dying. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such an abnormal existence in the heavens and earth. It was imaginable that if Jiang Chen was allowed to continue to grow, he would become a great threat to them sooner or later. The Bin family remained neutral in the beginning, but since they had taken action today, there was no way for them to withdraw themselves from this battle. They had also heard about Jiang Chen's means. Today they had taken action. If Jiang Chen grew stronger in the future, he would definitely go against them. Instead of that, it would be better for them to unite with the other 3 families to eliminate him. The current Jiang Chen didn't put these experts in his eyes. Although his current combat strength wasn't enough to defeat these 5th-grade great saints, he wasn't afraid of them. All his attention was now on the Heart of Blaze. This Heart of Blaze was really powerful. In a very short period of time, it had helped him condense another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 81,000. With another 1,000 more dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the 2nd-grade great saint. Not only that, the Heart of Blaze had other magical uses. Jiang Chen was still exploring them. Furthermore, after he advanced to the 1st-grade great saint, the first level of the Zulong Tower had been completely condensed. The Zulong Tower had absorbed all the magma, and the stimulation from his advancement had also completely condensed the 2nd level. In other words, the current Zulong Tower had already condensed 2 levels. It looked even more solid and majestic. A casual move of it would release boundless desolate force. Rumble. The attacks of the experts from the 4 major clans once again arrived before Jiang Chen. The void was shattered inch by inch and the entire space was in a frenzy. Jiang Chen felt like he was in the middle of a storm. He suddenly raised his head and 2 beams of ferocious light flashed in his eyes. The 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal was once again unleashed by Jiang Chen in a frenzy, colliding with the spreading energy. An energy storm was formed and Jiang Chen was completely engulfed in it. He was caught in the eye of the storm. Such an attack was too strong. To put it bluntly, if a 4th grade great saint was caught in it, he would be killed instantly. Even an ordinary 5th grade great saint would be seriously injured if caught in it. After all, such an attack had combined the energy of 8 5th grade great saints and 24th grade great saints. It was imaginable how powerful it was. Thud thud thud, Jiang Chen was sent flying away by the frenzied energy. The green dragon that he unleashed was completely destroyed. Jiang Chen was severely injured once again, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen, you are indeed a miracle. A brat who has just advanced to the 1st grade great saint is able to withstand 2 of our attacks without dying, but compared to us, you are still too weak. Today you will die for sure if we attack together. The great saint of desolate family said loudly. Kill him and take out the heart of Blaze. The elder of Dan family said sternly. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. A bunch of old bastards. You have forced me to do this. Jiang Chen wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his hand. His eyes were filled with ferocious light. He was concentrating on condensing the Zulong Tower and exploring the heart of Blaze, but these old bastards kept attacking him. This had undoubtedly infuriated Jiang Chen. In that case, they shouldn't blame him for being impolite. Little beast, you have just advanced to the great saint realm. Don't tell me you still have any means to fight us? A great saint of Narang family sneered. Jia, these old bastards are going to suffer in a while. The Huang dog smiled evilly from afar. Others might not know about Jiang Chen's means, but he knew it very well. As long as Jiang Chen advanced to the great saint realm, everything would be fine and no one would be able to do anything to him. De Huang, could it be that Brother Jiang still has some powerful means? Kong Yu asked doubtfully. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has advanced to the great saint realm, he is just a 1st grade great saint. It is already very heaven-defying to be able to survive the joint attack of so many experts. It's almost impossible for Brother Jiang to turn defeat into victory when there's a huge gap in their cultivation. Leopard Wei also looked at De Huang Dog in surprise, because he couldn't think of any means that Jiang Chen had to deal with so many 5th grade great saint experts. You all have overlooked one thing. Why didn't the heavenly tribulation befall Jiang Chen when he advanced to the great saint realm? De Huang Dog smiled mischievously. That's right. I've been wondering about it. One should know that the heavenly tribulation would befall immediately after an ordinary expert advanced to the great saint realm, but Brother Jiang has already advanced to the 1st grade great saint, but the heavenly tribulation hasn't befallen him yet. What's going on? Kong Yang also looked at De Huang Dog. As someone who had experienced it before, he had more right to speak than Kong Yu and Leopard Wei. He knew more about the situation of advancing to the great saint realm. When he advanced to the great saint realm, the heavenly tribulation befell him immediately. Undoubtedly, the current situation of Jiang Chen was very strange. Because Jiang Chen can control the time of the heavenly tribulation by himself. You all will see. De Huang Dog's face was full of confidence. Not only did he know that Jiang Chen could control the time of the heavenly tribulation, but he also knew that once the heavenly tribulation was over, Jiang Chen's cultivation would probably advance to the 2nd grade great saint. At that time, any 5th grade great saint and 6th grade great saint would be killed instantly. Everyone looked at it and saw a golden dragon with a length of 100 feet in the depths of the thunderclouds. It was circling and dancing, letting out bursts of dragon roars. Next to the dragon, there was a big bird emitting a 9-colored light. The big bird was incomparably mystical. It exuded arrogance from head to toe. Although it was not a real existence, its posture alone made people unable to help but have the thought of worshipping it. Divine Bird Phoenix. Yes, that was the legendary Divine Bird Phoenix. Oh my god, the dragon and phoenix roar together. It turns out to be the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. How is this possible? This is really the legendary Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. The dragon and phoenix roar together. This is the symbol of the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. There has never been a tribulation in history. Generally, when people advance to the Great Sage, it is already very terrifying to attract the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. This Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation has never appeared. This is the first time. Chapter 935. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation was a legendary tribulation. The legendary tribulation of the immortals had never appeared in the Saint Origin world. The most powerful tribulation here was only the 9 Revolutions Major Tribulation. Now that Jiang Chen had advanced to the Great Sage realm, the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had appeared. The appearance of the dragon phoenix major tribulation shocked countless people. No matter what happened to Jiang Chen today, Jiang Chen's name would be recorded in the history of the Saint Origin world. The appearance of the dragon phoenix major tribulation was a historical moment. Heaven-defying. Jiang Chen is really heaven-defying. You should know that the strength of heaven's tribulation depends entirely on the heaven-defying degree of the person who transcends the tribulation. Only a very heaven-defying person can trigger the dragon phoenix major tribulation. The elder of the heavenly leopard clan stared at the scene of the dragon phoenix in the sky and sighed again and again. Yes, De Huang has the bloodline of the divine beast, and he has obtained the existence of the totem divine seal. What he triggered was only the 9 revolutions major tribulation. Jiang Chen is really heaven-defying, but this dragon phoenix major tribulation is too terrifying. It's not easy to pass through it safely. Yes, such a terrifying major tribulation is a great test for the person who transcends the tribulation. The destructive power of such a tribulation is too great. It is very likely that the person will die during the tribulation. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned and fall into a very serious state of weakness. This is very disadvantageous for Jiang Chen's current situation. It's a pity that we can't help with this dragon phoenix major tribulation. We can only rely on Jiang Chen himself. He has been creating miracles all along. Now that he has obtained the heart of Blaze, the benefits are great. I hope he can create another miracle again. Ancient people and the great sages of the Beastkin clan sighed endlessly. While they were shocked by the dragon and phoenix tribulation, they were also worried about Jiang Chen. They really couldn't help but worry. Jiang Chen's dragon and phoenix tribulation was indeed shocking, but the power of this tribulation was also unimaginable. After Jiang Chen experienced the dragon and phoenix tribulation, even if he didn't die, his condition would be very bad. How could he resist the attack of the 6 clans? However, even though they were worried, they couldn't do anything to help. Even a 9th grade great saint couldn't do anything about the tribulation. One had to rely on himself to overcome the tribulation. If anyone else were to enter the tribulation, they would trigger their own tribulation. At that time, they would be burned by the lightning fire and die without a burial place. Under the thunderstorm, Jiang Chen raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at the dragon and phoenix in the sky, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation. The dragon transformation skill is truly abnormal. It has actually attracted the dragon and phoenix major tribulation, but this is nothing. I can use this tribulation to break through to the 2nd grade great saint. At that time I will kill everyone. Jiang Chen thought to himself. As a matter of fact, he didn't expect to attract the dragon and phoenix major tribulation. The last time he advanced to the minor saint was the devil dragon tribulation. He thought that this tribulation would be more terrifying than the last, but he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Come on. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, and he roared at the thunderclouds in the sky. Oh. The dragon and phoenix roared again. Both of them were staring at Jiang Chen with merciless eyes. They were furious at this person who dared to challenge the heaven's might. The heaven's might was inviolable. Anyone who violated the heaven's might must die under the lightning tribulation. The dragon and phoenix major tribulation was used to destroy everything. Long. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Countless lightning began to condense. The body of the dragon and the phoenix grew a lot stronger. Then, the dragon and the phoenix opened their mouths and spat out a ball of raging fire. It was the thunder fire, a flame that was condensed by lightning. It was the true thunder fire that Jiang Chen had obtained in his body. However, these 2 bolts of true thunder fire were cast by the dragon and phoenix. They contained boundless heavenly might and unimaginable destructive force. The 2 bolts of true thunder fire crashed towards Jiang Chen. However, at this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda that had already condensed 2 floors suddenly shook violently, emitting an ear-piercing buzzing sound. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment before he saw the ancestral dragon pagoda automatically unleashing its power from his body and colliding with the 2 lightning lights. Long. The 2 thunder fire struck the Zulong Tower. The Zulong Tower shook violently, but to everyone's surprise, the 2 thunder fire were devoured by the Zulong Tower. Crackle. Lightning flickered outside the Zulong Tower. There were dense electric nets everywhere, making the Zulong Tower even more magical. Moreover, after absorbing the 2 thunder fire, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower began to condense. This scene made Jiang Chen almost shout in excitement. Haha, awesome. Jiang Chen laughed. The Zulong Tower was said to be able to refine and absorb any energy between heaven and earth. However, he never thought that the Zulong Tower could even absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. Jiang Chen's own tribulation was forcibly taken away by the Zulong Tower. However, Jiang Chen was now connected with the Zulong Tower by blood. Therefore, the forced appearance of the Zulong Tower did not cause the Heavenly Tribulation to go berserk. Under the Heavenly Tribulation, Jiang Chen's tribulation and the Zulong Tower's tribulation were the same. They were one. Rumble. The dragon and phoenix roared together. Two thicker thunderbolts fell again. Each thunderbolt was like a giant python. No one knew how much destructive power it carried. Jiang Chen was originally worried that the Zulong Tower could not withstand it. However, after the Zulong Tower absorbed the two thunderbolts again, he was completely relieved. It seemed that after the Zulong Tower condensed 2 floors, its defensive power was even more tyrannical. Now that the Zulong Tower was condensing a 3rd floor under the Thunder Tribulation, Jiang Chen was naturally very happy. More importantly, Jiang Chen did not have much confidence in crossing the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation. In addition, there were so many strong enemies outside. Now it seemed that all his worries were unnecessary. The existence of the Zulong Tower could not only help him resist the Heavenly Tribulation, but it could also absorb all the energy of the Heavenly Tribulation, maximizing his benefits. No matter how he thought about it, it was a very awesome thing. Jiang Chen could not help but be excited. The Zulong Tower absorbed a large amount of the power of thunder and lightning. He was connected to the origin of the Zulong Tower so he could also benefit. Although the benefits were limited, it was better than nothing. However, the absorption of the power of thunder and lightning by the Zulong Tower made the Earth Devil Beast and the devil inside the Zulong Tower suffer. Both of them were creatures with strong demonic nature. These fierce and pure Yang Thunderbolts were their nemesis and natural enemies. Earth Devil Beast, Devil, quickly hide in the interspatial ring. Jiang Chen opened an interspatial ring and let the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil go in. Now that I have the protection of the Zulong Tower, I can go through the Heavenly Tribulation without worry. I will also enter the Zulong Tower and accept the baptism of thunder and lightning while exploring the Heart of Blaze. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen entered the Ancestral Dragon Pagoda. At this time, Jiang Chen simply reverted to his true form. He sat cross-legged in the lightning and began to explore the Heart of Blaze wholeheartedly. He had already refined the Heart of Blaze completely, but it hadn't reached a perfect fusion with his heart. He believed that he would certainly get some benefits after the Heart of Blaze had completely fused with his heart. Roar! The dragon and phoenix in the sky became even more furious when they saw that they could not hurt Jiang Chen. They began to bombard him with even more powerful attacks. However, the Zulong Tower was not afraid at all. No matter how many attacks came, they were still absorbed. This scene stunned everyone. Everyone's mouths were wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. Look, what kind of treasure is that blood-red ancient tower? It can actually help Jiang Chen to resist the Heavenly Tribulation. This is too shocking. Yeah, it's too scary. The ancient tower didn't seem to be so powerful just now. It was almost shattered by the attacks of the experts. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. Where did Jiang Chen get this treasure? It's too abnormal. It can actually resist the Heavenly Tribulation. Damn it. How can this little bastard be so lucky to get such a treasure? I thought he would die in the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation. Now, it seems that he will probably pass through it. It's not a big deal if he passes through it. He will more or less enter a period of weakness. Even if he doesn't enter a period of weakness, with his first grade Great Saint cultivation, it will be as easy as playing a game for us to kill him. The people of the 6 major families were gnashing their teeth. When they saw the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation, they were sure that Jiang Chen was going to die, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would have such a powerful trump card that could help him resist the Heavenly Tribulation. What the fuck? This tower is too awesome. De Huang Dog was shocked. He already knew about the appearance of the Zulong Tower. As a matter of fact, when the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation appeared, De Huang Dog's heart was filled with worry, but he was still very confident about Jiang Chen's Heavenly Tribulation. Now it seemed that he didn't need to worry at all. The Zulong Tower had directly helped Jiang Chen resist everything. This guy is truly a monstrous genius. Sure enough, he has created another miracle. I just don't know what kind of treasure is in that ancient tower. Jiang Chen is a person with great luck. Such a person's future will be limitless. It's the right choice for us to befriend him. In the near future, Saint Origin World will fall into chaos and Jiang Chen will certainly play the most important role. That's right. Now it seems that we don't need to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation anymore. Let's see if he can create another miracle after the heavenly tribulation. Ancient people and the great saint experts of the demon race heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Qin had this kind of heavenly tribulation. No matter how powerful the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. His whole body was bathed in the sea of lightning as if he was taking a bath. Jiang Qin didn't have the mood to pay attention to the shock outside. All his attention was on the heart of Blaze. While absorbing the power of lightning, he was making the heart of Blaze fuse perfectly with his heart, waiting for the appearance of a miracle. If it wasn't for them, he wouldn't have been able to successfully refine the heart of Blaze, and the ancestral dragon pagoda would have been destroyed by now. Now that the heart of Blaze had been refined by him and the magma had been absorbed by the Zulong Tower, he didn't have anything precious to repay the ancient people and the demon race. So, he decided to use the opportunity of the lightning tribulation to concoct some 9 solar less Ron pill. He believed that the two major families would be very interested in the 9 solar less Ron pill. The true thunder fire and true dragon fire fused together, and with Jiang Qin as the center, a sea of flames was formed. At the same time, Jiang Qin's soul energy was gushing out from his body like a tidal wave, fusing with the flames. After that, as if he was performing a magic trick, Jiang Qin took out some herbs and 9 solar holy water and threw them into the flame. With the help of the lightning, he started concocting pills as if there was no one around him. What's Jiang Qin doing? He's concocting a pill, concocting the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. That's right, it's the 9 solar lightning dragon pill. Under the heavens, only Jiang Qin can concoct this pill. Ancient people cried out in shock. What? The legendary 9 solar less Ron pill? An elder of the heavenly leopard race exclaimed. Although they had never seen the 9 solar less Ron pill before, they had heard of its fame. Among all the pills, the 9 solar less Ron pill was undoubtedly the best. That's right. When Jiang Qin went to the ancient people to propose marriage, he brought 3 9 solar less Ron pill as a betrothal gift. He personally concocted them. We didn't believe it at first, but who would have thought that he would be concocting the pill now? It must be the 9 solar less Ron pill. Ancient people said. Many people were shocked. They stared at Jiang Qin's movements without blinking, especially the experts of the Dan clan. For the Dan clan, concocting pills was the easiest thing to do. It was their greatest pride. But in the entire Dan clan, there was no one who could concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill. Damn it. I don't believe that he can concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill. Our Dan clan's concoction technique is the number 1 under the heavens. How can Jiang Qin concoct a pill that even our Dan clan can't? The elders of Dan family's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Alchemy was the greatest pride of their family, but now Jiang Qin was going to suppress them in their most prideful field. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. You're right. But at the same time, the people of the Dan clan were also staring at Jiang Qin without blinking. They wanted to see how Jiang Qin would concoct the 9 solar less Ron pill. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin was their enemy, if they could see the process of an alchemist concocting the 9 solar less Ron pill with their own eyes, it would be a once-in-100 years opportunity. Haha, your Dan clan is known as the number 1 under the heavens in alchemy. I wonder how your Dan clan is compared to Jiang Qin. The elders of the ancient people laughed and started to mock them. It's still uncertain whether he can succeed or not. The expert of the Dan clan harumphed coldly. The most important thing in alchemy was the state of mind. It was the combination of the state of mind and soul power. The higher the grade of the pill, the harsher the conditions needed to concoct it. He firmly believed that no one could concoct a pill while transcending tribulation, not even Jiang Qin with the help of the Zulong Tower. Of course, if they knew that Jiang Qin had concocted the 9 solar less Ron pill more than once without the help of the Zulong Tower, they would surely feel uncomfortable. I really admire Jiang Qin from the bottom of my heart. He is truly a peerless genius. Not only does he have heaven-defying combat strength and tyrannical means, he is also a formidable alchemist. Such a genius rarely appears in 10,000 years. There has never been such a genius in the history of St. Origin World. Kong Yang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He knew that he would never be able to catch up with Jiang Qin's footsteps in this lifetime. He could only look up to Jiang Qin in the future. Gu Lufeng had the same expression. Both he and Kong Yang were famous figures on the sky ranking, but when compared to Jiang Qin, they felt that the gap between them and Jiang Qin wasn't small. Not only them, but some geniuses from St. Origin Palace also had an incomparably ugly expression. All along they were the elites among the geniuses, the pinnacle existence of this era. They were proud of themselves. The fact that they could cultivate in St. Origin Palace was a symbol of their identity. However, after seeing the strength of Jiang Qin, they all lowered their heads. In front of Jiang Qin, their so-called halo was overshadowed. Lightning rippled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin, hoping to see the birth of the 9-sun-less Ron pill. Jiang Qin's hands kept moving, striking out seals at an extremely fast speed. Many of them didn't know how to concoct pills, so they couldn't see what was going on. However, those from Dan family had an ugly expression on their faces. They even found it difficult to breathe. Jiang Qin's concoction technique was too amazing. They had to admit that watching Jiang Qin concoct pills was a kind of enjoyment. It was a kind of improvement to their attainments in alchemy. Very quickly, the first 9-sun-less Ron pill was completely concocted. The pill was golden in color and was wrapped in lightning. One could see the shadow of a dragon rippling inside the pill. It looked very mystical. Look, he has concocted the 9-sun-less Ron pill so easily. There's almost no chance of failure. Someone from Dan family exclaimed. At this moment, they had already forgotten that Jiang Qin was their enemy. They couldn't help but praise Jiang Qin. That's the 9-sun-less Ron pill? It really is miraculous. It looks exactly the same as the legendary 9-sun-less Ron pill. There's no difference at all. That's a peerless holy medicine. If I can get a 9-sun-less Ron pill, my constitution will undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformation. At that time, my talent will be reborn and I'll be able to break through to a higher realm. Look, another one is concocting. 3, 4, 6. Too fast. There's no chance of failure at all. Heavens, is he even human? How can there be such a monster in the world? A high-grade alchemist has to spend his entire life concocting pills. As a result, his combat strength won't be too strong. But not only is his combat strength heaven-defying, his alchemy skills are also heaven-defying. Such a monster, if I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Kill? When the heavens' tribulation is over, we have to kill him no matter what. He's too terrifying and heaven-defying. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, there will be endless troubles in the future. The faces of the experts from the 6 clans changed. They were completely shocked by Jiang Qin's monstrousness. Chapter 937. Refining elixirs under the thunderbolts was a spectacle in itself. It was even more peculiar than the dragon and phoenix. No one dared to believe the scene in front of them. However, this was nothing to Jiang Qin. Since he had cultivated the great soul derivation technique, refining elixirs was a piece of cake for him. Even without the help of the Zulong Tower, he could still refine the 9-sun-less Ron pill. However, it would be more difficult to refine. Rumble. Seeing that they couldn't kill Jiang Qin, the dragons and phoenixes were infuriated. They kept bombarding Jiang Qin crazily. The ancient battlefield was almost destroyed. Cracks began to appear on the spatial barrier, as if it was going to shatter at any time. Jiang Qin raised his head to look at the dragon and phoenix in the sky and said faintly, "It's almost time. After refining a few more elixirs, it will be time to settle the score with them." Jiang Qin revealed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. The dragon and phoenix calamity had been bombarding for a period of time. Seeing that it was coming to an end, Jiang Qin didn't want to give up this great opportunity. Moreover, the closer it was to the end, the more powerful the heavens calamity would be. It couldn't be compared to before. Overall, this heavens calamity had benefited Jiang Qin a lot. The main reason was the strength of the Zulong Tower. At this moment, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower was about to be completely condensed. It was certain that after the heavens calamity was over, the 3rd floor of the Zulong Tower would be completely condensed. At that time, its power would be even more tyrannical. The defensive ability of the Zulong Tower was already beyond doubt. As for the offensive ability, Jiang Qin still didn't know. However, now wasn't the time to discuss it. The secrets of the Zulong Tower could be slowly explored in the future. Very soon, Jiang Qin's second wave of refining elixirs was over. In Jiang Qin's hands he had refined a total of 29 sun-less Ron pill. The 20 incomparably dazzling elixirs were constantly hovering around Jiang Qin's body. Heavens, he was able to refine 29 sun-less Ron pill in such a short time, and there was no failure rate at all. Is he still human? The great saint of Dan family shivered. He was a powerful alchemist himself. Putting aside other aspects, he was one of the best in St. Origin world in terms of alchemy. However, after witnessing Jiang Qin's concoction, he felt that he had lived his life in vain. He didn't know that there was such an exquisite and peerless concoction technique in this heavens and earth. Putting everything else aside, watching Jiang Chen concoct pills with his own eyes had brought him endless benefits. After returning to Dan family, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for his concoction technique to reach a higher level. Of course, it was hard to say whether he could return alive today. At this moment, many people of Dan family felt regretful. If they didn't make Jiang Chen their enemy in Void Triangular Domain, they might be able to befriend him like the ancient people in the demon race. In that case, it would be extremely beneficial to their Dan family. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. They were now mortal enemies with Jiang Chen. The hatred between them and Jiang Chen was irreconcilable. There was no way to resolve it now. 29 Sun Less Ron Pill. What an eye-opener. Being able to witness such an amazing concoction with my own eyes, I have no regrets. I have seen some high-ranked alchemists concoct pills before, but compared to Jiang Chen, no matter if it's the technique or the success rate, they are on a completely different level. That's right. It's a miracle to concoct 29 Sun Less Ron Pill in such a short period of time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Jiang Chen can do it. Dan family is known as the #1 family in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Chen, it's like a child playing house. Ancient people and the great saints of demon race were generous with their praises for Jiang Chen. The elder of heavenly leopard race even started to ridicule Dan family. In fact, Jiang Chen's existence was a slap to Dan family's face. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the phoenix. The two lightning gods were completely enraged. Their lightning attacks were at least twice as powerful as before. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly kept his flames and pills and stopped his pill concoction. With a sway of his body, he rushed towards the camp of the desolate family at top speed in the blink of an eye. Ancient people and demon race, retreat now lest you get caught in the crossfire. Jiang Chen's voice reached the ears of ancient people and demon race at the same time. The experts of the two races saw Jiang Chen's movement and their facial expression changed. They instantly understood what Jiang Chen was going to do. How would they dare to delay any further? Immediately they flew away at full speed. Damn it. This is crazy. The elder of heavenly leopard race was full of excitement. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation had reached its final stage, its power was countless times stronger than before. It was imaginable how much damage and destructive power would be caused if Jiang Chen rushed into the crowd with lightning. Not good. Run. The 5th grade Great Saint of Desolate Family's facial expression changed drastically. Immediately he stretched his neck and roared. Many of them had seen through Jiang Chen's intention. This was simply insane. Normally, when a cultivator was transcending the tribulation, he would only focus on his own tribulation. How would he dare to split his attention to deal with others? If other experts were involved in the tribulation, it would only increase the power of his own tribulation. This was a suicidal method, but Jiang Chen had done it. So all the experts of Desolate Family were terrified. Immediately they fled in all directions. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's speed was just too fast. He caught up with them in an instant. Half of them were shrouded by the lightning, including the two powerful 5th grade Great Saints. Hong. Ark. Immediately after that, shrill screams were heard. Those Great Saints of Desolate Family who were shrouded by the lightning let out blood-curdling screams. They were blasted to pieces by the heavenly tribulation and died on the spot. Swoosh. It was too fast. Everything happened in an instant. The Desolate Family had encountered a catastrophe. The two 5th grade Great Saints had died tragically. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Chen to enter a weakened state after the tribulation, but no one had thought that Jiang Chen would use such a method to attack them. If he was allowed to continue his rampage, they were afraid that many of them would die before the end of the lightning tribulation. After killing nearly half of the experts of Desolate Family, Jiang Chen's cold eyes turned to the Hua family. The people of the Hua family gasped and began to flee frantically. It was too terrifying. They had seen the tragic death of the experts of Desolate Family clearly. Now that Jiang Chen was going to attack them, they were scared out of their wits. They knew very well that their opponent wasn't Jiang Chen, but the heavenly tribulation. It was imaginable that if they were shrouded by the heavenly tribulation, their ending wouldn't be any better than the Desolate Family. Where do you think you're going? Jiang Chen laughed loudly. The flaming wings spread out with a swoosh. With a gentle flap, his speed reached the extreme. In a blink of an eye, he had caught up with the camp of the Hua family. This time, another half of the experts of the Hua family were shrouded by the lightning. Miserable screams lingered in the air. All those who were shrouded by the lightning were instantly turned into powder by the lightning. "Oh my God!" many of them exclaimed. Even the ancient people and the people of the demon race were dumbfounded by the scene. It was too fucking powerful. Such an attack was simply heaven-defying. They were glad that they had made a wise choice to befriend Jiang Chen. It wasn't a good thing to be enemies with such a heaven-defying figure. "Run. Everyone run. This little bastard has gone crazy." The great sage of Narang clan shouted loudly. He was really frightened. Once the heavenly tribulation came, it would be a disaster. They were all people who had passed the tribulation, but the heavenly tribulation of others was different from their own. Their own heavenly tribulation came according to their own strength and could be resisted. However, if they fell into the heavenly tribulation of others, not only would they have to bear the power of the heavenly tribulation of others, they would also trigger their own tribulation. That was a tribulation originating from the origin. The thunder and fire began to burn from the depths of the soul. It was impossible to resist it. As long as they fell into it, they would almost certainly die. However, all along, those who had passed the heavenly tribulation would go through it in a safe and steady manner. They wouldn't joke around with their lives. They had never seen someone as crazy as Jiang Chen before. Half of the experts of the Desolate family and Ho family had died. This had completely frightened the other 4 families. They didn't dare to be careless anymore. They immediately scattered and hid in the inner part of the spatial zone. However, it was useless to travel through the spatial zone at this moment unless they could get out of the ruins and return to their original world. Otherwise, even if they were in the inner part of the spatial zone, they would still be within the range of the heavenly tribulation. They wouldn't be able to avoid it even if they wanted to. 5 elemental sphere. Their speed was fast, but Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. He immediately casted out the 5 elemental sphere. Almost half of the experts from the 4 major families were covered by the 5 elemental sphere. Because these experts were running in different directions, it was basically impossible to kill all of them. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere was extremely powerful. However, Jiang Chen also had a specific target. This time, all the 5th grade minor saints were enveloped by the sphere. At most, only 2 of them managed to escape. The 5 elemental sphere was Jiang Chen's personal sphere. So, he would be completely involved in the heavenly tribulation. In other words, once these experts entered the 5 elemental sphere, they would be punished by the heavenly tribulation. Arg! In the entire 5 elemental sphere, lightning flashed and flames soared to the sky. Miserable shrieks were heard everywhere. Some of them were covered in lightning fire and were burned to ashes in an instant. In less than a minute, all the experts who were enveloped by Jiang Chen's sphere had died tragically. None of them survived. Chapter 938. Under the lightning, a blood-red ancient pagoda was hovering above Jiang Chen's head. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were cold and merciless. He was simply a peerless devil. He didn't even bat an eyelid when killing people. The entire spatial zone was in complete chaos. Spatial turbulence was shooting everywhere. Countless places were flickering with lightning. Everyone who was standing here felt an inexplicable sense of insecurity. They were all mighty great saints, high and mighty. It wasn't easy to kill a great saint, but at this moment, all of them felt that they might die at any time. "Everyone get close to the ancient people and the demon race," someone shouted. The people of the 6 major families reacted. They didn't care whether the demon race and the ancient people were against them or not. One by one, they approached the 2 major families crazily. Even if they couldn't integrate into the 2 families, they couldn't stay too far away from them. Only now did they realize that Jiang Chen was on the same side as the ancient people and the demon race. He couldn't bear the heavenly tribulation to attack the ancient people and the demon race. "Get lost," the elder of heavenly leopards shouted at the people who were approaching them. It seemed that he was ready to attack at any time. The demon race was a bloodthirsty race. They wouldn't care who their opponent was. Plus, they were now on the same side as Jiang Chen. Get lost? They wouldn't scram even if they were beaten to death. How could they possibly scram? As long as they scrammed, they would definitely die. They would rather be beaten to death by the demon race and ancient race. In fact, they might even start a huge war with these 2 races than to die under the heavens' tribulation. Above the sky, at the peak of the lightning, the dragon and phoenix were finally infuriated. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw that the body of the dragon and phoenix had doubled in size. The spatial barrier here had begun to crumble. This was the collapse of the ancient battlefield. It seems like this place is going to collapse soon. The Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation is about to reach its final stage. I will return to the eastern continent. The Zulong Tower will absorb the last lightning tribulation and the third level will be fully condensed. Unfortunately, I won't be able to advance to the second grade Great Saint after the Zulong Tower absorbs all the lightning tribulation. But it's not a big deal. Even if I can't advance to the second grade Great Saint, I will still be at the peak of the first grade Great Saint. Plus, my foundation is strong and stable, it will be easy for me to advance to the second grade Great Saint in the future. Jiang Chen looked at the dragon and phoenix tribulation that was about to come down from the sky and pondered. He looked at the remaining people of the 6 major clans and saw that they were too close to the ancient people and the demon clan, so he put away the idea of killing everyone. This was a divine tribulation. He could control the time of the divine tribulation, but he could not accurately control the location of the divine tribulation. If he was careless and engulfed the ancient people and the demon clan, it would be terrible. Long. The dragons and phoenixes roared at the same time. This time, they dragged their true bodies and charged towards the ancestral dragon pagoda. When they collided with the ancestral dragon pagoda, they exploded. The destructive energy went completely berserk. Not even the ancestral dragon pagoda could absorb all the energy. Jiang Chen saw that the Zulong Tower was shaking violently. The third level had been fully condensed. Long. The divine tribulation vanished, but the rumbling sound became more intense. It was the sound of the spatial shattering. Under the raging dragon and phoenix major tribulation, the spatial zone finally couldn't withstand it anymore and shattered completely. Jiang Chen kept the Zulong Tower. The current him had 81,500 dragon marks in his body. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the second grade Great Saint. With his current combat strength, killing a 4th grade Great Saint would be a piece of cake. He could even fight against an ordinary 5th grade Great Saint. The defensive power of the Zulong Tower was amazing. The 3 levels of the Zulong Tower could almost withstand the attack of a 6th grade Great Saint. In other words, from now on, no one in the entire Pure Land could kill Jiang Chen. Everyone leave this place quickly. The spatial zone is about to shatter. Someone shouted. If the spatial zone shattered, everything here would cease to exist. They had to leave this place before the spatial zone shattered. However, this was a very simple thing for great saints and minor saints who had complete control over the spatial force. They just needed to grab a crack in the spatial zone and rush out of it. No one dared to be negligent. Everyone began to frantically fly out of the spatial zone. Jiang Chen flew to De Huang Dog and Kong Yang's side and said, "Let's leave as well." "What about Ayan? He is still refining Gu Tianma and Xiaoyu. She hasn't appeared yet." De Huang Dog sounded worried. When the 4 of them came here together, there was no news of Yan Qinyu. Han Yan was still refining Gu Tianma. "Don't worry. I have already sensed it. Only half of the spatial zone in the ancient battlefield has collapsed. The spatial zone where Ayan is in is still intact after being reinforced by Gu Tianma. As for Xiaoyu, even if the spatial zone is shattered, she can still rush out of it given her ability." Jiang Chen said. Han Yan was the safest. That small spatial zone was once refined by the 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianma. It was very strong. Refining a 9th grade Great Saint Gu Tianma was a great fortune to Han Yan. Before the refinement was completed, they should try not to disturb him. As for Yan Qinyu, she hadn't appeared yet. Jiang Chen guessed that she might have encountered some kind of great fortune. One should know that Yan Qinyu was born with the 9 meridians, a powerful 9 body. She had also obtained the inheritance of the ice god. Such a figure was born with great luck. She would certainly obtain great benefits in this ancient battlefield. This was for sure. Therefore, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about their safety. The spatial zone shattered and the thunder disappeared. Everyone rushed out from the broken spatial zone. Thick smoke billowed under their feet. All of the experts were floating in the sky. Below them was a boundless, desolate mountain range. This was the most remote place in the eastern continent. At this moment, everyone was automatically divided into 2 camps. The people of the 6 major families gathered together. Although almost half of their experts had been killed by Jiang Chen, there were still a lot of them. At least, their numbers were more than the combined forces of the ancient people and the demon race. However, the faces of the people of the 6 major families darkened. They had suffered a great loss in this trip to the ancient battlefield. Their hatred for Jiang Chen had reached a level higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. It was the ultimate hatred that couldn't be resolved. Jiang Chen stood in front of the camp of the ancient people and the demon race. It was as if he had become the backbone of the 2 families. He completely ignored the hateful gazes of the 6 major families and turned to the ancient people and the demon race. He turned his palms and 8-9 sunless Ron pill appeared on each of his palms. Elder Gu, Elder Heavenly Leopard, you have helped me Jiangchen a lot today. The heart of Blaze has been completely refined by me and the magma has been absorbed. Jiangchen has nothing to repay you with. These 8-9 sunless Ron pill will be your reward. Jiangchen stretched his arms and handed the 8-9 sunless Ron pill to the 5th grade great saints of the ancient people and the demon race. Many of them gasped. The eyes of the ancient people and the demon race fell upon Jiangchen's hands. 8-9 sunless Ron pill. Wasn't this reward a little too precious? It was too generous. At this moment, everyone felt that it was worthwhile for them to help Jiangchen. Although he was a devil god of slaughter, he was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness. He was cruel and overbearing to his enemies but true to his friends. They all knew that Jiangchen had refined a total of 29 sunless Ron pill. Now he had taken out 16 of them. His heroic spirit was truly admirable. From this, it could be seen that Jiangchen's heroic spirit had become stronger after refining the heart of Blaze. This, Jiangchen, isn't this a little too precious? Elder Heavenly Leopard didn't dare to accept it. As a matter of fact, they only stopped the Shi family and Huo family. They didn't help Jiangchen much. In the end, all the difficulties were solved by Jiangchen himself. It was really embarrassing for them to take out such a precious reward. When did the demon race become so bashful? You demon race and the ancient people are my people. I have always been a straightforward person. If you don't want it, I will be eaten by De Huang like beans. Jiangchen said and was about to throw the 9 sunless Ron pill to De Huang dog. Yes, yes. Upon seeing this, the Elder of Heavenly Leopard and the Elder of Ancient People didn't dare hesitate. They quickly snatched the pill from Jiangchen's hand while glaring at De Huang dog who was wagging his tail. What kind of joke was this? This was the 9 sunless Ron pill. Letting this dog eat it like beans was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. Watching the ancient people and demon race receive so many 9 sunless Ron pill, the eyes of the other 6 families were filled with envy and jealousy. They wondered how many geniuses could be nurtured by these pills. Jiangchen, you are insane. You have killed so many of our people. Don't even think about leaving alive today. A 5th grade great saint of the Shi family said to Jiangchen fiercely. His words made the atmosphere tense again. Jiangchen slowly turned around and stared at the elder of the Shi family coldly. He said in a flat tone, "Just with the likes of you? If I were you, I would run as far as I can." Jiangchen, don't be arrogant. The experts of the 6 families are coming soon. You will die today. Someone harumphed coldly. As soon as his voice faded, a group of incomparably powerful experts appeared in the distance. There were at least a dozen of them. Each of them had an incomparably powerful chi. An ordinary 5th grade great saint couldn't compare to them. Not good. The patriarchs of the 8 major families are here. There are also other 6th grade great saints. They are here for you. The news has already reached the Pure Land. Chapter 939. Jiangchen, you are dead meat. Without the heavenly tribulation, you have lost your protective talisman. How can a puny 1st grade great saint fight a 6th grade great saint? That's right. You are a mad devil. Everyone has the right to punish you. Seeing the emergence of the experts of the 6 major families, the people of the 6 major families were excited. Thinking of their people who died tragically under the lightning tribulation, their hatred for Jiangchen was indescribable. All of them gritted their teeth and their eyes turned red. If looks could kill, Jiangchen wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. Jiangchen, run away quickly. The elder of the Heavenly Leopard family said. That's right, Jiangchen. You might have a chance if you run away now. The elder of the ancient people also reminded him that if he didn't run away now, there would be no chance for him to escape. It's too late. Jiangchen smiled, but there wasn't the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. He didn't plan to run away at all. If he wanted to, he could leave safely even if all the 6th grade great saints besieged him. However, after seeing the emergence of these 6th grade great saints, Jiangchen suddenly came up with a new plan. More than a dozen 6th grade great saints appeared, hovering in the sky. After they appeared, their eyes fell upon their own camp. Their facial expression changed dramatically when they saw that almost half of their people had been killed. What's going on? The patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian, shouted. A 4th grade great saint elder of the Desolate family hastily flew to Desolate Yuntian's side and said bitterly, "Patriarch, It's all because of that Jiang Chen. He snatched the heart of Blaze and advanced to the Great Saint realm. He used the heavenly tribulation to destroy half of the people of the 6 major families. What? Desolate Yunqian's anger burst out immediately. He had never been so furious before. The chi of a 6th-grade Great Saint was fully unleashed. His cold eyes stared at the direction where Jiang Chen was. Patriarch, we've also lost half of our people, said the elder of the Hua clan. Wabadian was even more furious. He wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. At the same time, the patriarchs of the Bin clan, the Shi clan, the Narang clan, the Dan clan and the great elder who came with them were all furious. The number of their clansmen who came to the ancient battlefield was too great. To them, this was an unimaginable loss. Little bastard, I only regret not killing you in the spiritual space mountain back then. Xuanhuan's arms released ka-ka sounds. You've killed so many of my clansmen. Even if you grow wings, you won't be able to escape today. You must leave your life behind. Narang Changtian was also furious. It's a big mistake that we didn't kill him in the spiritual space mountain. The patriarch of the Dan clan, Dan Yangtian, was also grieved. Just like the other patriarchs, he felt that the biggest mistake they made was not killing Jiang Chen in the spiritual space mountain, which resulted in today's disaster. During this period of time, not only did they give Jiang Chen a chance to grow, but they also lost a lot of geniuses. Now, a large number of their clansmen were killed by the lightning tribulation. The culprit of all this was Jiang Chen. What reason did they have to let him go? Jiang Chen, our Bin clan has no grudge against you. Why did you do this? The patriarch of the Bin clan, Bing Longtian, shouted at Jiang Chen. I'm afraid you have to ask your clansmen. They attacked me first. Could it be that only the Bin clan can kill me but I can't kill them? Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had a lot of enemies anyway, so he didn't care about one more member of the Bin clan. Back then, these people in the spiritual space mountain didn't kill him. Now that he had fully grown, it was impossible for these people to kill him. Jiang Chen was now full of confidence. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear when facing these people. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian didn't speak. They just stood on the left and right of Jiang Chen. Ancient people and the great sage of the demon clan had already told them everything that had happened before using divine thoughts. Even Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian were shocked by such earth-shattering events. It was a pity that they couldn't witness the Dragon Phoenix Major Tribulation and the refinement of 29 Suns Less Ron Pill with their own eyes. Moreover, Jiang Chen had given them 8-9 Suns Less Ron Pill. Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian also knew about it. They really felt that Jiang Chen was a good friend. More importantly, the reason why they decided to befriend Jiang Chen was because of Jiang Chen's potential and talent. However, they had never thought that Jiang Chen could grow to such a terrifying extent in such a short period of time. It had only been a short period of time, but he had already turned the entire Pure Land upside down. Jiang Chen, we will help you hold them off for a while. You need to buy some time to escape. Gu Xiantian secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. That's right. The trouble you have caused today is too big. I'm afraid that our 2 families won't be able to protect you, but we can buy some time for you to escape. You must do it. Lang Xingtian's voice also reached Jiang Chen's ears. There was also a great elder of the ancient people and heavenly leopard king beside him. There were a total of 4 6th-grade great saints, but there were 10 6th-grade great saints from the other 6 families. No matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to resist all of them. I'm afraid it's too late to escape now. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had no intention of escaping. Of course, he wasn't confident that he could kill a 6th-grade great saint, but he had a new plan, a plan that he had to execute. The arrival of these 6th-grade great saints gave him a good opportunity. Gu Xiantian, Lang Xingtian, are you 2 really going to protect Jiang Chen? We won't take a step back today. Desolate Yuntian said loudly to Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian. Of course. Gu Xiantian was incomparably domineering. If he retreated now, wouldn't it be a disgrace to his reputation? Besides, the ancient people didn't treat their friends like this. Cut the crap. In that case, let's fight. Anyway, we must kill this little bastard today. He must die. Wabadian was hot-tempered. He was ready for battle. All right. 4 of us will resist Gu Xiantian and the others. The rest of us will besiege Jiang Chen and kill this little bastard. Xuanhuan said and launched an attack at Jiang Chen. Everyone listen, retreat immediately. Jiang Chen find a chance to escape. Gu Xiantian shouted at the people of the Gu family and demon race. This was a battle between 6th-grade great saints. The aftermath of the battle was unbearable. If these people were caught in the shockwaves of the battle, No one knew how many of them would die. Voila! The ancient people and demon race had retreated completely from the battlefield. They couldn't get close to such a battlefield. There was a risk of losing their lives at any time. That was an unnecessary loss. Jiang Qin didn't retreat, because he knew very well that his opponent's target was him. If he and the ancient people and demon race retreated together, it would bring a disaster to them. The experts of the 6 major families had completely sealed this part of the void. It seemed like they wouldn't give him a chance to escape. Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He really didn't plan to escape. His plan was about to be implemented. Gu Xiantian blocked Xuanhuan. The 2 patriarchs were fighting. Hua Badian had also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Lang Xingtian. Heavenly Leopard King and the Great Elder of Ancient People were also fighting with the elders of the other 2 families. Desolate Yun Tian and Narong Chang Tian locked their eyes on Jiang Qin. Their bodies were emitting strong murderous intent. Bang! Jiang Qin's body swayed and turned into his dragon form. The dragon wings on his back flapped and he fled frantically. Although he didn't plan to escape, he still had to pretend to be one. Humph! Trying to escape? It's too late. If we let a little beast like you escape today, where will we put our faces? Dan Yang Tian harumphed coldly. The 6 of them vanished instantly. When they reappeared, they had already surrounded Jiang Qin. Little beast, where do you think you can run to? Desolate Yin Tian sneered. What should we do now? Jiang Qin is besieged by 6 sixth grade great saints. There's no way he can escape. Unfortunately, we can't help him. Damn it. How could this happen? Jiang Qin is in real danger now. The opponents are too strong. All we can do is to watch. Now, we can only pray that Jiang Qin can create another miracle. The people of the Gu family and the demon race were incomparably worried. The siege of 6 sixth grade great saints would surely kill anyone. Jiang Qin had already lost the advantage of the heavenly tribulation. How could he fight a 6th grade great saint? He couldn't even handle one of them, let alone 6 of them at the same time. Kong Yang, Leopard Wei, Kong Yu and Gu Liufeng's faces were filled with worry. Facing such a scene, even De Huang Dog couldn't help but feel worried. Ah, this little beast is going to die soon. Let's see how arrogant he can still be. That's right. He has killed so many of our people. Even if he dies 10,000 times, it won't be enough. We must destroy his body and soul. Kill him. Compared to the worries of the ancient people and demon race, the other 6 families were incomparably excited. To them, the death of Jiang Qin was a matter of universal celebration. Completely trapped in the encirclement of the 6 experts, Jiang Qin had become a turtle in a jar. It seemed that there was no chance for him to escape. The dignified patriarchs of the 6 major families, 6th grade great saints, are actually besieging a puny 1st grade great saint like me? Aren't you ashamed? Jiang Qin said in a stern voice, but in the eyes of the 6 experts, Jiang Qin was obviously afraid of them. Little beast, aren't you very bold? It seems like you also have moments of fear. You have killed so many people and now it's your turn. Desolate Yin Tian said Lung Lung. Why are you wasting so much time talking to this little beast? Just kill him now. Energy was rolling in Narong Changtian's palm, ready to strike at any time. In my opinion, we can't let this little beast die too easily. We have to torture him to death bit by bit. Dan Yang Tian said sinisterly. Ah, just use whatever means you have. I, Jiang Qin, am not afraid of you. Chapter 940. Alright, I will torture you first. I will extract your soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An elder of the Desolate clan released his chi and was about to attack Jiang Qin. Hold on. At this moment, Bing Long Tian stopped the elder of the Desolate clan. Bing Long Tian, what are you trying to do? Don't forget that half of the people of the Bin clan died in the hands of this little bastard. The elder of the Desolate clan looked at Bing Long Tian. This person must die. In my opinion, we should attack at the same time and directly destroy his body and soul. After all, we are all tycoons and there are so many people watching. Killing a brat is, after all, beneath our dignity. If we torture him slowly to death, it will affect our reputation too much. Bing Long Tian said. Jiang Qin must be killed, but he did not agree with torturing him slowly. Alright, he's right. Let's attack together and destroy his soul. Let's just kill him. Dan Yang Tian nodded, thinking that what Bing Long Tian said made sense. No matter how much Jiang Qin deserved to die, they were still big shots after all. They represented the pinnacle of the Pure Land and they cared about their reputation the most. Otherwise they wouldn't have let Jiang Chen off back in the spiritual space mountain. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Everything was within his expectations. He knew that these people cared about their reputation, but they couldn't let him off today. Therefore they would attack and kill him. This was exactly what Jiang Chen needed. "Little bastard, you're lucky today," the elder of the desolate clan said while gritting his teeth. "Come on. You bunch of old guys ganging up on me, a junior. I will definitely leave you guys with a good reputation." Jiang Chen looked like he was not afraid of death. "Cut the crap. Kill him." Desolate Yuntian bellowed and unleashed all of his chi. At the same time, the other 5 experts also unleashed their own powerful attacks. For a moment, the entire void was submerged by violent energy, turning into a chaotic battlefield. Jiang Chen was completely submerged in it. No one could see his figure from the outside and no one could feel his chi. The 6 experts attacked with all their might. No matter how strong a monster was, he would die on the spot. Not even a piece of him would be left. "Haha, come on. After 18 years, I, Jiang Chen, will be a hero again." Jiang Chen's voice came from the center of the energy, startling everyone. "Jiang Chen." Gu Xiantian screamed and tried to get rid of Shi to help. However, he was trapped by Shi. "Gu Xiantian, your opponent is me. Even if you go, don't even think about saving that kid's life today." Shi sneered. He and Gu Xiantian were equally famous figures, one of the 8 magnates. Shi had no confidence in defeating Gu Xiantian, but keeping Gu Xiantian occupied was not a problem. Lang Xingtian and the others were also entangled by their opponents. They had no time to save Jiang Chen. "Haha, Jiang Chen is dead for sure." The people from the 6 major clans laughed. "Damn it, Totem God Seal, give me strength." De Huang Dog went berserk. He could not watch Jiang Chen die just like that. At this moment, looking at the powerful energy released by the 6 experts, De Huang Dog did not know if Jiang Chen had the ability to escape. However, he would not bet on it. Even if he had to die a horrible death, he would save Jiang Chen from the center of the energy. With an earth-shattering roar, De Huang Dog's body began to change. His body instantly doubled in size. The dragon horn on his head shone brightly, and the totem god seal floated above his head. At this moment, De Huang Dog went berserk. "De Huang, don't!" Kong Yang cried out in alarm. The people of the monster race were all alarmed. They could see what De Huang Dog was doing. He was going to burn his divine beast bloodline to stimulate the totem god seal and obtain a powerful force to save Jiang Chen. However, this method was too harmful to De Huang Dog. He might lose his divine beast bloodline and the totem god seal. "De Huang, don't do it. Don't mess up my plan." At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice suddenly reached De Huang Dog's ears. Hearing the word plan, De Huang Dog, who was about to burn his bloodline, hastily stopped. The aura on his body receded like the tide, and the totem god seal once again entered his body. His body, which had doubled in size, instantly returned to its original appearance. This scene stunned the people of the monster race. They had no idea what this damn dog was going to do. Just a moment ago he looked like he was going to fight at all costs, but in the next moment he completely stopped, causing the people of the monster race to worry for nothing. For God's sake, this master dog was almost consigned to eternal damnation. "This bastard, I'll bite his ass when I get back." De Huang Dog said indignantly, but the worry on his face had vanished completely. It seemed like all of this was part of Jiang Chen's plan. He was still feeling gloomy at first. Since when did Jiang Chen become so easy to bully? It wasn't his style to stand there and let the 6 great experts attack him. Now he completely understood what Jiang Chen was up to. But one thing was certain, Jiang Chen had a way to protect himself. Even if the 6 great experts attacked him at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill him. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen wasn't that easy to kill. Long. Under the gaze of innumerable people, the spatial zone exploded completely. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. It was dark and scary. Countless of gloomy airflow drifted out from it. The combined attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints was enough to destroy the heaven and earth. Even the sky had been smashed. It was imaginable what would happen to Jiang Chen, who was at the center of the attack. He was afraid that not even his dregs would be left. Thick smoke billowed and raging fire rose. The entire area was covered by thick smoke. Everyone held their breath and stared at the area without blinking, waiting for the result. Desolate Yuntian waved his hand and struck out a stream of airflow, dispersing all the thick smoke. The place where Jiang Chen was just now was empty. Except for the broken void, nothing was left. Is he dead? He must be dead. The attack just now was so powerful that even the sky was smashed. It's impossible for Jiang Chen to still be alive. Ah, he's dead. Not even his dregs are left. This crazy bastard has finally gotten his retribution. Upon seeing the scene, the experts of the 6 major families were excited. It was a very delightful thing for them to witness the death of Jiang Chen. Damn it. Sigh, the heavens are jealous of the talented. It's such a pity for a genius like Brother Jiang. If he didn't die, his future would surely be limitless. The heavens are helpless. We, the ancient people and the beast race, can't save him in the end. The ancient people and the members of the beast race wore pained expressions. Jiang Chen's death was undoubtedly one less peerless genius. They were sad and angry, but it did not change the fact that they had tried their best. Desolate Yintian and the other 5 sealed the void. Their divine sense swept through the spatial zone again and again, but they couldn't find any trace of Jiang Chen. Finally they came to a conclusion: Jiang Chen was dead. He died under the full force strike just now. Is he dead? Danyang Tian was still unconvinced. He's dead for sure. It's impossible for him to run away from us. We didn't find any trace of him. The attack was enough to kill him. Desolate Yun Tian said confidently. It's too easy for him to die just like that. Lung Lung, the elder of the Desolate clan, said. Alright, from today onward, Jiang Chen will no longer exist in this world. We've suffered a great loss this time. We'll need some time to recuperate after we return. Bing Long Tian let out a sigh. The Bin tribe should not have been involved in the conflict. Even though they had killed Jiang Chen in the end and gotten rid of their greatest threat, the Bin tribe had suffered a great loss. You bunch of old men teaming up to kill a junior, how shameless of you. Gu Shintian gritted his teeth and said. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife at the thought of Jiang Chen's death. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was Wu Ningzhu's husband, he didn't know how to explain it to Wu Ningzhu when he returned. Moreover, he and Jiang Chen had developed a mutual appreciation for each other. Now that Jiang Chen was dead, how could he not be heartbroken? Unfortunately, no matter how heartbroken he was, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen had been killed. Lang Xingtian also looked sorrowful. He hadn't known Jiang Chen for a long time. Jiang Chen wasn't even a member of the demon tribe. However, after such a long time of contact, he had long treated Jiang Chen as a friend. However, the ancient people in the demon tribe had tried their best today. There was nothing they could do to change the situation. Gu Shintian, Jiang Chen should have died long ago. It's impossible for your 2 tribes to protect him. From today onward, Jiang Chen will no longer exist. Desolate Yun Tian snorted coldly and left with the people of the Desolate clan. Subsequently, the other 5 clans also left with their clansmen. They had suffered a great loss this time and had to go back to recuperate. Since Jiang Chen was dead, there was no need for them to continue fighting with the ancient people and the demon tribe. During this period of time, because of Jiang Chen, the 6 major clans had suffered a great loss. However, the ancient people and the demon tribe had become stronger and stronger. The people of the 6 major clans left, leaving behind the ancient people and the demon tribe who were sad. Whether it was their superiors or their subordinates, they had already regarded Jiang Chen as one of their own. Especially Gu Lufeng and Kong Yang, Jiang Chen had saved their lives. Now they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen died tragically. That kind of sorrow was as if they had lost a family member. Chapter 941. Ancient people took one last look at the place where Jiang Chen was killed. They sighed and left with sad faces. They wanted to bury Jiang Chen, but unfortunately, Jiang Chen's body was nowhere to be found. Since everything was over, the demon race was going to return to the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, do you want to go back with us? No, I'm going to the martial Saint dynasty. De Huang Dog said, trying his best to look sad. He knew that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but he didn't know what Jiang Chen's plan was. Therefore, he didn't reveal this secret to the people of the demon race. If he ruined Jiang Chen's plan, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Alright, tell Jiang Chen's family not to be too sad. We've tried our best. Sigh. Lang Xingtian let out a heavy sigh and left with the people of the demon race. Kong Yang didn't leave. Why aren't you leaving? De Huang Dog asked. I'm going to visit Jiang Chen's family with you. Jiang Chen saved my life, so his family is my family. Now that brother Jiang is dead, I'll help take care of his family. Kong Yang said with a righteous expression. You're quite a good boy. Come with me. De Huang Dog looked around and flew in a certain direction. Kong Yang followed behind De Huang Dog. Both of them were extremely fast and soon they disappeared without a trace. De Huang, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the martial Saint dynasty. After flying for a while, Kong Yang realized that De Huang dog wasn't heading to the martial Saint dynasty. He was confused. Don't worry about going to the martial Saint dynasty. I'll bring you to meet someone. De Huang dog grinned at Kong Yang. Meet who? Kong Yang asked. Looking at De Huang dog's smiling face, he really wanted to go up and slap the dog's face. This heartless big fellow, how could he still smile when his best brother was dead? You'll know when we get there. De Huang dog ignored Kong Yang's gaze and continued to fly forward. Kong Yang followed De Huang dog. He didn't know who the dog wanted him to meet, but he was sure that De Huang dog wouldn't harm him. Soon, under De Huang dog's lead, they came to a barren land. The void in front of them was very calm, but with De Huang dog's eyesight, he still saw a trace of ripples. He poked his head out and directly tore the ripples apart. It turned out to be an independent space. Kong Yang was puzzled, but he followed De Huang dog inside. It was obvious that this space had just been built. It was only the size of a house. Compared to an independent space, this size was pitifully small. At this moment, a young man in white was sitting in this space. His face was a little pale. When Kong Yang saw this white-clothed young man, his expression changed instantly. His eyes widened as if he was looking at the most unbelievable existence in the world. Jiangqin. Kong Yang stuttered. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not mistaken. If this white-clothed young man wasn't Jiangqin, who else could it be? Brother Kong. Jiangqin grinned at Kong Yu. This small spatial zone was created by him. Just now he had used the spatial shift and flaming wings to escape the attacks of the six of them, but he had still suffered a certain degree of damage from the attacks. He needed a quiet environment to recover. As for this small space, he had secretly told the location to De Huang. Therefore De Huang could find it accurately. As for the others, Jiangqin wasn't worried at all. The experts of the 8 families of the Pure Land had all left. In the eastern continent, who could find the small space created by Jiangqin? Therefore he was absolutely safe here. What's going on? Weren't your body and soul destroyed by the 6 experts? Kong Yang was so confused that he couldn't believe what he saw. However, there was one thing he could be sure of. Jiangqin was not dead. He glanced at De Huang dog. No wonder this dog was so heartless and not sad at all. It turned out that he knew that Jiangqin was not dead. At this moment, Kong Yang suddenly thought of De Huang dog's action when the 6 experts attacked Jiangqin. This dog was about to burn his bloodline to save Jiangqin, but he suddenly retracted his aura. This behavior was extremely abnormal. It seemed that De Huang dog knew that Jiangqin could escape at that time. They want to kill me? They are too naive. Although I managed to escape, I've also suffered some injuries. I need time to recover. Jiangqin smiled. You bastard. You made Master Dog worry for nothing. I almost burned my bloodline to save you. De Huang dog bared his teeth at Jiangqin. Go to hell. You almost ruined my plan. Jiangqin glared at De Huang dog. However, he couldn't hide the gratitude in his eyes. De Huang dog didn't hesitate to burn his bloodline to save him at the critical moment. Jiangqin couldn't help but be touched by this kind of friendship. What's the situation outside? Asked Jiangqin. Everyone thought that you were dead. It was the same for the Gu race and the Yao race. Now all the members of the 8 great clans have returned. This time you killed a lot of people from the Desolate clan and the Hua clan, causing them to suffer heavy losses. After returning, I'm afraid they will need a period of time to recuperate. However, your death has also caused a great impact on the emotions of the Gu race and the Yao race. Kong Yang explained the situation outside to Jiangqin. Very good. Jiangqin nodded with a smile. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted everyone to think that he was dead so that he could carry out his plan. Tell me quickly. What's your plan? Asked De Huang dog impatiently. My next target is Saint Origin Palace. I once promised someone to do something in Saint Origin Palace. This time I've created an opportunity. Now everyone thinks that I'm dead. Even if I enter Saint Origin Palace, no one will know that I'm dead. If I don't die, the 6 major families will endlessly deal with me. Now I have nothing to worry about, said Jiangqin. He had already advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Pure Land was no longer a challenge to him. Saint Origin Palace was different. There were many experts and geniuses there. Plus, he had promised Great Master Ran Feng that he would go to Saint Origin Palace to inquire about Ancestor Green Lotus. But there are also some geniuses in Saint Origin Palace who know you. How are you going to get there? asked Kong Yang. I have my own way. Jiang Qin smiled. His plan had just begun. This move of yours is really amazing. I really want to know what kind of expression the people of the 6 major families will have when they know that you are still alive. Kong Yang chuckled. He really couldn't imagine what kind of expression the 6 major families would have if they knew that Jiang Qin was still alive. Their expressions were exactly the same as Kong Yang's, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. That's right, it's me. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders. Being able to see Peacock King and Lion Yen here made Jiang Qin very happy. It meant that he had a good eye for people. As the saying goes, the tea cools when the person is gone. He was already dead, but the Peacock King and Lion Yen were still here to protect his family. This touched Jiang Qin's heart. Jiang Zhenhai, who was half dead, suddenly stood up from his seat when he saw Jiang Qin. With a single step he arrived in front of Jiang Qin. His mood was indescribable. Not only Jiang Zhenhai but everyone else was also shocked. Their eyes were wide open. Didn't Jiang Qin die in battle? How come he was still alive? What was going on? Dad, I've made you worry. It's all my fault. Jiang Qin reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of Jiang Zhenhai's eyes. He felt extremely guilty. Ever since he left Fragrant Sky City, he hadn't spent much time with his father, but he knew that no matter where he went, no matter how high he flew, he would always be the biggest concern of this middle-aged man. This was the love of a father, the irreplaceable love of a father. Brother, you are not dead. Wu Jiao ran over and patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. Jiang Qin, what's going on? Weren't you killed by the joint attack of the 6 great experts? Peacock King was still very puzzled, so was Lion Yen. When they heard that Jiang Qin was attacked by 6 6th-grade great saints, they basically believed that Jiang Qin was dead for sure. Even if Jiang Qin had broken through to the great saint realm, he wouldn't be a match for the joint attack of 6 6th-grade great saints. Therefore, they didn't doubt the authenticity of the news. Do you think that I, Jiang Qin, can be killed so easily? Jiang Qin shrugged. Dad, this is all Brother Jiang's plan. He wasn't killed but escaped using a powerful technique. The 6 great experts didn't notice it at all, so they thought that Brother Jiang has been killed. Kong Yang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Peacock King and Lion Yen sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. A 1st-grade great saint was able to escape from the joint attack of 6 6th-grade great saints without alerting any of them. They were afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one who could do such a heaven-defying technique. Perhaps this wasn't enough to describe it as heaven-defying. Dad, father-in-law, Brother Jiao, I didn't die in the battle. I, Jiang Qin, am not that easy to kill. I didn't want you to worry about me, so I came back as soon as I recovered from my injuries. However, I will be leaving soon. The reason why I pretended to be dead is to carry out another plan. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, not even in Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Qin said solemnly. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud. I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily. Chapter 943. Yes, Master. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil didn't dare to be negligent. They wouldn't be stubborn no matter what Jiang Qin asked them to do. Subsequently, the Earth Devil Beast and the Devil disappeared. He asked them to hide in the dark so that they wouldn't put too much pressure on the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. After all, they weren't just great saint experts, they were also powerful devils. Once they appeared, the impact would be too great. The Martial Saint Dynasty was Jiang Qin's home, and it was the place that he cared about the most. He didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to become a powerful superpower, and he didn't want the Martial Saint Dynasty to be able to enter the Divine Continent or the Pure Land. He just wanted the Martial Saint Dynasty to be safe. Jiang Qin, now that the 6 major families think that you have died in battle, this chapter has been turned over. The Dark Shadow organization has also been wiped out. Even if there are some survivors, it's nothing to worry about. The Earth Devil Beast and the Devil are enough to deal with them. At present, Martial Saint Dynasty is absolutely safe. You don't have to worry about it at all. Are you going to head straight to the ancient people? Asked Peacock King. That's right. I'm going to enter Saint Origin Palace through the ancient people. We'll part ways from here. If we go together, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of outsiders. Peacock King, after you return, you just need to tell the news to a few reliable higher-ups of demon race that I'm still alive. Remember to keep it a secret, said Jiang Qin solemnly. If the news of him faking his death was leaked, all his plans would be ruined. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Peacock King patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Demon Race and Jiang Chen were on the same boat. In other words, the future of Demon Race depended on Jiang Chen to change it. Kid, you want to go to St. Origin Palace through the ancient people? Where will Master Dog go? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Naturally, you'll follow me to St. Origin Palace. You will follow Peacock King back to Demon Race and let them send you and Kong Yang to St. Origin Palace. At that time we'll have some fun there. Of course you have to pretend that you don't know me. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and said, Jiang Chen is right. As long as the geniuses of the 8 major families advance to the Great Saint Realm, they will immediately be sent to St. Origin Palace for cultivation. Apart from that, St. Origin Palace will also select some talented geniuses and accept them directly. Those who don't want to return to St. Origin Palace will be part of St. Origin Palace. Due to the influence of the cultivation environment in St. Origin Palace, the geniuses born there are also peerless geniuses. You all have to be careful at that time. After all, St. Origin Palace is incomparable to Pure Land. Now that De Huang and Yang Er have advanced to the Great Saint Realm, they are also qualified to be sent to St. Origin Palace for cultivation. Peacock King said, Kaka good. I really want to have a look at the legendary St. Origin Palace. De Huang Dog was very excited. Kong Yang was the same. It was an incomparably glorious thing to be able to enter St. Origin Palace for cultivation. It was an existence that countless geniuses yearned for the most. Everyone knew that St. Origin Palace was jointly built by the supreme experts of the 8 major families. It was said that it could directly communicate with the immortal world and receive a trace of immortal chi from the immortal world. The entire spatial zone where St. Origin Palace was located was filled with heaven and earth yuan chi that was many times denser than the outside world. It was absolutely a treasure land for cultivation. Of course, there were also countless geniuses and experts in such a place. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog could do whatever they wanted in Pure Land, but they had to behave themselves in St. Origin Palace. After that, Jiang Chen and Peacock King flew towards Pure Land from 2 different directions. In order not to attract attention, Jiang Chen separated from De Huang Dog. As a matter of fact, the one he should separate the most was De Huang Dog. From the beginning until now, De Huang Dog had become the symbol of Jiang Chen. Wherever De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen would be there. Now, it was necessary for Jiang Chen to pretend to be dead in battle and separate from De Huang Dog. At this moment, the news had already spread across Pure Land. Almost everyone knew that Jiang Chen had died in battle. Every district, every street and every alley was talking about that battle and Jiang Chen's name. Even if a peerless figure had fallen, he was destined to leave behind an endless legend. He would be talked about and admired for a long time. The illustrious Jiang Chen has finally died in battle. What a pity. If Jiang Chen didn't die, he would certainly become a pinnacle figure in the future. Yeah, I heard that he triggered the Dragon Phoenix Tribulation and was able to refine the legendary 9 Suns Les Ron pill under the tribulation. It's simply heaven-defying. It's a pity that he offended the 6 major clans and ended up dying tragically. That's for sure. The 6 major clans have decided to kill him. I heard that all the patriarchs have personally taken action. Although it's a bit shameless, it also shows that Jiang Chen is too strong. He has already made the 6 major clans feel afraid. It's conceivable that if such an evildoer is allowed to continue to grow, he will definitely become a big problem for the 6 major clans in the future. He will bring unimaginable losses to the 6 major clans. It's a pity that such a figure died, but the existence of Jiang Chen is destined to leave a deep mark in the history of Pure Land. Xuanhuan, who ranked 2nd on the heaven list, and Xuanhuan, who ranked 1st on the heaven list, both died in his hands. I heard that he also killed half of the great sage masters of the 6 major clans during the tribulation. This is an earth-shattering event. Even if he died, it's worth it. The 6 major clans have suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid they need some time to recuperate. Everyone was discussing. Although in many people's hearts, Jiang Chen's death was inevitable. After all, the people Jiang Chen offended were too terrifying. It was difficult for him not to die. However, this did not prevent countless people from worshipping and feeling sorry for him. No matter when, the fall of a peerless figure would become a glorious period of history. Ancient people. No, little Qinzi won't die. I don't believe it. In the condensing mist world, Wu Ningzhu was incomparably emotional when she heard the news of Jiang Chen's death. All along, Wu Ningzhu had a cold and tough character. Back in the southern continent, she was famous for being a cold and elegant saintess. She had never been so emotional for so many years. In Wu Ningzhu's heart, Jiang Chen had long become an inseparable part of her. All along, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. From the eastern continent to the southern continent, Jiang Chen had killed countless powerful enemies. All of them became the stepping stones on his path of growth. He had long become a creator of miracles and an immortal legend. But now the news that Jiang Chen had died in a battle. He was killed by 6 6th-grade great saints at the same time. How could Wu Ningzhu bear such a heavy blow? Ning Gulan felt incomparably distressed. When she thought of Jiang Chen, the handsome young man in snow-white robe, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. She knew that it was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could find her and reunite her family. It was all because of Jiang Chen that Wu Ningzhu could successfully find her and reunite her family. Now her daughter had just gotten engaged to Jiang Chen and died in a battle. It was hard to imagine how Wu Ningzhu was feeling right now. Back when young Master Jiang was in the Dancing Sun City, he had helped us defend against the foreign enemies and saved countless people in our city. Now he has reunited our family. I, Wu Tianyang, will never be able to repay this kindness in my life. I didn't expect that I would die before I could even meet young Master Jiang. Wu Tianyang, a man of iron blood, couldn't help but feel sad at this moment. The kindness that Jiang Chen had done for their family was too heavy. There was a saying that kindness was as heavy as a mountain, but the kindness that Jiang Chen had done for them was countless times heavier than a mountain. Ning, I'm sorry for your loss. Uncle has tried his best. Gu Xiantian sighed. He had expected that Wu Ningzhu would be in extreme pain, but this news couldn't be kept a secret. He would have to tell Wu Ningzhu sooner or later. No, little Qinzi won't die. Wu Ningzhu kept shaking her head in agitation. She couldn't accept the news of Jiang Chen's death. Gulan hugged Wu Ningzhu's shoulder distressingly. Although she wasn't present at the scene, she could imagine how Jiang Chen, a junior who had just advanced to the Great Saint realm, could survive the joint attack of 6 6th-grade Great Saints. This was simply impossible. The 6 major families wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Even if Gu Xiantian and Lang Xingtian had great means, they wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Chen. After all, it was the joint attack of the 6 major families. Sister Ning, I feel relieved to see you crying so sadly. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the void. That familiar voice caused Wu Ningzhu to freeze. Everyone looked in the same direction and saw a ripple in the void. A white-robed young man walked out like a ghost with a radiant smile on his face. He looked at Wu Ningzhu with a calm and unruffled expression. Little Qinzi. Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen again, Wu Ningzhu's face stiffened. Gu Xiantian exclaimed. He had seen Jiang Chen die tragically under the joint attack of the 6 great experts. He was sure that there was nothing left of him, but the person in front of him was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. Judging from his qi, there was no change at all. What was going on? Patriarch, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I'm not used to your expressions. Congratulations on the reunion of father-in-law's family. Jiang Chen strode to the 4 of them and cupped his fists at Wu Tianyang. Wu Ningzhu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms and smiled through her tears. I knew it. You bastard won't die so easily. Jiang Chen, what's going on? Chapter 944. I'm sorry to have worried the patriarch. It won't be that easy for them to kill me. After refining the heart of blaze, I have obtained a pair of flaming wings. This pair of flaming wings combined with my body technique allows me to travel through the void silently. Let alone 6 6th-grade great saints, even if there are 66th-grade great saints besieging me, I will still be able to leave quietly. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't have anything to hide from these people. Good boy. It seems like you are the biggest winner in this ancient battlefield. Not only did you make the 6 major families suffer a great loss, but you also obtained such a great treasure. Gu Xiantian was overjoyed. The death of Jiang Chen made him feel incomparably uncomfortable. It turned out that Jiang Chen wasn't dead, but had escaped safely. This made him very happy. He had no doubt about Jiang Chen's escape technique. One should know that he didn't notice Jiang Chen's appearance just now. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Chen was. It really made people speechless that a first-grade great saint had such a heaven-defying ability. However, Jiang Chen had created a lot of miracles. This time, it was an eye-opener for Gu Xiantian. If I didn't die, the 6 major families would never let me go. With my current strength, I won't be able to deal with the bombardment of the 6 major families. It will also involve the ancient people and the demon race, causing chaos in the Pure Land. Now that I'm dead, it will save them a lot of trouble. When I confront the 6 major families again, it will be their doomsday. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Gu Xiantian nodded secretly. His eyes were full of admiration when he looked at Jiang Qin. This young man was too scary. Not only did he have heaven-defying talent and potential, his wisdom was also amazing. Even he had to admit that Jiang Qin's fake death was a great idea. It could completely get rid of the pursuit of the 6 major families and buy him enough time to improve himself. What are you going to do next? Asked Gu Xiantian. He believed that Jiang Qin wasn't a person without a goal. I'm going to St. Origin Palace. Jiang Qin told his thoughts to Gu Xiantian. Gu Xiantian also nodded. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Qin going to St. Origin Palace. After all, a figure like Jiang Qin would come into contact with St. Origin Palace sooner or later. The final chaos of St. Origin World would also happen in St. Origin Palace. If Jiang Qin went to St. Origin Palace, he would certainly create chaos in St. Origin Palace and destroy the plan of Desolate Family. This would be very beneficial to both the ancient people and the demon race. You should have a more complete plan, right? Gu Xiantian asked. A trace of a smile appeared on Jiang Qin's face. His countenance started to contort as cracking sounds rang out from his body. In the blink of an eye, he had completely changed into a different person. The Jiang Qin in front of him looked much more ordinary, but the domineering aura between his brows was unconcealable. From now on, my name is Gu Qin. As for what identity Patriarch will give me to enter St. Origin Palace, it's up to you. Jiang Qin said. Gu Xiantian wasn't a fool. Some things didn't need to be explained too clearly. He had changed his appearance in front of Gu Xiantian. As for what to do next, he believed that he didn't need to say it. Gu Xiantian would arrange everything. All right. You don't have to worry about going to St. Origin Palace. You can rest in this mist-congealing world for a few days. Gu Lufeng is in seclusion. He has taken a 9-sun less Ron pill. I believe it won't take him a few days to break through to the Great Saint Realm. At that time, I will send both of you to St. Origin Palace. Gu Xiantian said. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. His impression of Gu Lufeng was very good. Gu Liufeng's cultivation had already reached the peak of half-step Great Saint Realm, only a step away from the true Great Saint Realm. Now that he had taken a 9-sun less Ron pill, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break through to the Great Saint Realm. For the next 3 days, Jiang Qin stayed in the mist-congealing world, accompanying Wu Ningzhu and her family, waiting for Gu Lufeng to break through to the Great Saint Realm. On the 3rd day, lightning and thunder were hovering above the ancient people. Thunderclouds were densely covering the sky. Gu Lufeng had successfully broken through to the Great Saint Realm. A ray of light flew out from the seclusion place of the ancient people and flew towards the outside of the ancient people. Gu Lufeng was the same as Big Yellow. For something like going through a tribulation, they had to find a remote place. They definitely couldn't do it in the skies of the ancient race. Otherwise, the entire ancient race would be implicated. Something like a heaven's tribulation was hard to defend against. The more one tried to defend against it, the stronger the heaven's tribulation would be. For the ancient people, it was a rare good thing for the young generation to have a great saint. Gu Liufeng's advancement had caused a great commotion. Almost all the experts in the Pure Land could sense the movement of the tribulation. Gu Liufeng's tribulation made the 6 major clans extremely uncomfortable, especially the Desolate clan and the Shi clan. Desolate Yuan and Xuanhuan were originally much more powerful than Gu Lufeng. Now that Gu Lufeng had been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, Desolate Yuan and Xuanhuan had died. Thinking that Kong Yang of the Demon Clan had also been promoted to the Great Saint Realm, they hated Jiang Qin even more. They deeply felt that it was too easy for Jiang Qin to die so easily. But in any case, Jiang Qin was finally dead. The 6 major clans could also be at ease. Even as an enemy, they had to admit that Jiang Qin was a rare genius that only appeared once in 10,000 years. If such a person was given enough time and enough space to grow, his future achievements were destined to be limitless. In the main hall of the ancient people, more than a dozen high-level people gathered together. Gu Xiantian sat at the top, and next to him stood an ordinary-looking young man in white. This young man in white was none other than Jiang Qin. These people present were the most trustworthy people of the ancient people. So, Gu Xiantian did not conceal the identity of Jiang Qin. After learning that Jiang Qin wasn't dead, everyone present was shocked to the extreme. Their expression was exactly the same as when Gu Xiantian first saw Jiang Qin, but at the same time they felt endless joy. At this moment, Jiang Qin's position in the hearts of the higher-ups of the ancient people had become even higher and more important. A person who could escape unscathed from the joint attack of 6 sixth-grade great saints? How amazing was that? Plus, Jiang Chen was merely a first-grade great saint. Up until now, almost no one doubted the future achievements of this monstrous genius. They didn't even dare to estimate it. They could even imagine that in the near future, even St. Origin Palace would be turned upside down by Jiang Chen. They already knew everything that had happened to Jiang Chen along the way from Eastern continent. This monstrous genius had created countless miracles along the way. He was simply a heaven-defying existence. If one had to describe a person with luck, then Jiang Chen would be the one with the greatest luck. At this time, the elegant Gu Lufeng walked into the hall. His tribulation wasn't too terrifying, so he recovered very quickly. Basically, there wasn't any period of weakness. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the Dragon Phoenix major tribulation that descended upon Jiang Chen when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. After Gu Lufeng successfully advanced, he was summoned by Gu Xiantian. Without delay he came to the main hall. Patriarch Elders. Gu Lufeng saluted everyone. He had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. It could be said that he was in high spirits. However, his eyes immediately fell on the white-clothed youth beside Gu Xiantian. He was familiar with everyone present except for this youth. What made him puzzled was that this person was qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. One should know that even he, the #1 genius of the ancient people, wasn't qualified to stand beside Gu Xiantian. Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is Gu Qin, a little beggar that I picked up in the past. I adopted him as my son and he has been cultivating in secret. Now he has already reached the Great Saint Realm. I'm going to send both of you to St. Origin Palace for cultivation. Gu Xiantian said with a smile. This was the identity that he had arranged for Jiang Chen. This identity was undoubtedly excellent. A dignified patriarch accepting a son would never arouse any suspicion. What? Beggar? Adopted son? Gu Lufeng was dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of joke was this? When did the patriarch pick up a beggar and adopt him as his son? Moreover, this person looked younger than him and had already reached the Great Saint Realm. How was it possible that there was such a peerless genius hidden among the ancient people? Ha! Seeing the expression on Gu Liufeng's face, Gu Xiantian and the others burst into laughter. Brother Gu, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint Realm. Take a look at who I am. Jiang Chen came to Gu Lufeng and reverted to his original appearance. Jiang Chen, Gu Lufeng immediately cried out in alarm and he felt dizzy as if he had seen a ghost. This was too shocking. Immediately, Jiang Chen reverted to Gu Chen's appearance. Gu Xiantian told Gu Lufeng everything, including the plan to send Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to St. Origin Palace. Gu Lufeng sighed as if he was dreaming, but he knew that it was true. Jiang Chen was still alive. He and the others exchanged a glance with each other. How did Jiang Chen escape from the joint attack of the 6 experts? But in any case, he was extremely happy and excited that Jiang Chen was still alive. One should know that Jiang Chen had saved his life in the ancient battlefield. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have lost his life in the ruins. Gu Lufeng had been brooding over the fact that he couldn't do anything when he saw Jiang Chen being beaten to death by the 6 experts. It was a huge hurdle in his heart that he was destined to feel guilty for the rest of his life. Now that Jiang Chen was still alive, this hurdle was finally over. Jiang Chen, Lufeng, this is the token to enter St. Origin Palace. Take it. I will help you open the spatial passageway to St. Origin Palace. You can use this token to enter Gu Palace. But I have to remind you that St. Origin Palace isn't like the Pure Land. You must be very careful in there. Gu Xiantian reminded them solemnly. Chapter 945. Although St. Origin Palace was built by the ancestors of the 8 major families of Pure Land, it had developed into a system of its own after nearly 100 years of development. St. Origin Palace was divided into 8 palaces. Ancient people occupied Gu Palace. The token in Jiang Chen and Gu Liufeng's hands was the symbol of Gu Palace. Jiang Chen, Lufeng, drip a drop of blood on the token. Gu Palace will sense it and send someone to pick you up. After that, you will be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Xiantian said. Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng cut their fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the token. Buzz buzz, suddenly the token shook violently, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as if there was a strange connection between the token and the void. Both of them kept the token. Gu Liufeng's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of entering St. Origin Palace. St. Origin Palace was the ultimate dream of countless genius disciples. In other words, it was the highest institution in St. Origin World. Those who could enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation could not only obtain top-grade resources, but more importantly, it was a symbol of identity and status. It represented a kind of nobility. I'll send both of you to Saint Origin Palace now. Gu Xiantian stood up from his seat with a solemn face. All along, only the patriarchs of the 8 major families had the qualification to open the door of Saint Origin Palace. A pale yellow talisman appeared in Gu Xuantian's hand. The talisman was covered with complex patterns, exuding a noble qi. Gu Xiantian struck out a divine light into the talisman. The talisman exploded with a bang, turning into an illusory portal. Everyone present was a great saint expert, so they could naturally feel the spatial fluctuation coming from the illusory portal. This was an incomparably solid spatial passage that was refined by a supreme expert. It connected to the spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen Lufeng, are you two ready? Gu Xiantian looked at Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng. The two of them nodded and leaped into the illusory door at the same time. In the blink of an eye they disappeared. Patriarch, do you think Gu Palace will accept Jiang Chen well? After hundreds of years of development, Saint Origin Palace has almost broken away from the 8 major families of Pure Land. Although the ancient people in Gu Palace still share the same root, Gu Palace doesn't care about the ancient people of Pure Land anymore. The great elder of ancient people said. It depends on Jiang Chen's ability. Regardless of whether Gu Palace values us or not, we are all aware of the situation in Saint Origin Palace or not, we of ancient people are very clear. Desolate Palace has great ambition. Once they rule Saint Origin Palace, I'm afraid that all of us will be faced with extinction. Desolate land. Palace will Jiang Origin Palace will. Palace will Palace. Palace. Ancient people of Palace of Sect of Palace. Saint Ancient People Palace is. Inside the spatial passageway, Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng were looking at the colorful spatial turbulence that kept retreating around them. They didn't need to use spatial force because this passageway was the safest and sturdiest. There wouldn't be any problem in it. This was probably the safest time that Jiang Chen had ever been in the spatial passageway. Brother Jiang, I really didn't expect that you could escape from the attack of the 6 great experts. It really surprised me. I Gu Lufeng have never admired anyone, but you are definitely one of them. Gu Lufeng said with a smile. Brother Gu, from now on you have to change the way you address me. I'm now called Gu Qin. You can call me Little Qinzi like De Huang and the others. Jiang Qin said with a smile. He had to pay attention to the way he addressed Gu Qin. One should know that he was now Gu Chen, not Jiang Chen. It's my fault. The spatial zone of Saint Origin Palace is very far from the Pure Land. I estimate that it will take us an hour to reach there. I know many of my elder brothers in Gu Palace. I'm sure they will take good care of us when we arrive there. Gu Lufeng said. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't say anything. He was afraid that Gu Palace wasn't as simple as what Gu Lufeng had imagined. After nearly 100 years of development, Saint Origin Palace had undergone too many changes. He was afraid that even the 8 major families had changed. If the 8 major families of Saint Origin Palace were regarded as their headquarters, the 8 major families of Pure Land were at most a branch of them. Of course, this was just Jiang Chen's guess. As for the specific situation in Saint Origin Palace, he would only know when he arrived there. An hour later, a dazzling light suddenly appeared in front of them. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Both Jiang Chen and Gu Liufeng's eyes lit up. We're reaching the end of the passageway. Jiang Chen said calmly. After all, as the greatest saint under the heavens, he had seen all kinds of situations. Gu Lufeng, on the other hand, was particularly excited. The excitement on his face couldn't be concealed. His voice was trembling. Saint Origin Palace, I'm finally here. To Gu Lufeng, entering Saint Origin Palace was his lifelong dream. Now that his dream had finally come true, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. Bang bang. At the end of the passageway, Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng were pushed by the spatial force and bounced out. Both of them staggered and barely stabilized themselves. When they raised their heads, they saw that they had entered another spatial zone. In other words, it was another world. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Heaven and earth yuan qi was drifting everywhere. There were tall trees that reached the sky. The qi here was like the legendary fairyland that fascinated people. What a strong heaven and earth yuan qi. This place is truly a paradise for cultivation. Gu Lufeng couldn't help but say. Dao seeking that has a trace of immortal qi. Sure enough, it's a great place. Jiang Chen was astounded. The spatial zone here was almost a world of its own. That year when he split the sky with his sword and broke the gate of the immortal world, he sensed the immortal qi in the immortal world. It was exactly this qi. However, the immortal qi here was only a very small part that had been integrated with the heaven and earth yuan qi. Compared to the real immortal world, the difference was not small. Even so, the environment here was incomparable to the Pure Land. One should know that the heaven and earth yuan qi that had been integrated with the immortal qi, even if it was just a trace, would bring boundless benefits to the cultivator. It could even change the physique of the cultivator. Just think about it, those who were born in this spatial zone had been absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi for cultivation since they were young. The benefits were simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, those who were born in this place were the geniuses among geniuses compared to those who were born in the outside world. Jiang Qin and Gu Lufeng looked around and found that this spatial zone was simply boundless. Occasionally, a few red-crowned cranes would fly across the sky, adding to the feeling of a fairyland. Little Qinzi, this place is so big. It's much bigger than my imagination. Gu Lufeng was incomparably shocked. That's right. This spatial zone has a circumference of at least 100,000 miles. It's enough to be comparable to a small world. No wonder St. Origin Palace has been completely separated from the Pure Land for the past 100 years. I'm afraid that the 8 major palaces of St. Origin Palace no longer put the 8 families of the Pure Land in their eyes. For the past 100 years, I don't know how many geniuses were born in this place. I wonder if there are any immortals in St. Origin Palace. Jiang Qin said. Before he came to St. Origin Palace, he had never thought that there would be such a high and mighty existence in St. Origin Palace. When he was still unparalleled in the world, the Pure Land was already the pinnacle of existence in St. Origin World. 100,000 miles of territory is nothing to a great saint, but the spatial zone here is very solid. Not even a 9th grade great saint has the ability to create such a spatial zone. It seems like this spatial zone was really created by the immortals of the 8 major families. However, I heard that 9th grade great saints will ascend to the immortal realm after reaching the immortal realm. I wonder if there are any immortals in St. Origin Palace? Gu Lufeng said. Immortal realm. Jiang Qin murmured to himself. In order to achieve this goal, he had put in so much effort in his past life. With his abilities back then, becoming an immortal was a simple task. But too bad he had fallen on the St. Cliff, and all his efforts had gone to someone else. Now that he was reborn, not only did he want to reach the peak of his previous life, but he also wanted to enter the legendary immortal world to make up for the regret of his previous life. Little Qinzi, have you noticed that there are no buildings in this area? It should be St. Origin Palace. It's an open space and we don't seem to know the direction to Gu Palace. Gu Lufeng said. He looked around but didn't see any buildings. Plus, this was their first time coming to St. Origin Palace, so they didn't know the direction to Gu Palace. Don't worry, someone will come to pick us up. Jiang Qin shrugged with a relaxed face. Since Gu Xiantian didn't say anything, it meant that someone would come to pick them up. Gu Xiantian had said that the moment they dripped their blood on the token, Gu Palace would have already sensed it. He believed that Gu Xiantian would send someone to pick them up. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew from a direction and arrived in front of them. They were 3 young men. Their faces were filled with arrogance. The one in the front looked like he was in his 20s, but his cultivation wasn't weak. He had reached the peak of 2nd grade great saint. Beside him were 2 other young men. One was a peak 1st grade great saint while the other was a 2nd grade great saint. They were all geniuses of the ancient people, but the chi of the 2 young men seemed to be a lot weaker than the one in front. It wasn't because of the gap in power, but a symbol of status. The young man was arrogant, looking down on others with his nose. The innate sense of superiority on his face was much stronger than the other 2. Lufeng, congratulations on advancing to the Great Saint realm. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ah. A young man saw Gu Lufeng and immediately came forward to give him a bear hug. He was the weakest among the 3, a peak 1st grade great saint. Brother Lu Hui. Gu Lufeng recognized this man. His name was Gu Lu Hui. He came to St. Origin Palace from the ancient people a year ago. Both of them had a good relationship when they were still ancient people. Chapter 946. Naturally, it was inevitable for the brothers to reunite with each other. Another 2nd grade great saint youth came forward and patted on Gu Liufeng's shoulder. Not bad, kid. Your talent is above me and Lu Hui, but we are a few years older than you. I didn't expect you to catch up so quickly. Brother Luing, you must be joking. Gu Lufeng couldn't hide his joy. These two were also the geniuses of the ancient people. They were sent to Gu Palace after advancing to the Great Saint Realm. He didn't expect that they would personally welcome him this time. This touched his heart. The so-called talent is just SOSO in my opinion. The ancient people of Pure Land have really declined. It seems that we need to set a strict standard to accept all of you in the future. We can't just let anyone in. At this time, the arrogant youth suddenly harumphed coldly and looked at Gu Lufeng with eyes full of disdain. Upon hearing this, Gu Luiying and Gu Liuhui's facial expression turned incomparably ugly, but they didn't say anything. They just smiled awkwardly, but Gu Lufeng couldn't stand it. As the #1 genius of the ancient people, he was very proud. He didn't expect that he would be despised by someone the moment he arrived in St. Origin Palace. How could he feel good about it? Who are you? Gu Lufeng asked with a frown. By the way, Lufeng, let me introduce you. This is young Master Ling. His name is Gu Ling, a rare genius of Gu Palace. Young Master Ling was born in St. Origin Palace and has been receiving abundant cultivation resources since young. He has reached the peak of 2nd grade Great Saint at such a young age. That's pretty amazing. Gu Luhui hastily introduced Gu Ling to Gu Lufeng, but everyone could hear the insinuation in his tone. Although he said that Gu Ling was amazing, he was actually saying that Gu Ling wasn't that amazing. The reason why he could achieve what he had today was because of the cultivation environment and the cultivation resources of Gu Palace. If they were like Gu Ling and grew up in St. Origin Palace, their achievements would certainly be greater than Gu Ling's. Looking at this scene, Jiang Chen muttered inwardly. Sure enough, St. Origin Palace had been separated from Pure Land for too long and had completely changed. Putting the other families aside, ancient people had been completely divided. Gu Ling was a very good proof. He was a genius born in St. Origin Palace. He thought highly of himself and looked down on the people from Pure Land. In his eyes, Gu Lufeng and the others were outsiders. In his point of view, Gu Palace allowing them to cultivate in St. Origin Palace was a kind of charity. No one knew how many geniuses had been born in this place in the past 100 years. The more geniuses there were, the more severe the polarization became. Now Gu Palace had completely changed. Those who came from Pure Land and the higher-ups who created Gu Palace were now wholeheartedly pursuing a higher realm. They didn't have much time to care about the affairs of Gu Palace. It was conceivable that after another 100 years, St. Origin Palace would abandon the 8 families of Pure Land completely. Gu Lufeng, it's your honor that I, young Master Ling, have come to welcome you. Of course, I'm not here to welcome you. I just want to see how the hidden #1 genius of ancient people looks like. You are Gu Chen, right? Gu Ling looked at Jiang Chen and said, You look very ordinary. Gu Shentian said that you are his biggest hidden weapon, a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. That's a big boast. Besides, you are just someone picked up by Gu Shentian. No matter how much Gu Shentian boasted, you are still an outsider. So, it's better for you to behave yourself in Gu Palace. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this the legendary show of strength? It seemed like the status of the disciples from Pure Land wasn't that good in Gu Palace. This could be seen from the way Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Gu Ling. However, when he thought of Gu Xuantian's boasting, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like Gu Shentian had secretly introduced him as his secret weapon, which was only revealed today. It was no wonder that Gu Ling gave him tit for tat. After all, this boast was a little too big. Now, it seemed like ancient people and Gu Palace were two completely different things. Let alone becoming enemies with the 6 major families in St. Origin Palace, Jiang Chen was afraid that his days in Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful anymore. However, this wasn't a big deal. Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of things. Since there was an internal conflict in Gu Palace, he would find a way to unite them. We are all from the ancient people. We are from the same sect and the same origin. We have come to St. Origin Palace and you want to bully us? What's the meaning of this? Gu Lufeng was annoyed and said loudly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so loudly in front of me? You asked for it even if I cripple you. But considering that you have just arrived at Gu Palace, I will forgive you for the time being. If there's a next time, I won't be polite anymore. Gu Ling reprimanded. Gu Lufeng was infuriated. Just as he was about to say something, he was pulled by Gu Luiying and Gu Lufeng. Why are you pulling me? We are all from the ancient people. What gives him the right to treat us like this? Gu Lufeng absolutely couldn't stand this kind of humiliation. All along, it had been his biggest dream to enter Gu Palace. In his heart, Gu Palace and the ancient people had always been a family. He had never thought that Gu Palace wouldn't take him seriously, turning him into an outsider, a beggar. This kind of psychological blow was unbearable for Gu Lufeng. It was as if he had gone through hardships to achieve his dream, only to find out that it wasn't what he had expected. The gap in his heart was too big. Lufeng, there's no need to talk too much when dealing with this kind of person. Jiang Chen walked towards Gu Lufeng and squinted his eyes at Gu Ling. Although his eyes were squinted, it still couldn't hide the sharp light that was overflowing from his eyes, bringing with it a hint of coldness. Who do you think he is? But in my eyes, who do you think you are? Don't use your sense of superiority to show off your intelligence. What's so great about being born in Gu Palace? Your ancestors came from the Pure Land. What's there for you to be proud of? Jiang Chen enunciated each and every word without the slightest bit of politeness. Jiang Chen's way of dealing with people like this had always been very simple. He would shatter their sense of superiority and make them fall down from their high and mighty position, letting them know that they weren't that great. Gu Chen. Chapter 947. Arrogant. Arrogant. He was too arrogant. There were plenty of geniuses from Pure Land in the past few years, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The first thing he did on his first day was to slap a genius of Main Palace. Gu Luing and Gu Luhui were truly shocked. Only now did they recall the information that Gu Shintian had sent to them. The one and only peerless genius, the hidden trump card of the ancient people. Now, it seemed like this Gu Chen in front of them, be it his courage or strength, was too shocking. Good Gu Chen. I never thought that you would be so audacious and insane. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. In this Saint Origin Palace, no one has ever dared to slap me, young Master Ling, in the face. I will let you know what terror is. Gu Ling was infuriated. His qi began to rise steadily. The qi of a second-grade great saint was completely unleashed. He was ready to teach this reckless newbie a lesson. One should know that in his point of view, it was an accident that he was slapped by Jiang Chen. It was caused by his carelessness. Given his peak second-grade great saint cultivation, how could he lose to a puny first-grade great saint? It was simply impossible. Lufeng advised Gu Chen not to make a big deal out of this. Gu Luing whispered to Gu Lufeng. In fact, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would suffer a loss. In Gu Palace, the geniuses who came from Pure Land were very united because of the oppression from the geniuses of Main Palace. Although this was their first time meeting Jiang Chen, they had already regarded him as one of their own. Don't worry, brother Luing. He isn't a match for little Qinzi. Although we came from Pure Land, we are also the real ancient people. We shouldn't be bullied. This situation should be changed. Little Qinzi can change that. Gu Lufeng smiled. He was very confident in Jiang Chen's strength. Not to mention Gu Ling, even if there were hundreds of Gu Lings attacking at the same time, they would still be no match for Jiang Chen. Besides, even though he hadn't arrived at Gu Palace yet, he wasn't an idiot. From Gu Ling's attitude towards them, he could more or less guess the situation of Gu Palace. They were all descendants of the ancient people, but now they were living under someone else's roof. Gu Luing and Gu Luhui were heroes in the Pure Land, but now they had to lower their voice to a mere Gu Ling. This made Gu Lufeng even more furious. Furthermore, Gu Lufeng knew Jiang Chen too well. Even if he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Jiang Chen had brought this upon himself. Gu Ling had just unleashed his aura, but before he could even attack, Jiang Chen slapped him across the face again, causing Gu Ling to fall into a daze. Then Jiang Chen kept slapping Gu Ling's face like a storm. Gu Ling didn't even have the strength to fight back. There were many times when he wanted to fight back, but he found that he had lost the ability to resist in front of Jiang Chen. He could only allow himself to be manipulated by Jiang Chen. Gu Luing and Gu Luhui, who were at the back, were completely dumbfounded. They finally knew the strength of Jiang Chen. If the first time was an accident, this time was definitely not an accident. The current situation was enough to prove that Jiang Chen's strength was far stronger than Gu Ling's. Gu Ling, who was a second-grade great saint, didn't even have the chance to resist in front of Jiang Chen. This was truly a shocking scene. Bang! Gu Ling was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. A few of his teeth had been knocked out. His face looked ferocious. Jiang Chen raised his big foot and stepped on Gu Ling's face. Gu Ling struggled violently and roared, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's foot. However, he found that it was useless. In front of him, Jiang Chen was like a mountain, suppressing him firmly. Gu Chen, you are so audacious. Gu Ling was extremely angry. This was a great humiliation, a humiliation that went deep into his bones. Gu Ling had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been stepped on by someone like this? The psychological blow he suffered was unimaginable to ordinary people. You are now under my foot. What else do you have to be proud of? Don't always think that you are very noble. Your so-called nobility is nothing but a joke in front of me. Get lost. Jiang Chen's foot trembled, sending Gu Ling flying 100 meters away. Gu Ling stood up from the ground, trembling. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Jiang Chen like a wild beast. The word, get lost, was like a sharp blade piercing his heart. He was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, but he wouldn't let this matter go so easily. Gu Chen, just you wait. After saying that, Gu Ling turned into a ray of light and vanished. Good. This kind of person deserves to be beaten. Gu Liufeng's face was filled with excitement. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like a dog, Gu Lufeng felt very happy. Amazing. No wonder the patriarch has such a high evaluation of him. With just a first-grade great saint, he beat Gu Ling until he couldn't even fight back. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Gu Chen, you have really helped us vent our resentment. This is really great. That Gu Ling has always been yelling and shouting at us, the people of Pure Land. He has never put us in his eyes. We have never put him in our eyes, but he is a member of Pure Land, so we have no choice but to swallow our anger. Gu Luing and Gu Luhui said. While they were shocked by Jiang Chen's strength, they also felt that beating Gu Ling today was a very refreshing thing. Or it could be said that this was something that they had always wanted to do, but they didn't have the means to do so. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, they were full of admiration for this godson that the patriarch had picked up. It seemed like Gu Xiantian wasn't bragging at all. Gu Chen was indeed a great killer weapon that he had been keeping hidden. Once he was revealed, Gu Chen's ability would be revealed. There is no need to reason with this kind of people. Jiang Chen said. But Gu Chen, you have beaten Gu Ling on your first day here. This is something that has never happened in the history of St. Origin Palace. Gu Ling will certainly not let this matter go. I'm afraid that those geniuses of Pure Land will be furious. This matter is going to be very troublesome. Gu Luing said with a frown. Beating Gu Ling was undoubtedly a very refreshing thing, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, such a thing had never happened before. Brother Luing, what is going on in Gu Palace? Asked Gu Lufeng. Plus, St. Origin Palace has existed for nearly 100 years. After so many years of development, the number of people in St. Origin Palace is much more than the number of outsiders like us. Now, the two poles are divided and there are a lot of internal conflicts. Not only Gu Palace but also the other races. Only Demon Palace is slightly better. The demon race has always been a united race. Plus, they respect their bloodline and innate talent, so there is no division between St. Origin Palace and Demon Palace, said St. Origin Palace with a smile. Although St. Origin Palace is still a Gu family in name, it is divided into Inner Palace and Outer Palace. The people of Inner Palace don't put us in their eyes at all. They don't even treat us as their own people. Gu Luing said, explaining the situation of Gu Palace once more. Upon hearing this, Gu Lufeng couldn't help but sigh. The difference between Gu Palace and the Gu Palace of his dreams was just too huge. All along we, the people of Outer Palace, have been swallowing our anger and humiliation. The higher-ups of Gu Palace don't care about the internal conflicts between us. As a matter of fact, there are already differences among the higher-ups. If this continues, I'm afraid that it won't take long before the ancient people of Pure Land are separated from Gu Palace. Gu Luhui said gloomily. This situation is within my expectation. Given the current development of the 8 major families in St. Origin World, if we can't solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible, the ancient people will face a very painful end sooner or later. Jiang Chen said. He had already expected this situation from the very beginning, but he didn't think that it would be this serious. It seemed that in order to deal with the enemies of the other 6 major families, they must solve the internal conflicts of the ancient people as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. An ununited race would only have one ending even if they didn't have any powerful enemies, let alone the desolate family which was like a tiger eyeing its prey. As for the demon race, Jiang Chen wasn't worried at all. Unlike humans, the demon race was independent. So even if there were internal conflicts, it would be very easy to solve. If De Huang Dog and Kong Yang wanted to go to the demon race, he wouldn't be worried at all. Kong Yang had the peacock bloodline, so he would be valued. As for De Huang Dog, not only did he have the bloodline of a divine beast, he also had the totem divine seal. As long as he released the totem divine seal, Even the master of Demon Palace would have to show some respect to the Huang dog. Furthermore, although Saint Origin Palace had developed to such an extent, it still couldn't separate itself from the 8 major families of Pure Land. More or less they still had some influence on each other. They must have known what happened in Pure Land previously. Ancient people of Pure Land had a close relationship with the demon race. Therefore, the relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace and Saint Origin Palace was very harmonious. It's easier said than done to solve this conflict. Gu Qin, although it's very satisfying for you to beat Gu Ling today, it's a little too reckless. After all, you have beaten one of our geniuses on your first day in Gu Palace. I'm sure that those geniuses of Gu Palace won't let you off easily. Gu Luing's words were filled with worry. There's no need to be polite to such people. When someone looks down on you, you don't need to look up to them. You must remember that this is a world where only the strong are respected. No matter where you go, strength will always come first. They bully you not only because you are from Pure Land but also because you are weaker than them. If you are stronger than them, would they still dare to bully you? If you are strong, there won't be any internal conflicts in Gu Palace. Only when you are strong will others respect you and fear you. Rules are meant to be obeyed, but they are also meant to be broken. Our people have been bullying you for too long, and both sides have become accustomed to it. That's why the current situation is like this. Given Gu Palace's current situation, it's not necessarily a bad thing for us to make a big fuss. However, before Jiang Chen and the others had the time to rest, they saw a dozen silhouettes flying towards them from afar and landing on the huge martial arena. This was the only martial arena in the residential area. It was used to settle the grudges between the disciples, but in this area, the disciples of Outer Palace were very united. So, this martial arena was basically not needed. It's Gu Liang and the others. Didn't they go to the refining tower to cultivate? Why did they come back at this time? Let's go and have a look. Gu Luing was puzzled. Usually, the training in the training tower would end in the evening. Noon was the time when the heaven and earth essence was the densest and most suitable for training. However, Gu Liang and the others had returned at this time. It was indeed puzzling. Jiang Qin revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps he had already guessed what was going on. On the huge martial arena, Jiang Qin and the other 3 were walking towards them. Gu Luing came close to them and said, "Gu Liang, why did you all come back at this time? And you look so flustered." This youth called Gu Liang wasn't weak. He had already reached the 2nd grade Great Saint realm. "Brother Luing, I heard that the newcomer from Pure Land, Gu Qin, has beaten Gu Ling. Is that true?" Gu Liang asked hastily. "That's right. How did you know?" Gu Luing knitted his brows. "Something bad has happened. That Gu Ling has gone straight to the refining tower. Many people know about this matter now. He is bringing a lot of geniuses of Inner Palace and is coming here soon. He said that he is going to teach Gu Qin a lesson. We came back as soon as we heard the news. Many disciples of Outer Palace are also coming back." Gu Liang said. The other disciples looked worried, but at the same time, there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Such a thing had never happened in Saint Origin Palace. There was already a conflict between Outer Palace and Inner Palace. Now that the newcomer from Outer Palace had beaten Gu Ling, this matter wouldn't be left unsettled. Similarly, they were also excited to see Gu Ling being beaten like a dog. Their hearts were filled with joy, feeling that they had finally vented their resentment. "Gu Qin, it seems the matter is more serious than we thought." Gu Luing looked over at Jiang Qin. "You are the newcomer, Gu Qin?" Everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Qin. Apart from shock, there was also admiration in their eyes. They were shocked that Jiang Qin was able to beat Gu Ling to such a state with just a 1st grade Great Saint cultivation base. They were also impressed by Jiang Qin's courage. "Brother Gu Qin, it's really satisfying for you to beat that bastard Gu Ling, but I'm afraid that today's matter will be very difficult to deal with." Gu Liang said. "It doesn't matter. I will deal with everything. Our Outer Palace has been bullied by them for too long. It's time for us to regain our dignity and confidence. If they dare to come, I will break one of their legs." Jiang Qin's face was indifferent. His tone was extremely calm. There wasn't even the slightest ripple in his tone. No one could see the slightest nervousness on Jiang Qin's face. What a strong temperament. What a domineering figure. Gu Liang and the others immediately had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. Putting aside other things, Jiang Qin's temperament alone was incomparable to any ordinary person. Furthermore, the domineering qi that was casually exuded from Jiang Chen's body was really convincing. Break one of their legs. What kind of arrogant words were these? It was simply heaven-defying. They had never thought that the ancient people of Pure Land would have such a figure. It seemed that Gu Palace wouldn't be peaceful today. They had to admit that Jiang Chen's words made their blood boil unconsciously, but at the same time, they were extremely worried. After all, they didn't know much about Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Ling and was a rare genius, he was only a first-grade great saint after all. Soon, more and more people came back. Most of them were from the outer palace, coming back from the direction of the refining tower. Behind them was a large number of disciples. Judging from the number of these disciples, they were almost the same as the disciples of the outer palace. There were more than 100 of them, but their qi seemed to be stronger. They were the geniuses of the inner palace. Each of their faces was filled with anger and unconcealable arrogance. There were also a lot of disciples from the outer palace. In the past, the ancient people would send some genius disciples to the inner palace every year. Most of them were 9th-grade minor saints. They would be given a year's time to cultivate. If they could advance to the great saint realm within a year, they would be allowed to stay. If not, they would be sent back. But since a year ago, Gu Palace had stopped accepting the people of Pure Land. Only the geniuses who had advanced to the great saint realm in Pure Land could enter. From this, one could see the internal conflict in Gu Palace. Soon, everyone landed on the martial arena. Both sides stood facing each other. There were nearly 300 of them. Most of them were first-grade great saint or third-grade great saint. Of course, these weren't all the geniuses of the outer palace and the inner palace. There were still a lot of disciples who hadn't appeared yet. Which one of you is Gu Chen? Come out now. On the side of the main palace, the leader was a burly young man in a pale yellow robe. His face was full of arrogance. His qi was strong and his cultivation base had reached the peak of third-grade great saint. It was obvious that he was the leader of the group. Beside him was Gu Ling, who had a swollen face and a badly battered nose. His name is Gu Lang, the elder brother of Gu Ling. He is a very ferocious man. He usually acts high and mighty and doesn't put us, the people of the outer palace, in his eyes. Gu Luhui said in a low voice. Gu Lang, aren't you being a little too arrogant by bringing so many people to our place to cause trouble? A youth from the outer palace shouted. His cultivation was also at the peak of third-grade great saint, but his qi was obviously weaker than Gu Lang's. Gu Liang, cut the crap and hand over that new bastard. Otherwise, I won't let this matter end here. You guys from the outer palace are getting bolder and bolder. A new piece of trash actually dared to hit the people of the inner palace. Why don't you take a look at your own status first? Remember, every single one of you here can cultivate in Gu Palace because of Gu Palace's charity. Gu Lang was too arrogant. He didn't put the people of the outer palace in his eyes at all. Motherfucker. He's too arrogant. We, the outer palace, have been enduring and swallowing our anger. Now they're going to shit on our necks. This Gu Lang's words are clearly humiliating us. This is really infuriating. I've had enough of this. I really want to have a good fight with these bastards. Seeing Gu Ling being beaten like this really makes me happy. I wonder who is Gu Chen? I must thank him properly. Chapter 949. The people in the outer palace began to whisper and their voices were getting louder and louder. All of them came from Pure Land. When they were in Pure Land, all of them were famous figures. Now that they had arrived here, they had to endure such humiliation. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. The newcomer named Gu Chen had beaten Gu Ling on the first day of his arrival. This behavior didn't make the people in the outer palace resent Gu Chen. Instead, they admired and admired Gu Chen. The thing that many of them wanted to do but didn't dare to was done by Gu Chen. Looking at Gu Ling's arrogant appearance gave them an indescribable pleasure. That's him. He is Gu Chen. Gu Ling saw Jiang Chen from the crowd and immediately shouted out. For a moment, all eyes were on Jiang Chen. Whether it was the people in the inner palace or the outer palace, their eyes fell on Jiang Chen. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. Is this the audacious Gu Chen? I didn't expect him to be so young. This Gu Chen is only a first-grade great saint. So, Gu Ling was beaten up by a first-grade great saint? This is too shameful. How can this guy be so strong? Is there a mistake? A new first-grade great saint actually beat Gu Ling to the point that he couldn't even fight back. At this moment, not only the people in the outer palace, but also many people in the inner palace were frowning. They thought that the person who beat Gu Ling would be a very powerful person, but they didn't expect that it was just a first-grade great saint. It was really shameful for Gu Ling to be beaten up by a first-grade great saint. As if feeling the sarcastic gazes, Gu Ling's face turned red. He quickly said to Gu Lang, "Big brother, don't look down on this kid. He is very powerful." Ah. Gu Ling can't even defeat a first-grade great saint. How dare you all come here to cause trouble? That's really funny. Gu Luiying laughed heartily. If this Gu Qin was a third-grade great saint, it would be considered as bullying Gu Ling, but Gu Qin was just a first-grade great saint. Gu Ling couldn't even defeat a first-grade great saint. This could only mean that his strength was too weak. You people from the outer palaces are of the first rank to begin with. You've beaten up people from the inner palaces, and that's a huge provocation to us. If we don't teach you a lesson, you'll be doomed to die in the future. Gu Lang coldly snorted as he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Gu Qin, I have to say that you're too courageous. You actually dared to beat up my people. I'll give you a chance now. Kneel down and apologize to my brother, break your own legs and take out 100,000 Saint Elixir as compensation. Then I'll let this matter rest. Jiang Chen calmly walked to the front of the camp. His gaze swept across everyone in the main hall like a knife. Then he said in a loud voice, "Gu Lang, your words are simply ridiculous. I can just treat them as fart." Jiang Chen could see that the internal conflicts of the ancient palace were far more serious than he had imagined. If they were not dealt with as soon as possible, it would have a great impact on the future of the ancient people. "Bastard, what did you say? How dare you talk to me like that?" Gu Lang was immediately enraged. It seemed that Gu Qin was indeed as arrogant as Gu Ling had said. "I said that your words are fart. Look at the faces of all of you. Each and every one of you is high and mighty. Could it be that your sense of superiority is based on your own clansmen? The distinction between the outer palaces and the inner palaces is simply ridiculous. Don't forget that your ancestors came from the pure land. Ancient people's bloodline flows in your bodies. They also have the bloodline of the ancient people. Why do you think you're superior to them?" Jiang Chen said in a righteous manner. These words were exactly what the people of the outer palaces were thinking. That's right, everyone had the bloodline of the ancient people flowing in their bodies. Why did the people of the inner palaces have to be superior to others? I hit Gu Ling because he deserved to be hit. You arrogant people just can't find your place. In my eyes, you are nothing because I am stronger than you. You look down on us from the outer palace. I will use my strength to show you that you are the weak ones. What right does a weak person have to look down on the strong? Gu Ling snorted coldly. What right do you have to look down on the strong? Jiang Chen's voice was very loud. It was the first time for the people of the outer palaces to see Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's words made them feel very satisfied. It was truly a pity that they couldn't see Jiang Chen beating up Gu Ling with their own eyes. There's no point in arguing. You said that the people of the outer palaces are stronger than us? That's just a joke. Gu Lang said. Brother Gu Lang, why are you wasting so much time talking to this kind of person? It seems like he's not going to apologize. Let me see how strong he is. I don't believe that a puny first-grade great saint like him can be that powerful. At this time a young man walked out. His cultivation grade was similar to Gu Ling, he was only a peak second-grade great saint. He felt deeply ashamed that Gu Ling was beaten to such a state. He absolutely didn't believe that a first-grade great saint brat from Pure Land could be so powerful. So, he wanted to test it himself. Gu Qin kneeled down. The young man arrived in front of Jiang Chen and shouted. "Ah!" Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed that it was impossible to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace with words. In that case he could only use iron and blood means. Since you all want to break my legs, then everyone who came here today will have a leg broken, starting from you. Jiang Chen said plainly. What did you say? The youth was stunned, suspecting that his ears were playing tricks on him. Bah! The response to the young man was a loud slap on his face. The sound of the slap resounded across the entire training field. It was a very loud and clear slap. Jiang Chen's slap was very fierce, it slammed the young man onto the ground. After that, Jiang Chen raised his leg and forcefully stomped on the young man's face, causing half of his head to sink into the ground. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the scene. It was one thing to hear about it, but another to see it with their own eyes. Many of them didn't see how Jiang Chen did it. It was too fast. The scene was simply horrifying. This was St. Origin Palace. There were countless experts here. Which one of them wasn't an expert? Which one of them didn't have some means? They had never seen a first-grade great saint that could be so tyrannical. That slap was absolutely not an accident. So strong. Chapter 950. The third grade great saint was incomparably arrogant. He walked towards Jiang Qin and said in a cold tone, "Jiang Qin, the fact that you could defeat a second grade great saint while only being a first grade great saint really surprised us. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in the Pure Land, but since you dared to beat a genius of our palace and spoke rudely to us, you must be punished and taught a lesson." The youth was incomparably surprised by Jiang Qin's strength. One should know that all the geniuses present on the scene weren't comparable to ordinary great saints. The fact that Jiang Qin could defeat a second-grade great saint under such circumstances was enough to show the strength of Jiang Qin. Even though they were his opponents, they had to admit it. Jiang Qin had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out his finger and waved it at the youth. "You are no match for me. Gu Qin, you are too arrogant, but sometimes you have to pay the price for being arrogant." The youth was infuriated. As a mighty third-grade great saint, which was 2 grades higher than Jiang Qin, he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. But now he was being despised by Jiang Qin. How could he bear it? Jiang Qin shook his head. He didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. Today he came to Gu Palace to establish his prestige and seek justice for the geniuses of the Outer Palace. He wanted to completely solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. So he had to be tough. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin appeared in front of the youth like a ghost. So fast. The youth's facial expression changed. He didn't expect that Gu Qin's speed would be so fast that he, a third-grade great saint genius, couldn't even react in time. He could feel a strong force rushing towards him. Without any delay, he quickly conjured his yuan force to defend himself. That's right. However, even though he was a third-grade great saint, his ending wasn't much different from Gu Ling's. Jiang Qin's slap landed on his face. He didn't even have the chance to dodge, let alone block it. He was slapped to the ground by Jiang Qin. Before he could struggle, Jiang Qin's foot landed on his face like before. What? My God. How can this Gu Qin be so strong? That's a third-grade great saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. Is he still human? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a first-grade great saint be so powerful? This scene made everyone exclaim. Whether it was the genius disciples of Inner Palace or Outer Palace, all of them widened their eyes, looking at Jiang Qin as if they were looking at a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Even in St. Origin Palace, there had never been such a terrifying genius. Ancient people of Pure Land actually had such a peerless figure. I also grew up among the ancient people, but I have never heard of Gu Qin among the ancient people. I have never seen him either. How could he be so nature-defying? You still don't know that Gu Qin was a beggar when he was young. He was adopted by the patriarch. The patriarch saw his extraordinary talent, so he hid him and cultivated in secret. Now he has just come out. It is said that the patriarch values this person very much, calling him the hidden great killing weapon of the ancient people. Now it seems that it is true. Compared to him, the gap between us is too huge. I see. The patriarch has really hidden his strength well. This Gu Qin is really valiant. I thought that it was already very scary that he could defeat a second-grade great saint, but I didn't expect that even a third-grade great saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. The arrival of this Gu Qin has simply vented out all the depression that we've been feeling for so many years. This is too satisfying. We're all from the Gu clan. Their faces were filled with excitement. They looked at the white-robed youth who had his back facing them. Without a doubt, they had regarded him as their leader. It was time to have a good fight. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, this was a world where only the strong were respected. Only when you were strong enough would others respect you and not dare to bully you. The dignity and confidence of the Outer Palace needed to be proven with strength. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qin smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only when the people of Outer Palace showed their strength and courage and treated themselves as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. That's right. Only when the people of Outer Palace show their strength and courage and put themselves on the same level as the people of Inner Palace could the internal conflict of Gu Palace be resolved. This was the first step and also a very important step. If Jiang Qin was the only one standing here and clamoring against so many geniuses of Inner Palace, it wouldn't have the slightest effect. It would only make the geniuses of Inner Palace hate him more and deal with him. But now it was different. All the geniuses of Outer Palace were going to take action. Then it would be a problem of internal conflict. Only when it got bigger would someone come to solve it. They must let the higher-ups of Gu Palace see the seriousness of the situation. Bastard. Are you rebelling? Damn it. The geniuses of Outer Palace are really tired of living. How dare they shout at us like this? Do they really think that Gu Qin can deal with everything? If they want to fight against us, they are not qualified enough. The geniuses of Inner Palace were also angry. They had always been the ones bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace. But now, the geniuses of Outer Palace dared to rebel. This made them extremely angry. They felt that their dignity and high position had been seriously challenged. Cut the crap. Do you dare to fight? Let's see who is stronger between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. Jiang Qin released his chi completely and shouted at the crowd of Inner Palace in front of him. His words were earth-shattering and lofty. If you want to fight, then let's fight. If you are weak and don't want to fight, then get out of here as soon as possible. You are a coward and a group of cowards. Brothers, for the dignity and status of Inner Palace, fight with them. Let these reckless geniuses of Outer Palace know how powerful we are and let them see clearly. Gu Lang was furious and shouted at the geniuses of Inner Palace. They had to fight even if they didn't want to. Jiang Chen's words had pushed them to the teeth of the storm. Could be said that they were riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. If they didn't fight, it meant that they were afraid. How could the strong be afraid of the strong? If they didn't dare to fight today, it would not be them bullying the geniuses of Outer Palace in the future, but it would be the other way around. Fight. Jiang Qin bellowed and took the lead to rush towards the camp of the main palace. For a moment, a chaotic battle broke out among the camp of 300 great saints. The battle between 300 great saints was terrifying and majestic. Could be described as the heavens and earth annihilation. The martial arts practice field was smashed in an instant. All the residences of the entire Outer Palace and all the courtyards were turned into nothingness in an instant. This mountain peak that was suspended in the air would be smashed in an instant if it wasn't for the restrictions set up by the experts. The people of Outer Palace were in high spirits and shouting. At this time, how could they still care about whether the residences were intact or not? 4 great sages, a courtyard was not even worth a fart. Now it was a battle of wills. All the geniuses of the Outer Palace were fighting for their pride. In this battle, they had to defend their position and change the situation. This was their only chance. All of them had followed Gu Chen's lead. If they were defeated, they would never be able to raise their heads again. They've had enough of the days of being bullied. They had to turn the situation around. Chapter 951. Every single Outer Hall disciple was suppressing a gloomy feeling in their hearts. Given the situation today, they had to vent their anger properly. There were more or less some conflicts between the people present here. Hence, when they fought, the Outer Hall disciples specially picked the people they disliked the most and wanted to beat up the most. Regardless of whether they could win the fight or not, they would fight first. It should be known that in the past they did not even have the courage to fight. Rumble. The aftermath of the powerful battle had just begun, but it had already swept everything here into slag. All the buildings were destroyed. 200 to 300 great sages were fighting fiercely. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. However, although it was a fierce battle, they still had some sense of propriety. Everyone used combat skills to attack and didn't use combat weapons. After all, this was an internal conflict of Gu Palace. Compared to other families, no matter how much conflict there was, they were all on the same side. They were fighting to vent their anger. If someone really died, then the nature of the fight would be completely different. You bastard, aren't you very arrogant on normal days? Come on, fight with me. A genius of the Outer Palace shouted and rushed towards a genius of the Inner Palace who usually showed off his strength. He launched a powerful attack and began to bombard the genius. The people of the Inner Palace were also furious. They had never put the people of the Outer Palace in their eyes. In their hearts, their status was above the geniuses of the Outer Palace. But now that they were fighting with the disciples of the Outer Palace, they realized that the geniuses of the Outer Palace were actually so powerful. They were not inferior to them in a battle of the same level. In the vast battlefield, a white silhouette flickered constantly. Every place he went would be accompanied by blood-curdling screams and the sound of bones breaking. That white silhouette was Jiang Qin. His attacks were ruthless and his movements were strange. Every time he appeared, he would cause a certain amount of damage to his opponents. None of the people from the main palace could withstand a single strike from him. One of their legs was broken as soon as he appeared. In just the blink of an eye, 20 geniuses of the Inner Palace had been killed by Jiang Qin. He had greatly consumed the opponent's fighting strength. Moreover, His strength had boosted the morale of the geniuses of the outer palace. This made the outer palace gradually gain the upper hand in this big battle. Damn, how can this bastard be so strong? Gu Lang shouted loudly. He jumped and his majestic body blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Gu Chen, let's fight. Gu Lang shouted. He could already see that among all the geniuses who came here today, he was afraid that he was the only one who could fight Jiang Chen. Besides, he had no confidence in fighting Jiang Chen. Although he was a peak third-grade great saint, he couldn't slap a third-grade great saint to the ground, but Jiang Chen did it so easily. A peak third-grade great saint? Gu Lang, you are no match for me. Jiang Chen said. Given his current cultivation grade, it would be hard for him to find a third-grade great saint who could match him. If he used his dragon transformation, even a fourth-grade great saint would die. However, he needed to hide his identity now, so he couldn't use his dragon transformation. Even if he didn't use his dragon transformation, it was enough to deal with these people. Arrogant black whirlwind. Gu Lang bellowed. The black whirlwind turned into a black storm. This storm was somewhat similar to Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind. Each wind blade was like a sharp blade. Once it was used, the void would be cut into pieces. However, the difference between this black whirlwind and Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind wasn't just a little bit. The two of them weren't on the same level. The eternal immortal wind came from Nan Beichao's powerful technique. It was the technique of an immortal. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't use the eternal immortal wind to deal with Gu Lang. Otherwise he was afraid that Gu Lang would die. In the face of Gu Lang's powerful black whirlwind, Jiang Chen's response was very simple. He punched out. The golden fist wind turned into a golden dragon, roaring and colliding with the black whirlwind. Long. When the two collided, one side of the battlefield was destroyed. A big hole was created in the spatial zone. The destructive energy rustled and made people shudder. Fortunately, there were great saint experts on this battlefield. If a minor saint fell into such a battlefield, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. The aftermath of these terrifying attacks was enough to kill him in an instant. Arg! Gu Lang let out a blood-curdling scream. He was sent flying away. Even though he was a peak third-grade great saint and had cast a powerful combat skill, he still wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. The black whirlwind that he struck out was completely destroyed by the golden dragon that was punched out by Jiang Chen. Gu Lang was greatly shaken. He spurted out a mouthful of blood. His combat strength had been seriously damaged. Impossible. Both of Gu Lang's eyes were red. Compared to his injuries, his heart was more shocked. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Not to mention the Pure Land, even in St. Origin Palace, a place where geniuses were as numerous as the clouds, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Such combat strength was simply heaven-defying. He was a peak third-grade great saint. Any ordinary fourth-grade great saint wouldn't be a match for him, but now he couldn't even defeat a puny first-grade great saint. Such an ending was beyond his wildest dreams. Not good. Brother Gu Lang has been defeated. Even he isn't a match for Gu Chen. Motherfucker. Is this guy still human? Since when did the Pure Land cultivate such a monstrous genius? There are also those people from the outer palace. Usually they would hide from us when they see us. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Now that Gu Chen is here, it's impossible for us to win. We have already lost a lot of people. Our morale is low, but the other side is as if they have been injected with chicken blood. The defeat of Gu Lang by Jiang Chen had made the geniuses of Inner Palace lose their confidence. During the battle just now, they had seen the true strength of the Outer Palace. Although they didn't say it out loud, subconsciously, these geniuses of Inner Palace no longer looked down on the people of Outer Palace like before. And this was exactly what Jiang Chen wanted. Swoosh. Jiang Chen's body moved and appeared in front of Gu Lang in a flash like a flash of light. What are you doing? Gu Lang's face was filled with fear. I'm going to break your leg. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He struck out with the true dragon palm. Gu Lang couldn't resist the huge cage and was trapped by Jiang Chen on the spot. A force like a sharp sword hit one of Gu Lang's legs. Gu Lang let out a wail and followed the footsteps of the two youths. Gu Chen, you are insane. You are finished. Do you know what you are doing? Gu Ling, who was standing at the side, yelled, but he had the urge to cough up blood. Initially, he had called for reinforcements to avenge him, but he had never thought that Gu Chen would be so powerful. This made the hatred and disgust in Gu Ling's eyes turn into fear when he looked at Jiang Chen. Get lost. Jiang Chen slapped Gu Ling's face, which had already turned into a pig's head. The slap sent Gu Ling flying. Ah! The geniuses of Inner Palace are just SOSO. Brothers, beat them up. Beat them until their teeth fall all over the ground. That's right. Today we are going to release all our depressed feelings. Motherfucker, beat them up. That Gulang is just SOSO. A peak third grade great saint can't even withstand a slap from Gu Qin. Shouting loudly, the people of the outer palace were completely excited. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. The geniuses of the inner palace were utterly defeated. This area had already been completely destroyed, but the people of the outer palace didn't care about this. Compared to losing some buildings, venting their anger was more important. However, the commotion here was too big. It was impossible for them not to be alarmed. Stop. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from afar. In the next moment, a young man in blue appeared in the sky. This young man had a head full of red hair and was incomparably majestic. His aura was monstrous, and the airwaves that were casually emitted from him were extremely frightening. Gulien, it's Big Brother Gulien. Big Brother Gulien, you have to seek justice for us. Motherfucker. Big Brother Gulien, these guys from Outer Palace are rebelling. They must be punished. Seeing the newcomer, the geniuses of Inner Palace who were crying for their parents were cheered up, as if they had seen hope. Gu Lien, the genius of Inner Palace, 4th grade great saint. What's going on? Gu Lien Lung Lung's eyes swept across the battlefield. He saw that many of the geniuses of Inner Palace had a broken leg. The others were also covered in dust and dirt. As a genius of Inner Palace, Gu Lien was naturally infuriated. Big Brother Gu Lien? One of them used divine sense to tell Gu Lien everything that had happened. A bunch of trash. After listening to it, Gu Lien couldn't help but scold. Of course, he wasn't scolding the geniuses of Outer Palace, but the geniuses of Inner Palace. He didn't feel angry at the miserable state of the geniuses of Inner Palace. Instead, he felt ashamed because he could see that the geniuses of Inner Palace were superior to those of Outer Palace in terms of numbers and cultivation. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of Inner Palace were still defeated miserably. It was an incomparably shameful thing, but it also gave Gu Lien a new view of the geniuses of Outer Palace. Swoosh. Gu Lien's eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. When he realized that Jiang Chen was only a 1st grade great saint, his eyes glinted with a strange light. Putting everything else aside, the fact that a 1st grade great saint like Jiang Chen could defeat Gu Lang was enough to earn his respect. You are the newcomer, Gu Chen? Gu Lien Lung Lung asked. Yes, I am. Jiang Chen didn't show the slightest fear in Gu Lien's eyes. Gu Chen, it seems like we are going to be in trouble today. This Gu Lien is a 4th grade great saint. He won't be easy to deal with. You must be careful. Chapter 952. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't put Gu Liuyang's words in his heart. He looked straight at Gu Lien and said, You have seen it yourself. None of the geniuses of Inner Palace can defeat me. Although Jiang Chen didn't make it very clear, the meaning he wanted to express was very clear. He was saying that the geniuses of Inner Palace couldn't even defeat him, a 1st grade great saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant and bully the disciples of Outer Palace? You are indeed very good. You have really shocked me. I didn't expect that there would be such a genius in Pure Land. They can't defeat you because they are not strong enough. I have nothing to say. The performance of Outer Palace today has indeed made me, Gu Lien, look at all of you in a different light. Gu Lien nodded and said. He was indeed a straightforward person. However, you're a newcomer, yet you've beaten up so many of our people and broken so many of their legs. This means that you don't place us in your eyes at all. I'll take this as a provocation to us. So, even though I admire you, I must seek justice for us and regain the face we've lost. Gu Lien said. His words were understandable. Jiang Chen also expressed his understanding. If he was in Gu Lien's shoes, he would also make the same decision. After all, Gu Lien was on Inner Palace's side. If he remained indifferent in the face of such a situation, he would be considered as a coward. What do you want? Jiang Chen said plainly. The internal conflict between the ancient people had intensified. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to resolve it as soon as possible. If it couldn't be resolved in time, the conflict would escalate to an unmanageable stage. At that time, the entire Gu Palace would be finished. From the bottom to the top, everyone would be caught in the conflict. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other way out now. He could only take one step at a time. However, there was one thing that he must do. He must be strong to the end. He must show the prestige of the geniuses of Outer Palace. I will fight with you. Gu Lien's eyes were blazing. A trace of combat intent burst out from his body. No way. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint. It's not fair to fight with Gu Qin. Gu Luyang was the first to object. That's right. It's a 4th grade great saint versus a 1st grade great saint. Even if he won, there's nothing to be proud of. Has your palace become so shameless? One should know that the gap between a 4th grade great saint and a 3rd grade great saint wasn't small. The advancement from 3rd grade to 4th grade was a hurdle in itself. Jiang Qin was able to defeat the 3rd grade great saint Gu Lang, but he was only a 1st grade great saint after all. How could he deal with the 4th grade great saint Gu Lian? Jiang Qin raised his hand and silenced the voices in the outer hall. He smiled at Gu Lian and said, "All right, I'll fight you." As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Gu Lian. If he transformed into his dragon form, he would certainly be able to defeat Gu Lian, but he couldn't use it now. His current strength was more than enough to deal with an ordinary 4th grade great saint, but it was somewhat insufficient to deal with a genius like Gu Lian. However, he had no choice but to accept Gu Lian's challenge. If he didn't, the outer palace would still be looked down upon and bullied by the inner palace like before. Furthermore, it would only get worse. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of the battle, he had to fight. Gu Qin, I Gu Lian admire your guts. Come, let me see how powerful the peerless genius nurtured by the Pure Land is. Today, I will beat the crap out of you and defend the dignity and status of the Pure Land. Gu Lian's chi fluctuated wildly. His entire body soared high into the sky. His chi of a 4th grade great saint was completely unleashed. Jiang Qin also unleashed his chi and stood in front of Gu Lian. His clothes were as white as snow, untainted by even a speck of dust. His black hair fluttered along with the wind. He was exuding a strong heroic aura that captivated and subdued people. Motherfucker. Isn't this bullying? I don't know if Gu Qin can defeat Gu Lian. I think it will be very difficult. That Gu Lian isn't an easy opponent. Gu Qin is only a 1st grade great saint. This battle is really worrying. What do you all know? Gu Qin is fighting for the dignity and glory of our outer palace. He has to accept the challenge. Otherwise, our outer palace won't be able to stand firm in the future. We will still be bullied by those bastards of the inner palace. Everyone in the outer palace shifted their eyes to the sky. Their eyes were filled with worry. Their opponent was the mighty Gu Lian. There was no way they wouldn't be worried. This guy actually dared to accept the challenge. I really don't know where he got his courage from. Although he is from the outer palace, I have to admit that this Gu Qin is really powerful. You and I are still far away from him. That's right. Yeah, I didn't expect the Pure Land to be able to cultivate such a genius. Even I admire him a little. However, this is a battle of dignity and status. Big brother Gu Lian will let him know how powerful he is and teach him a good lesson. A newbie is going to pay the price for being so arrogant. A lot of people in the inner palace were talking about it. Jiang Qin didn't even think about it before accepting Gu Lian's challenge. This was beyond their expectation. After all, the gap between their strength was just too big. It was a gap that was hard to make up for. Even though they were his opponents, even though they hated Jiang Qin to the bone, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Qin to show their admiration. Sometimes, admiring a person had nothing to do with whether the person was a comrade or an enemy. Gu Qin, come on. Give it your all. Gu Lian shouted. He was fully prepared for the battle. Stop. Just at this moment, another shout was heard. 4 extremely powerful silhouettes appeared in the sky. They were 4 elders. Each of them was brimming with chi and powerful cultivation base. All of them were 5th grade great saints. They had a panoramic view of everything that had happened here the moment they appeared. This was originally a beautiful place where the geniuses of the outer palace resided. There were martial arts arenas, flowers and trees, as well as courtyards and palaces. But now there was nothing left. Everything had been completely destroyed. Although it was worthless, it was still the symbol of the ancient palace. This group of prodigal sons of Bichis. It seemed like this floating mountain peak would have been completely destroyed if it wasn't for the restrictive spells set up by the masters. It's the elders. They were indeed the elders of Gu Palace. Usually, the elders wouldn't show up no matter how much trouble the disciples caused. It seemed like today's matter wasn't a small matter. Even the elders had come. What have you all done? Gu Lian, are you going to tear down the entire Gu Palace? One of the elders shouted at Gu Lian before looking at Gu Qin. Who are you? But very soon, the 4 elders knew what had happened here. Someone had already told them everything through divine sense, including the cause, the process and the result. As for the result, there was no need to talk about it because it was in front of them. Gu Qin, did you hurt all these people? An elder asked in disbelief. That's right. Jiang Qin said, I think the elders should know why I attacked them. Although this is my first day here, I absolutely can't stand the humiliation. Ancient people built Gu Palace. Why is there a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace? Do the geniuses of the outer palace have to be bullied? I just wanted to see what's so great about the geniuses of the inner palace. Now it seems that they are just SOSO. How dare you? You're just a newcomer. How dare you beat the geniuses of the inner palace and destroy the entire residence of the outer palace? That is a serious crime. Gu Qin, follow me to the punishment hall immediately. An elder shouted at Jiang Qin. Elder Gu Rong, this place wasn't destroyed by Gu Qin alone. All of us have attacked the geniuses of the inner palace. If you want to punish them, punish us too. Gu Luyang stood up. At this time the outer palace must be united. What are you doing? Is your outer palace going to rebel? Gu Rong's eyes widened. Rebel? Elder Gu Rong's words are a little harsh. I think Gu Qin is right. We are all ancient people. There shouldn't be a difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Today it seems that the geniuses of the inner palace are just SOSO. Gu Qin is merely a first-grade great saint, but he has already beaten so many geniuses of the inner palace until they are crying for their parents. It's our fortune that the Pure Land sent such a genius to us. An elder next to Gu Rong suddenly spoke. His name was Gu Zheng. He was also from the outer palace. He had always been very unhappy about the difference between the inner palace and the outer palace. Jiang Qin saw all of this with his own eyes. His heart was filled with worry. The internal conflict of Gu Palace had reached a level that couldn't be ignored. Not only the geniuses but also the elders. Once this kind of conflict was triggered, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Gu Zheng, since the establishment of Gu Palace, there has never been such a disgraceful thing. Destroying public facilities and ignoring the rules of Gu Palace is a serious crime. He must be punished. Otherwise, how will Gu Palace manage the disciples in the future? Gu Rong said loudly with a very firm attitude. Bullshit. Gu Chen's crime is nothing more than beating up Gu Ling. This is a fight between disciples which is very common. We have always ignored it. As for destroying public facilities, I would like to ask you something. This is the place of the outer palace. Why did more than 100 people from the inner palace come here? If you are talking about destroying public facilities, it is the disciples of the inner palace who came here to cause trouble. If you want to go to the punishment hall, you should take Gu Lang and the others away. Everything here has been destroyed. The disciples of the outer palace are the victims. It's not fair for you to punish the victims now. Gu Jing spoke sternly. It seemed that he was going to stand firmly on the side of the outer palace. The confrontation between the two elders made Jiang Qin even more determined to solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. Chapter 953. Fifth grade Great Saint was the most common cultivation grade in Gu Palace. The four elders in front of him were also at the bottom of the hierarchy. However, from the different standpoint of Gu Rong and Gu Zheng, one could imagine that even among the higher-ups of Gu Palace, such conflicts also existed. In the final analysis, this conflict wasn't between people, but between the outer palace and the inner palace. The people of the inner palace thought that they were superior and superior, so they looked down on the people of the outer palace. The people of the outer palace, on the other hand, were naturally dissatisfied because they were all from the ancient people. All right, stop quarreling, both of you. Another elder said with a frown. What's the difference between the two of you arguing here and them fighting here? I believe both of you are very clear that the conflict between the inner palace and the outer palace isn't new. Today, because of the arrival of Gu Qin, this conflict has erupted. But it's good that it has erupted because this kind of potential conflict isn't a good thing for Gu Palace. Since it has erupted in advance, we should solve it as soon as possible. Gu Lian, Gu Qin, how do you want to solve it? This person was called Gu Wang. His words were considered more dignified among the four elders. Jiang Qin couldn't help but admire his words. It seemed like there weren't any lack of discerning people in Gu Palace. He believed that many of the higher-ups were also very worried about the conflict in Gu Palace, but they didn't have a good way to stop it. Elder Gu Wang, I will fight with Gu Qin. If Gu Qin loses, all the people of the outer palace, including Gu Qin, will have to apologize to Gu Lang and the others in public. From today onwards, they will have to avoid the people of the inner palace. Gu Lian said. Gu Lian, you are a 4th grade great saint challenging a 1st grade great saint. Do you still have the nerve to say that? Gu Jing harumphed coldly. Elder Gu Wang waved his hand, signaling Gu Zheng to keep quiet. He looked at Jiang Chen and said, Gu Chen, Gu Lian's challenge, are you willing to accept it? Of course I accept, but I also have a condition. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the 4 elders. Say it. Elder Gu Wang nodded approvingly. A 1st grade great saint didn't even think twice before accepting the challenge of a 4th grade great saint. This courage alone was worthy of admiration. Furthermore, he had heard about Gu Chen's means today. Even Gu Lang wasn't his match. Such a genius, even if he came from the Pure Land, Gu Palace would still treat him seriously. If I lose, I will do as Gu Lian said, and I will also compensate them with a huge amount of wealth. From now on, the disciples of the Outer Palace will hide wherever they are. However, if I win, I don't want anything. I just want to give the disciples of the Outer Palace a proper name. I will fight for the dignity and status of the Outer Palace. If I win, I hope that from now on, there will be no distinction between the Outer Palace and the Inner Palace. Jiang Chen said. What he said wasn't only for the 4 elders, but also for the geniuses of the main palace. One should know that this wasn't something that could be achieved with just a single word from an elder. If the words of an elder were effective, there wouldn't be any internal conflicts between the geniuses. Ah, what a joke. Gu Chen, it's impossible for you to win. If you win, I, Gu Lian, will be the first to submit to you. In the future, the people of Inner Palace will never look down on Outer Palace. Gu Lian laughed heartily and said in an extremely solemn tone. That's right. As long as he can defeat Big Brother Gu Lian, we will acknowledge you as the geniuses of Outer Palace. Someone in the main palace shouted. As a matter of fact, after today's battle, many of them had a new opinion about the disciples of Outer Palace, especially Gu Chen. Countless of them admired him. If Gu Chen could defeat Gu Lian, who was a 4th grade great saint, it would be enough for him to be called the #1 genius of Gu Palace. Such a genius would probably alarm the higher-ups of Gu Palace. Moreover, such a genius came from Pure Land and not from Inner Palace. So, what qualifications did the people of Inner Palace have to look down on the geniuses of Outer Palace? Good. Since you all are willing to use this method to solve the problem, then 3 days later in the martial arena of Gu Palace, Gu Lian and Gu Chen will have a showdown. At that time, many people of Gu Palace will be watching, including the higher-ups. Now you all have 3 days to prepare. After Elder Gu Wang finished speaking, he left with the other 3 elders. As for why Elder Gu Wang wanted to delay the battle to 3 days later instead of letting Jiang Chen and Gu Lian start the battle immediately, many of them knew the reason. After all, this battle was related to the conflict between the Inner Palace and the Outer Palace. These 3 days were undoubtedly used to create hype for Gu Chen and Gu Lian, allowing many people in Gu Palace to know about this battle. This news had even reached the ears of the higher-ups, causing them to pay close attention to this battle. After all, the significance of this battle was extraordinary. The more people paid attention to it, the better it would be for Gu Palace. It was time for the internal conflict of Gu Palace to be resolved. Therefore, no matter who won this battle, it would be beneficial to Gu Palace. If Gu Chen won, then the internal conflict of Gu Palace would be resolved. From then on, the people of Outer Palace would have a high status and dignity. Inner Palace would no longer bully the disciples of Outer Palace, which would unite everyone in Gu Palace. Moreover, Jiang Chen had defeated Gu Lian and became famous. Gu Palace would certainly nurture such a genius. On the contrary, if Gu Lian won, the conflict would escalate to the surface. The people of Outer Palace would lose more and more status. Perhaps many of them would return to Pure Land. From then on, Gu Palace would no longer accept people from Pure Land. Ancient people of Gu Palace and Pure Land would be completely separated. In this way, although it was cruel, Gu Palace would soon be united and there would no longer be any hidden conflicts. Gu Wang was a smart man. Many people weren't stupid either. They could still see the situation clearly. Even Jiang Chen and Gu Lian were aware of it. Therefore, everyone expressed their understanding of the reason for postponing the battle for 3 days. Gu Chen, if I were you, I would immediately admit defeat to avoid losing face 3 days later. Gu Lian said. At that time we will know who will lose face. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. These 3 days were a good thing for him. Under the situation where he couldn't transform into his dragon form, it was indeed not easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Gu Lian. Now that there were 3 more days, Jiang Chen had the hope of improving his strength to the next level. If he had the chance to advance to the 2nd grade Great Saint, Defeating Gu Lian would be as easy as blowing off dust. Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade had reached the peak of first grade Great Saint. He was only 500 dragon marks away from the second grade Great Saint. All he needed was an opportunity to break through. Gu Lian left with the geniuses of Inner Palace. Now that the battle had been decided, there was no point in staying here any longer. It seemed like they were not welcomed here. As for Gu Lang and those who had their legs broken by Jiang Chen, they flew away. To a great saint, a broken leg wasn't a serious injury. When Jiang Chen landed from the sky, a group of geniuses from Outer Palace immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Satisfying, too satisfying. Gu Chen, you're really amazing. Even that Gu Lang fellow's leg was broken by you. This is really satisfying. I've taken a look just now, at least 30 people's legs were broken by Gu Chen. Let's see if they still dare to be arrogant in the future. That's right. We have been sulking for a long time. Today we can finally vent our frustrations. Those geniuses from Inner Palace are just SOSO. I'm not afraid of them if we really fight. We will follow Gu Chen from now on. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to have today's pleasure. Everyone in the Outer Palace was in high spirits. Thinking of the refreshing battle just now, many people still felt as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As for the destroyed houses, it was nothing. They were all great sage experts. It was just a matter of minutes if they wanted to build some courtyard houses. Even if they wanted to build a small space, it was also a very simple and easy thing. Felt really good. At this time, everyone admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. They had already regarded Jiang Chen as their representative and leader. The world of the strong was originally like this. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would still live the same days as before, suffering from the supercilious and oppressed geniuses. But Gu Chen Gu Lian is not easy to deal with. Are you sure? Gu Luing said with a frown. The others also looked at Jiang Chen with bright eyes. Although they had a good time today, the real highlight had yet to begin. The real highlight would only begin 3 days later. If Jiang Chen was defeated, their status wouldn't change either. Gu Luing said with a frown. Brothers, rest assured. I will definitely defeat Gu Lian and clear the name of our Outer Palace. This is a battle of dignity. Our dignity will not be trampled on. Jiang Chen's expression changed. His eyes turned cold and his body emitted an unstoppable confidence. It was a confidence that came from his bones, and it could infect many people. The people around him couldn't help but be influenced by it. Ah. Well, Gu Chen, we believe in you. Gu Luhui shouted. After all, they had all seen the strength of Jiang Chen with their own eyes. Even if the cultivation gap between Jiang Chen and Gu Lian was huge, it was not completely impossible. What's more, in the current situation they could only believe in Jiang Chen. It seemed that there was no other way but to believe and pray. Everyone clean up this place first. Restore the original buildings. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion to prepare for the battle 3 days later. Jiang Chen said. Okay, leave these to us. After Gu Luing finished speaking, he waved out a wave of air. All the debris on the entire mountain peak was cleaned up. For more than 100 great sages, it was too easy to build some courtyard buildings. In almost a few minutes, all the buildings were built again. Chapter 954. After everything was restored, Jiang Chen found a random courtyard and went into seclusion. It wasn't an easy task to advance to the second grade Great Saint in just 3 days. Jiang Chen's seclusion lasted for a day. He shook his head helplessly. Although there are only 500 dragon marks left, it's too difficult to condense them all. Unless there's an opportunity or a powerful energy impact, I won't be able to advance to the second grade Great Saint even if I cultivate for another 2 days. Jiang Chen stood up from the futon. He decided not to go into seclusion anymore. This kind of meaningless seclusion was just a waste of time. There were only 2 days left before the battle with Gu Lian. He couldn't afford to delay it any further. Jiang Chen pushed the door open and saw Gu Lufeng and Gu Luing standing in front of his door. It seemed like they were about to knock on his door. Lufeng, what's the matter? Jiang Chen asked. Gu Lufeng had been in contact with him for a long time and he had a certain understanding of him. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't disturb his seclusion. Little Qinzi, today is the opening day of the refining tower. Brother Luing wants to ask if you want to go there for cultivation. Gu Lufeng said. Isn't the refining tower opened every day? Yesterday they were still cultivating in the refining tower. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He still remembered what happened yesterday clearly. Gu Luyang and Gu Ling came from the refining tower and had a chaotic battle here. That was to say, the refining tower had opened yesterday, but today was the opening day of the refining tower. Wouldn't it be contradictory? Guqin, you don't know this. This refining tower is different from the previous one. There are a total of 9 refining towers in St. Origin Palace. Each of the palaces has one that is used for cultivation. The purpose of the refining tower is to condense the heaven and earth yuan qi. If you cultivate in it, your cultivation speed will be faster. However, the refining tower that opens today is the most unique tower in St. Origin Palace. It opens for 1 day every month and the geniuses of the 8 major palaces can enter it. If you can't enter it, all the good cultivation places will be taken away. Gu Luing explained. I see. What's the difference between this refining tower and Gu Palace? Jiangchen asked. The difference is huge. The refining towers of the various palaces can only gather the heaven and earth yuan qi in this space, making the heaven and earth yuan qi even denser. There are also some arrays that can help in cultivation. But today the refining towers can absorb a small amount of immortal qi. This is the immortal qi from the immortal world. If you are lucky enough to absorb some, it will bring you endless benefits. Gu Luhui hurriedly said. Immortal energy. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled all of a sudden. He was worrying about how to advance his cultivation grade in 2 days. Now it seemed like this refining tower was a good choice. If he could absorb the immortal qi, he might be able to stimulate his dragon transformation skill. At that time, he would be able to condense 500 dragon marks and advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. As long as he advanced to the 2nd grade Great Saint, he would have no problem dealing with Gu Lian 2 days later. That's right. This refining tower was set up by the old ancestors of the 8 major families when St. Origin Palace was built. It can absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world. Although the amount is very little, it's very beneficial to us. However, it only opens once a month and many geniuses of the 8 major palaces will go there. The competition is very intense. Gu Luing said. The refining tower should have been opened by now, right? Jiang Chen asked. It has been opened for a while. Gu Luhui said. Alright, let's go there now. Jiang Chen said. He was very interested in this refining tower. He was eager to improve his strength. The immortal qi came from the immortal world. The quality of the heaven and earth yuan qi was many times higher than the heaven and earth yuan qi in St. Origin World. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which was a supreme divine skill. Therefore, his ability to absorb the high-grade yuan qi in the immortal world was much stronger. Under the lead of Gu Luing and Gu Luhui, the 4 of them flew rapidly towards the refining tower. It was the first time for Jiang Chen and Gu Lufeng to go to the refining tower. Jiang Chen's reaction was better than Gu Liufeng's. The refining tower of St. Origin Palace was located at the center of St. Origin Palace. A gray ancient tower was suspended high in the sky. This ancient tower seemed to have 9 floors. There was a golden light at the top of the tower that went straight into the sky. No one could see where it extended to, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. Thousands of miles around the ancient tower was empty, which added a sense of loneliness to the ancient tower. This was the refining tower, which only opened once a month. At this moment, a lot of people were moving towards the refining tower. All of them were young geniuses. Each of their faces was filled with arrogance. The geniuses of the 8 major palaces had arrived. For this day, St. Origin Palace was a grand event. Guqin, this is the refining tower. It opens once a month. The tower is divided into 9 levels. The higher the level, the higher the chance of absorbing immortal qi. The lower the level, the lower the chance. Basically, only 5th grade Great Saints and above can enter the 7th level and above. With our current strength, we won't be able to go there. Guqin, this is the refining tower that opens once a month. Gu Luing introduced. I'm afraid that there will be constant friction and trouble when the geniuses of the 8 major palaces gather together, right? Jiang Chen smiled. That's for sure. The relationship between the 8 major palaces has always been very tense. This time of the month is also the most chaotic time. Many people will fight each other for territory. Sometimes there will even be deaths, but these are the battles between the geniuses. The higher-ups of St. Origin Palace won't care about it. Even if someone dies, as long as it isn't too excessive, no one will care. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Apart from allowing the geniuses to absorb immortal qi, the opening of the refining tower is also a form of training for the geniuses. Whether it is Pure Land or St. Origin Palace, the contradictions between the 8 major palaces have long been deep-rooted. It's not uncommon for people to die because of the battles. Gu Luing said. He had been here for a long time, so he had a better understanding of the situation here. Although St. Origin Palace was a powerful place, the competition here was also more intense. Compared to Pure Land, this place was much crueler. Under normal circumstances, which floor should we go to? Asked Jiangchen. Given our cultivation grade, we can still go to the 4th and 5th floors, but I'm afraid that the 4th and 5th floors have already been occupied. Let's go to the 5th floor and try our luck first. Gu Luing said. Alright, let's go to the 5th floor and have a look. Jiangchen nodded. He didn't care which floor he was going to because given his strength and means, he would still be able to absorb immortal chi even if he was cultivating in the lowest floor. Although he wanted to compete with the geniuses of the 6 major families, he didn't want to cause any trouble today. All he wanted now was to cultivate and absorb immortal chi to advance to 2nd grade Great Saint. Then he would fight Gu Lian 2 days later and solve the internal conflict of Gu Palace. When Jiangchen and the others were about to enter the gate of the 5th floor, they saw 3 figures walking out from the inside. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the disciples of Gu Palace. At this moment, all 3 of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. Their chi was chaotic and they had suffered certain injuries. Each of them was covered in dust and dirt, looking extremely miserable. All 3 of them were 2nd grade Great Saints. The one standing in the middle had blood at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with you 3? Asked Jiangchen with a frown. These 3 weren't unfamiliar to him. Although he didn't know their names, he knew that they were the geniuses of Main Palace. They were among those who went to the outer palace to cause trouble yesterday. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them raised their heads. When they saw that it was Jiangchen, a complicated look was revealed in their eyes. Gu Chen. The one in the middle said in a low voice. Gu Yong, who did this to you? Asked Gu Luing. Frankly speaking, they were delighted to see the 3 geniuses of Main Palace in such a miserable state. It's none of your business who did this to us. Another genius of Main Palace, Lung Lung, said. You're right. It naturally has nothing to do with us if you get beaten up. But if you get beaten up here, it's a disgrace to Gu Palace. Not daring to fight back after being beaten up, it's even more shameful. Your Gu Palace is truly disappointing. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disdain. Gu Chen, that's enough. I don't need your sarcastic remarks. Gu Yong said loudly. I've said it before. In my eyes, there is no distinction between Main Palace and Outer Palace. This is the refining tower. You not only represent yourselves but also the face of Gu Palace. Tell me who did this to you. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 of them and asked word by word. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, like an emperor questioning his courtiers. They didn't dare to not answer. It's the people of Desolate Palace. The cultivation place that we found was taken away by them and they even beat us. Gu Yong said. Bring me there. Jiang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Gu Yong and the other 2 glanced at each other before nodding their heads. Once again they strode towards the 5th level. The chi of heaven and earth in the 5th level was much denser than the outside world. Just a casual breath was enough to make one feel refreshed. There were many small secret chambers here, and each of them had a stone door. If the stone door was not closed, it meant that there was no one inside and people could enter to cultivate. If the stone door was closed, it meant that the inside was occupied. At this moment, the secret chambers on the 5th floor were all closed, and there were many people outside looking for places to cultivate. Where is it? Jiang Chen asked. It's here. Gu Yong came to the front of a secret chamber. The stone door of the secret chamber was closed. It had been occupied by someone. We were the first to snatch this secret chamber, but it was occupied by Desolate Ichiro and the others. They even beat us up. That Desolate Ichiro is a 3rd grade Great Saint. We are no match for him. Gu Yong said while gritting his teeth. His heart was filled with depression when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered. Kick the door. Jiang Chen said plainly. I will kick it. Chapter 955. The youth of Gu Palace kicked the stone door ferociously, causing the entire stone door to tremble violently. The 5th level of the ancient pagoda buzzed. The kick of a 2nd grade Great Saint could crush a mountain, but it didn't even break a single stone door. However, this was normal. Jiang Chen could already see that the stone door had been set up with a seal by an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to break it. The youth raised his leg and kicked again. Desolate Ichiro, get out here right now. The youth was incomparably arrogant. Although Desolate Ichiro was a third-grade great saint, they didn't care about him at all. Gu Yong and the rest had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes. Even the peak third-grade great saint Gu Lang couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen, let alone Desolate Ichiro. To Gu Yong and the others, since they were dealing with the people of Desolate Palace, it was only right for the people of Gu Palace to unite. Thinking of how Gu Chen was willing to stand up for them when they attacked the outer palace yesterday, they felt incomparably touched. The domineering aura radiating from Jiang Chen had convinced them. The commotion immediately attracted a lot of people. Most of the geniuses in the 5th floor were third-grade great saints. Most of the 4th-grade great saints had gone to the 6th floor. That was why Gu Yong and the rest were so arrogant. They could basically conclude that no one in the 5th floor was a match for Jiang Chen. Bang bang bang. Gu Yong stepped forward and kicked the stone door 3 times. The stone door made a cracking sound. No matter how good-tempered those who were cultivating inside were, they wouldn't be able to control themselves when they encountered such a situation. The stone door was slowly opened. 3 angry men walked out. The leader was a tall and burly man with a fierce face. He was a third-grade great saint. He was the genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Ichiro. Standing beside him were 2 second-grade great saint geniuses of Desolate Palace. Their faces were also filled with anger. Anyone would be infuriated when they were interrupted during their cultivation. Desolate Ichiro and the rest laughed when they saw that the ones who kicked the door were the geniuses of Gu Palace whom they had beaten up and thrown out of the tower. Damn it! You 3 don't know what's good for you. How dare you kick my door and disturb my cultivation? Do you believe that I'll take your lives right now? In this refining tower, even if you die, it'll be in vain. Xiaoichiro said fiercely to Gu Yong and the other 2. It's Desolate Ichiro. This guy isn't someone to be trifled with. Why would the people of Gu Palace provoke him? You still don't know this. This secret chamber was snatched by Gu Yong and the others. Xiaoichiro caught up to them and not only did he throw them out, he also seized the secret chamber and gave them a good beating. However, are these 3 fellows sick in the head? They actually dared to come back and kick the door. Are they really not afraid of death? That's right. You should know that there have been deaths in this refining tower before. Desolate Ichiro is a third-grade great saint. They are no match for him. The surrounding people began to discuss. There were also a few people from Gu Palace who came over when they saw the conflict. Their initial thought was the same as the others, but when they saw Jiang Chen who was standing beside Gu Yong, they immediately felt relieved. Others might not know this man who had only been in St. Origin Palace for a day, but they were all too familiar with him. Desolate Ichiro might be terrifying, but compared to this ruthless man, they were afraid that he was still far from being comparable to him. Desolate Ichiro, it's still uncertain who will die today. You all have seized our secret chamber. You better get out now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize and compensate us for our losses. Then we'll forget about this matter. There were experts beside Gu Yong, so his words were filled with confidence. He knew the capability of Jiang Chen, so he no longer put Desolate Ichiro in his eyes. Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 were stunned, suspecting that their ears were playing tricks on them. What kind of joke was this? These 3 idiots who were crying for their parents after being beaten by them were now clamoring in front of them. Gu Yong, have you become stupid after being beaten by me? It seems like you don't know how to write the word death. Desolate Ichiro's face was ferocious. You're right. He really doesn't know how to write the word death, because he won't die. A voice sounded beside Gu Yong. The one who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 turned their eyes to Jiang Chen. When they saw that Jiang Chen was only a first-grade great saint, they laughed again. Where did you come from? You are just a puny little first-grade great saint. You don't have the right to speak here. You better do as he said. Kowtow and apologize, then compensate us. Jiang Chen said with a smile. No one could tell whether he was angry or not. Fuck. How dare a first-grade great saint talk to Brother Ichiro like this? You are courting death. Kneel down before me first. A second-grade great saint beside Desolate Ichiro took a step forward and raised his hand, preparing to give Jiang Chen a slap. Fuck. It was a loud slap, but the one who was slapped wasn't Jiang Chen, but the genius of Desolate family. The youth was slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen and then stepped on his face. Upon seeing this scene, Gu Yong and the other 2 couldn't help but shiver. This method was too similar to yesterday. Being so close to Jiang Chen, they could feel the scariness of Jiang Chen. Even though they were so close to each other, they couldn't see how Jiang Chen did it. A second-grade great saint was slapped to the ground. This scene stunned a lot of people, including Desolate Ichiro. Who is this man? I have never seen him before. He is only a first-grade great saint. How can he be so powerful? It must be an accident. He should be a newcomer from Gu Palace. I didn't expect a newcomer to be so arrogant. I guess Desolate Ichiro is going to be furious. Anyway, the secret chamber is gone. It's not bad to watch the show. When the show is over, we will go to the 4th level to find a place to stay. The surrounding people were shocked. It was indeed surprising that a person they had never seen before could be so powerful. Bastard. The youth bellowed under Jiang Chen's foot, but he couldn't get rid of it. Move your stinky foot away. Desolate Ichiro was infuriated. I want to remind you that if you die here, you will die in vain. Even if someone dies here, no one will care about it. Is that so? If you say so, I am relieved. Go too far? I don't think that it was your desolate palace who started this first. They refused to apologize, so they can only repay with their lives. Jiang Chen shrugged and said casually. Then a sharp light appeared in his hand. Before the second-grade great saint could react, half of his head was severed. The second-grade great saint died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. At this point, the 3 people who robbed Gu Yong's secret chamber and beat up Gu Yong and the other 2 were all dead. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. Bastard. The people of Desolate Palace cursed. Each of them was furious, but after witnessing Jiang Chen's ability, no one dared to rush forward. Gu Qin we Desolate Palace will remember what happened today. The leading young man said ferociously. If you don't want to die, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. I don't want to see anyone from Desolate Palace in the 5th level of the refining tower today. All of you get lost. You are not allowed to cultivate here. Jiang Qin didn't even look at the people of Desolate Palace and said in an indisputable tone. Upon hearing this, many of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was what it meant to be domineering. He was too arrogant. The refining tower was a public place for cultivation. Although there were constant battles, no one wanted to occupy it. Today, Gu Qin was going to deprive the disciples of the right to cultivate here. This was the first time they encountered such a situation. The disciples of Gu Palace had been completely subdued by Jiang Chen's dominance. Although the strength of Gu Palace wasn't considered weak among the 8 major palaces, they had never felt so proud in the refining tower before. Jiang Chen's domineering aura made them feel that it was an incomparable honor to be a member of Gu Palace. Gu Palace had always been this powerful. Whoever was allowed to cultivate here would be allowed to do so. If they didn't allow anyone to cultivate, they would have to fucking get the hell out of here. That was how arrogant they were. What did you say? The leader of Desolate Palace glared at Gu Qin. His name was Desolate Yiming. He couldn't believe his ears. This arrogant bastard actually wanted to drive all of them out of the refining tower and deprive them of the right to cultivate here. How could the people of Desolate Palace accept this? Is there something wrong with your brain or your ears? He said that all of you should get lost. Just get lost. At this time, a loud voice was heard from behind. Everyone followed the direction of the voice and saw a big yellow dog swaggering towards them. Beside him was a handsome young man. The 2 of them were emitting a strong demonic qi. Obviously they were from the demon palace. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Qin smiled in his heart when he saw the Huang dog. The current De Huang dog was already a 2nd-grade great saint. What was more intolerable was that they couldn't even defeat a dog. Now that they were seriously injured, they were afraid that they would die if they went forward again. Judging from the dog's attitude, it wouldn't hesitate to kill them. Chapter 957. However, while the people of Desolate Family felt aggrieved, they were also deeply shocked, especially Desolate Yiming. He couldn't help but re-evaluate the Huang dog. Although he was very powerful, he was still injured by the Huang dog's attack. This indicated that there was a certain gap between their combat strength. Moreover, De Huang dog was only a 2nd-grade great saint. It seemed that not only Gu Palace but also Demon Palace had a true genius. It wouldn't take long for such an existence to become a dazzling existence in Saint Origin Palace. I will count to 3. If you all don't leave, I will start a massacre. Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the people of Desolate Palace Lung Lung. His ruthless eyes made them shiver involuntarily. No one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. The 3 corpses on the ground were the best proof. For a ferocious figure like Jiang Chen, one should never judge him by whether he dared or not. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. Brother Yiming, what should we do now? Someone of Desolate Palace asked unwillingly. Let's go. Today's matter isn't over yet. Desolate Yiming raised his hand to wipe off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. After that, he kept the corpses of Desolate Ichiro and the other 2 into his spatial ring and left with all the people of Desolate Palace. Ever since the refining tower was built, Desolate Palace had never suffered such humiliation. It was imaginable that Desolate Palace would never let this matter rest. Everything that happened today had spread the name of Gu Qin among the geniuses. This dear friend is so overbearing. Master Dog likes it very much. I wonder, how do I address you? Are you willing to be friends with Master Dog? De Huang Dog said pretentiously. Kong Yang tried his best to hold back his laughter when he saw De Huang Dog's expression. Of course. I can see that Brother Dog is also a man of passion. Today, the secret chamber of Desolate Palace will be shared by Gu Palace and Demon Palace. Jiang Chen was also putting on an act. That's great. Everyone listen up. The people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace will live in peace in these empty secret chambers. People of other palaces, go to the 4th floor and find a place. De Huang Dog's words directly tied Demon Palace and Gu Palace together. The secret chamber that was vacated by Desolate Palace was occupied by both Gu Palace and Demon Palace, excluding the other palaces. To them, except for the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, everyone else was their enemy. Naturally, there was no need for them to be polite. The geniuses of the 5 major palaces were muttering to themselves. They were obviously very dissatisfied with the result. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's performance was too strong, so they didn't dare to say anything. The geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace, on the other hand, were very excited. Many of them didn't have a secret chamber to cultivate in when they came here. Now that they had been vacated, they were naturally happy. Especially the geniuses of Gu Palace. Their faces were filled with arrogance and pride. Today, Gu Palace could be said to be proud and elated. Jiang Chen had given them a lot of face. Gu Qin, thank you so much for today's matter. I didn't expect you to be so forgiving. Gu Yong came to the front of Jiang Chen and cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Gu Yong, you have to remember that what happened yesterday was between Inner Palace and Outer Palace. It's not a personal grudge between you and me. I don't want to see Gu Palace being divided into Outer Palace and Inner Palace. I want to see a united Gu Palace. That's why I took action. In my eyes, all of you are on the same side. How can I just stand by and watch when one of us is wronged? We are a family in the outside world. Subsequently, under the envious eyes of the geniuses of the 5 major palaces, the geniuses of Gu Palace and Demon Palace entered the secret chambers to cultivate peacefully. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Kong Yang pretended to chat for a while before entering a secret chamber at the same time. Dong. When the stone door of the secret chamber was closed, De Huang Dog burst into laughter. Brother Jiang, De Huang, you two are really good at acting. Kong Yang couldn't help laughing. Brother Kong, don't call me by my real name in the future. My name is Gu Qin now. You can call me Little Qinzi like De Huang does. Jiang Chen reminded Kong Yang. I've been too careless. Kong Yang sighed. He was too excited just now and had forgotten about the most important point. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had come in with a hidden identity. I heard that there's a lot of internal conflict in Gu Palace, but you've done a good job, De Huang Dog said. He and Kong Yang had been here for 3 days, so they had a good understanding of the situation here. That's right. What I need to do now is to eliminate the internal conflict in Gu Palace and make Gu Palace united. Today, the people of Desolate Palace have given me a good opportunity and I've already seen the results. De Huang's appearance just now was just right. The relationship between Gu Palace and Demon Palace has always been good. Now that the 2 major powers have joined forces, it's a very good situation. This will pave the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. He didn't expect De Huang Dog's sudden appearance, but he and De Huang Dog's tacit understanding was almost flawless. A small matter between their disciples had played a big role, paving the way for the future cooperation between the 2 major powers. But since you've killed the people of Desolate Palace today, they won't let you go. Kong Yang said. It doesn't matter. Desolate Palace and I are mortal enemies. Plus, Gu Palace won't sit idly by if Desolate Palace wants to deal with me. The stronger I perform, the more Gu Palace will care about me. We aren't clear about the current situation in St. Origin Palace, but the higher-ups of the major palaces surely know. Gu Palace should be able to see my importance. Jiang Qin said with incomparable confidence. Who cares? It's not a big deal to kill the people of Desolate Palace. Anyway, it's not the first time. This place is not bad for cultivation. I heard that the refining tower will only open for a day. Let's not waste any more time and cultivate. De Huang Dog said and walked towards a futon at the side. There were a total of 3 futons in this secret chamber, just enough for 3 people to cultivate. Jiang Qin and Kong Yang went to the other 2 futons respectively and sat down cross-legged. This was their first time coming to St. Origin Palace and also their first time cultivating in the refining tower. Therefore they were a little excited. If they could absorb some immortal qi, it would absolutely bring them endless benefits. Jiang Qin circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique and found that there was a kind of indistinct connection between the refining tower and the passageway of the immortal world, like a formation. As for whether he could absorb the immortal qi of the immortal world through this connection, it would depend on his own ability. The refining tower had a total of 9 floors. The higher the floor, the closer the connection, the easier it was to sense it and the more immortal qi one could absorb. On the contrary, the lower the floor, the weaker the invisible connection and the harder it was to sense it. Even if one could sense it, the probability and amount of immortal qi that could be absorbed would be limited. The 5th floor that Jiang Qin and the others were in was neither up nor down. It would be difficult for them to sense the immortal qi. Chapter 958. In Jiang Qin's senses, the top of the refining tower was connected to a miniature spatial zone. This miniature spatial zone should have been specially created by the experts of St. Origin Palace. It wasn't very big, only 1,000 miles in circumference. It was this miniature spatial zone that could absorb a small amount of immortal qi from the immortal world and let it float in this miniature spatial zone. In other words, all the geniuses who cultivated in the refining tower were absorbing immortal qi from this miniature spatial zone. Under normal circumstances, the speed at which the geniuses could absorb immortal qi from the immortal world was relatively fast, but the speed at which the miniature spatial zone absorbed immortal qi from the immortal world was very slow. This was also the reason why the refining tower only opened once a month. On the day when the refining tower opened, the immortal qi in the miniature spatial zone would be almost completely absorbed by the geniuses. In the following month, the miniature spatial zone would continue to absorb immortal qi from the immortal world. After a month, the refining tower and the miniature spatial zone would reach a balance. The miniature spatial zone only had a circumference of 1,000 miles. The amount of immortal qi in it was too little for so many geniuses. Even for those geniuses who were at the top of the 9th level of the refining tower, it was basically impossible for them to absorb a large amount of immortal qi. They might not even be able to absorb a little bit of immortal qi. Immortal energy was of high quality. The immortal plane was high up, and for people in the lower realms to want to absorb high-quality immortal energy was a manifestation of luck. The amount of immortal energy one could absorb was also related to the luck of a cultivator. Unknowingly, Jiang Qin's divine sense had penetrated into this miniature spatial zone. He could sense strands of divine sense drifting in the miniature spatial zone. The immortal qi seemed to have its own spirituality, wandering back and forth, its trace untraceable. Those vortexes were all immortal qi. They filled every corner of the miniature spatial zone. Jiang Qin could sense them clearly. He even had a feeling that he could directly capture those immortal qi for himself to absorb as long as he wanted. If other people knew about Jiang Qin's current situation, they would be shocked to the extreme. One should know that even those geniuses at the top of the 9th floor of the refining tower could only sense the existence of a microspace at most. They couldn't sense the existence of the immortal qi at all. They could only rely on their divine sense to scan and capture the immortal qi bit by bit and rely on their luck to absorb a small amount of immortal qi. To be able to accurately see where the immortal qi was like what Jiang Qin did was simply shocking and unprecedented. However, to Jiang Qin, the most inconceivable thing in the eyes of others was so easy. The dragon transformation skill is truly a supreme divine art. It might even surpass the existence of the immortal world. Obtaining this art is equivalent to obtaining great luck. I can do what others can't. Now, I'm going to circulate the dragon transformation skill to form an absorption whirlpool to absorb a large amount of immortal qi here. Breaking through to the 2nd grade Great Saint will be very easy. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curled up into a smile. He had a unique advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Ooh. Inside the miniature space, a storm was suddenly set off. With an invisible divine sense as the center, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter formed. After the whirlpool appeared, it immediately stirred up the entire miniature space, causing it to be restless. Then an even more shocking scene happened. As the whirlpool spun faster and faster, the immortal chi in the microspace was automatically drawn into the whirlpool as if it was being summoned. The immortal chi flowed down along the whirlpool and instilled into Jiangchen's body. His Jiangchen's body quivered. Suddenly he felt extremely comfortable. The dragon transformation skill was circulating at a high speed. His bones were making cracking sounds. The immortal chi rushed into his limbs and bones, making him sublimate from the inside out. New dragon marks began to form in his chi. What's going on? Why is the microspace agitated? I can feel that the immortal chi is draining rapidly. Who did this? What happened? There is a storm in the microspace. This microspace is the carrier of the immortal chi. It has always been peaceful. Why would such a situation happen all of a sudden? For a moment, all the geniuses in the refining tower were shocked, especially those geniuses in the 7th, 8th and 9th floors. They were cultivating diligently. It was not the first time for many of them to cultivate in the tower. The microspace had never experienced any changes before. This was the first time. Many of them were agitated and felt a deep sense of uneasiness. De Huang, Kongyang, Lufeng, quickly send your divine sense into the whirlpool. Hurry up. Jiang Chen's divine sense was transmitted to the ears of De Huang Dog, Kongyang and Gu Lufeng, who was cultivating in the secret chamber next door. The two men and the dog were stunned at first, but they immediately understood. They scanned the area with their divine sense and immediately found the whirlpool that was spinning at a high speed. Obviously, this whirlpool was created by Jiang Chen. They could feel countless immortal chi flowing into the whirlpool. De Huang Dog and the others were pleasantly surprised. Without any hesitation, they quickly sent their divine sense into the whirlpool. Immediately, they felt the immortal chi flowing into their bodies like flowing water. Wow, this is so cool. Little Chenzi, you can actually make all the immortal chi fly into the whirlpool automatically. This is too abnormal. How did you do it? De Huang Dog was so excited that he almost jumped up. Little Chenzi is really an extraordinary person. This is like seizing by force. The immortal chi here is very dense. I can advance to the 2nd grade great saint if I absorb all this immortal chi into my body. The immortal chi is too dense. It won't be a problem for me to advance to the 2nd grade great saint. Sure enough, following Little Chenzi will increase my luck and bring me endless benefits. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng couldn't hide their surprise. They admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. It was really shocking that he could do such a thing, but they didn't have the time to think about it. They didn't care how Jiang Chen did it. Given the current situation, the most important thing was to absorb the immortal chi. Only they knew how important the immortal chi was to them. In the miniature spatial zone, the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen was getting more and more powerful. The speed of absorbing the immortal chi was getting faster and faster. 3 men and a dog were seizing the immortal chi by force. The huge change in the miniature spatial zone had finally attracted the attention of other geniuses. Many geniuses in the 9th level of the refining tower had discovered the whirlpool that was crazily absorbing the immortal chi. So it's because of this whirlpool. Someone is trying to seize all the immortal chi. Damn it. We must not let anyone seize all the immortal chi. The refining tower only opens once a month, but the emergence of this whirlpool is also a good thing for us. We can use our divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi directly. It will save us a lot of trouble. Let's not think too much about it. There isn't much immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. At this rate, all the immortal chi will be absorbed in a few minutes. I can use my divine sense to enter the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi, which will save me a lot of trouble. Many of them had discovered the whirlpool created by Jiang Chen. Now wasn't the time to investigate the origin of the whirlpool. The most important thing now was to absorb the immortal chi. In their opinion, the whirlpool could gather the immortal chi, which would save them a lot of trouble. They could just put their divine sense into the whirlpool and absorb the immortal chi. Unfortunately, no matter how good their idea was, they couldn't even get close to the edge of the whirlpool. One after another, their divine sense rushed towards the whirlpool. However, when they touched the edge of the whirlpool, they were all bounced back. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't put their divine sense into the whirlpool. What's going on? Why can't I go in? It's intentional. Someone is doing this on purpose. Investigate, we must find out who is trying to monopolize all the immortal chi. Damn it. Damn it. This is too much. This is robbery. Don't put anyone in their eyes. Who is so audacious? Aren't they afraid of being punished by the law enforcement palace? There are a total of 4 divine senses in the whirlpool. In other words, there are 4 people trying to snatch the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. They want to take all the immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone. This is too abominable. We must find out who did this and drag out those 4 damn people. Many people were enraged. This situation was too shocking. The refining tower had existed for 100 years and such a daring thing had never happened before. The person who created the whirlpool to absorb the immortal chi didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. Caca. Those bastards are probably going to die from anger. Even their divine senses can't enter. De Huang Dog laughed in a carefree manner. It's indeed delightful. But isn't it too much for us to do this? I'm afraid those geniuses won't let this go easily. Gu Lufeng said worriedly. Lufeng, don't be overcautious. Just focus on improving your cultivation. There will be people who will bear the consequences for us. Jiang Chen said. The path of cultivation had always been about taking things by force. There were only so many cultivation resources, and it all depended on who had the courage and luck. If one had to be cautious in everything he did, then there would be no point in cultivating. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In the miniature spatial zone, those geniuses were still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Some mighty 6th grade great saints were still attacking the whirlpool with their divine sense, trying to tear an opening and penetrate it, but to no avail. Jiang Chen's whirlpool was condensed by the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation technique. Even a mighty 6th grade great saint wouldn't be able to break it. After all, divine sense and soul power weren't proportional to one's cultivation. Hong. Chapter 959. Amazing. Little Chinzi has advanced to 2nd grade great saint, but his chi hasn't diminished at all. It seems like he has obtained great benefits from the immortal chi. His cultivation grade will continue to rise. Even if he can't reach the 3rd grade great saint, he can still reach the peak of 2nd grade great saint. But I'm not weak either, I'm going to advance to 2nd grade great saint very soon. Kong Yang looked at the majestic chi of Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with incomparable shock. But like Gu Lufeng, he had also obtained great benefits. To them, this was the first time they had obtained the help of immortal chi and they had absorbed so much of it at once. Naturally, the benefits were boundless. They had been baptized from the inside out. Ah! Master Dog is going to advance to 3rd grade great saint. De Huang Dog jumped excitedly. He had just advanced to 2nd grade great saint not long ago. It wouldn't be a matter of a day or two if he wanted to advance to 3rd grade great saint. Now that he had obtained so much immortal chi, his cultivation grade would advance to 3rd grade great saint. Just thinking about it made him feel extremely satisfied. In the secret chamber next door, although Gu Lufeng didn't speak, he was also feeling very happy. He was working hard to advance to 2nd grade great saint. Jiang Chen had absorbed the most immortal chi. His body could accommodate hundreds of rivers. The benefits of absorbing immortal chi for the first time were unimaginable. Through the baptism of immortal chi, not only did Jiang Chen successfully condense 500 dragon marks, advancing to 2nd grade great saint, the number of dragon marks was still rising. According to Jiang Chen's attack, he could condense at least another 1,000 dragon marks, making the total number of dragon marks in his body reach 83,000. His cultivation grade had completely stabilized at 2nd grade great saint. In the miniature spatial zone, the geniuses kept attacking the whirlpool, but they still couldn't penetrate it. They could only watch as all the immortal chi was absorbed by the whirlpool. In just a few minutes, there wasn't even a strand of hair left in the entire miniature spatial zone, let alone the immortal chi. Damn it! Who did this? How could he absorb all the immortal chi here? Even after a month, it won't be able to return to its previous state. Just now, the divine sense was connected to the 5th level. Let's go and have a look. Who is so bold to do such a thing? It's the 5th level. 3 of the divine senses came from the same secret chamber. I have already sensed the location of the secret chamber. Let's go. I would like to see who is so bold. For a moment, the entire refining tower was stirred. All the geniuses were infuriated. The lowest cultivation grade of the 7th, 8th and 9th floor was 4th grade great saint. There were also plenty of 5th grade and 6th grade great saints. Those who could reach this level were the top geniuses of their respective palaces. It wasn't the first or second time that they had come to the refining tower to cultivate, but they had never encountered such a thing. Today, someone had actually absorbed all the immortal chi, which was an eye-opener for them. It didn't take long for all the experts to arrive at the 5th floor. Even the geniuses from the other secret chambers on the 5th floor had come out. What happened today really made everyone furious. Everyone wanted to see what kind of person could do such a crazy thing. Stopping others from cultivating was equivalent to cutting off one's path to wealth. This was very shameful. It's here, this is the secret room. There's no mistake, I can sense it very clearly. Kick the door open and get the people inside out. This is outrageous. If such people continue to exist, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. All the experts were infuriated. Sixth-grade great saints like him were considered as supreme geniuses. They wouldn't show themselves during normal days as they would only focus on their cultivation. They wouldn't care about the new disciple of Gu Palace. The fact that the immortal chi in the mini-spatial zone was forcibly taken away had infuriated Gu Xuanhuan and the other supreme geniuses of Gu Palace. When they heard that the person inside the spatial zone was a disciple of Gu Palace, their anger vanished immediately. In the refining tower, the most important thing for the geniuses was unity. They would never help outsiders to bully their own people. Gu Xuanhuan, it's easy for you to say that. Your geniuses have killed our geniuses for no reason. We won't let this matter go. Also, this man has absorbed all the immortal chi. That means he is going against all of us. The genius of Desolate Palace, Desolate Changfeng, was infuriated. Initially he was angry because the immortal chi had been absorbed, but now it was completely different. As an outstanding genius of Desolate Palace, it was impossible for him to remain indifferent when his own people were killed. It wasn't for no reason. At this time Gu Yong stood up. He came to Gu Xuanhuan, clasped his fists and said, "Big brother Xuanhuan, this is what happened." After listening to Gu Yong's explanation, the eyes of the supreme geniuses of Gu Palace sparkled, especially when they heard that Gu Chen was only a first-grade great saint, but he had killed a third-grade great saint of Desolate Palace. What kind of monstrous genius was that? Even they couldn't do it. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had stood up for Gu Palace. This had given Gu Xuanhuan a very good impression of Jiang Chen. How could he allow himself to be manipulated by others when his own people were bullied? Gu Yong and the others were still injured. Plus, many of them were present when Desolate Ichiro beat them up. So, no one doubted Gu Yong's words. "I heard it, Desolate Changfeng. It was your Desolate Palace who started the trouble first. That's why Gu Chen fought back. Plus, Gu Chen is just a first-grade great saint. Killing your third-grade great saint only shows that your Desolate Palace is incompetent. Gu Chen was just defending himself. Even if you bring him to the law enforcement palace, you won't be able to do anything about it," Gu Xuanhuan said with a smile. "There's no need to bring this matter to the law enforcement palace. I will kill that Gu Chen here today." Desolate Changfeng was incomparably domineering. "Then you can try," Gu Xuanhuan said tit for tat. He, Desolate Changfeng, wanted to avenge his own people. Gu Xuanhuan wouldn't just stand by and watch his people being bullied. If that was the case, he would be despised and looked down upon by the people of Gu Palace. Desolate Palace has no right to do such a thing. His death will be in vain. You can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. At this time another voice sounded. It was a genius of Demon Palace. The geniuses of Demon Palace had also figured out the ins and outs of the conversation. They already knew about the Huang Dog. He was a genius who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast and had the divine totem seal. Now, it seemed that there were two geniuses of Demon Palace in this secret chamber. That was to say, the people of Demon Palace had also obtained a lot of immortal chi. In that case, there was nothing for them to be angry about. Long. At this time, two extremely powerful chi rushed out of the secret chamber. The Huang Dog and Kong Yang had advanced to the next realm. After their advancement, a strong wave was also sent out from the next chamber. It was Gu Lufeng who had advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The person inside has obtained a huge amount of immortal chi. He has advanced to the next realm. Damn it. The immortal chi was supposed to belong to us. Drag out the bastard inside. Gu Xuanhuan, Ying Yun Kong, the people of Gu Palace and Demon Palace have destroyed the common interest of everyone. Both of you better not intervene. Today we must teach the bastard a lesson. That's right. This kind of thing has never happened before. Kill the person inside. Chapter 960. The crowd was agitated. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had taken all the immortal qi by force, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction. Creaked two stone doors opened at the same time. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng walked out at the same time. Why are there so many people here? What's happening? Jiang Chen asked with a surprised face. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. This guy was really good at acting. How could he not know why so many people were gathered here? How could he not know when the door was almost smashed? You are Gu Qin? Many eyes fell on Jiang Chen. Desolate Changfeng asked Lung Lung. The experts of Gu Palace also looked at Jiang Chen, confirming that they had never seen this person before. Sure enough, he was a newcomer. But this wasn't important. What was important was that this guy was a disciple of Gu Palace. They couldn't just stand by and watch. It was important for them to stay united. That's right. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm Desolate Changfeng of Desolate Palace. You have killed a disciple of Desolate Palace. That's a dead end for you. If you kneel down now, I may give you a quick and painless death. Desolate Changfeng said while gritting his teeth. It seems like all of you from Desolate Palace are the same. You always like to ask others to kneel down, but in the end, you kneel down yourself. I killed them because they were the ones who started the fight first. It was because they were weak. If they want to kill me, should I just stand here and let them kill me? What a joke. Jiang Chen said indifferently, totally not putting Desolate Changfeng in his eyes. Looking at his calm and composed look, the peerless geniuses of Gu Palace couldn't help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up secretly. His courage alone was admirable. One should know that although Jiang Chen had just advanced to 2nd grade Great Saint, Desolate Changfeng was a mighty 6th grade Great Saint. The gap between them was unimaginable. Sure enough, you are arrogant. It seems like I don't need to be polite to people like you. In that case, I will kill you directly. Xiao Changfeng's killing intent surged and he was about to make a move. Xiao Changfeng, do you think that I, Gu Xuanhuan, do not exist? If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Gu Xuanhuan stood in front of Jiang Chen, standing opposite Xiao Changfeng. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He had expected the experts of Gu Palace to take action and they did not disappoint him. At the very least, Gu Palace appeared to be very united and their unity today would be of great help in resolving the internal conflicts of Gu Palace. We'll talk about the conflict between the two of you later. Gu Qin, let me ask you, how did you manage to gather all the immortal qi? A genius of Huo Palace asked. This was a question that many people wanted to know, especially those powerful 6th grade Great Saint geniuses. They had been cultivating in the refining tower for an unknown period of time. They could only rely on their luck to absorb the immortal qi, but this guy in front of them was able to gather the immortal qi in such a large area. Apart from infuriating them, it also made them want to know how Jiang Chen did it. I didn't do anything. The immortal qi came to me on its own. The refining tower absorbs the immortal qi. Everyone relies on their luck. It seems like my luck is stronger than all of you. Could it be that having a strong luck is against the rules? Jiang Chen looked at the genius of the Huo family. For a moment, many of them didn't know what to say. No matter how angry they were, Jiang Chen's words didn't seem to be wrong. All along, those who cultivated in the refining tower had to rely on their luck. Whoever had a stronger luck would be able to absorb more immortal qi. Based on what happened today, it didn't seem wrong for Jiang Chen to say that he had a strong luck. Haha. You guys don't have good luck, yet you came here to behave atrociously. You really have no manners. Master Dog really looks down on you guys. Cultivating here, everyone depends on their own abilities. Experts like you can enter the 9th floor to cultivate, and every time you guys absorb the most immortal energy, the benefits you get are also the greatest. That's because of your abilities and no one dares to cause trouble for you guys. Right now, our luck is better than yours and that's also because of our abilities. Yet you guys came here to cause trouble. Shameless. De Huang Dog's mouth was very sharp. He immediately turned on his mocking mode. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng grinned at the side. Yes, that makes sense. It seems that their luck is too strong so they can absorb all the immortal qi. This doesn't seem to violate the rules. Ing Yun Kong nodded and said. At this time, they naturally had to stand together with the people of Demon Palace. There were a total of 4 people absorbing the immortal qi, and 2 of them were from Demon Palace. They couldn't stay out of this matter. That's right. Luck is something that no one can say for sure. Gu Xuanhuan nodded. Unknowingly, Gu Palace and Demon Palace had already stood together. I don't think this is a problem of luck. Gu Qin did it on purpose. He used some kind of method to forcibly absorb all the immortal qi. You guys also know about that whirlpool. It was definitely done on purpose. The genius of Narang Palace said. That's right. This matter concerns everyone's welfare. We must get to the bottom of it. In my opinion, we should attack together and force Gu Qin to tell us. Yes, we must do this. Otherwise, every time we cultivate in the future, our immortal chi will be sucked away by him. How are we going to cultivate then? The people of the 6 palaces were determined to not give up. Do you want to fight? We, Demon Palace, have never been afraid of you. But you have to think it through. With so many of us fighting in the refining tower, I'm afraid that you won't be able to bear the consequences. I'd like to see if you dare to make the first move. Ing Yun Kong burst into laughter. As a genius of Demon Palace, the thing he was least afraid of was fighting. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire refining tower became tense. There were too many experts here. If both sides didn't back down, it would become a big melee. Once the structure of the tower was damaged, no one could bear the responsibility of such a large-scale battle. However, the geniuses of the 6 palaces weren't willing to let Jiang Chen go just like that. One should know that Jiang Chen's method of absorbing the immortal chi was too terrifying. If they didn't pursue this matter today, they would never be able to absorb the immortal chi in the future. Kong Yang and Gu Lufeng exchanged a glance and couldn't help but shake their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a devil incarnate. No matter where he went, there would be countless troubles. No matter where he went, he would always be the focus of countless gazes. This was only the 2nd day of his arrival in St. Origin Palace, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Adding De Huang Dog to the mix, it was simply a combination of 2 swords. No matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to stay calm. What are you all doing in the refining tower? Just when both sides were in a stalemate, a loud shout was heard from afar. 3 tyrannical silhouettes appeared on the 5th floor. They were 3 elders. Their casual movements were exuding a tyrannical chi, causing a certain amount of pressure to be felt in the entire 5th floor. They were 3 unparalleled 7th grade Great Saint experts. They are the people of Law Enforcement Palace. It seems like the incident here has alarmed Law Enforcement Palace. It must be because of the immortal chi. One should know that this has never happened in the refining tower for so long. It's normal for Law Enforcement Palace to be alarmed. Law Enforcement Palace is superior to the 8 major palaces. They have the right to settle everything in St. Origin Palace. The refining tower is the most important place in St. Origin Palace. Now that an accident has happened, they must investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the arrival of the people of Law Enforcement Palace, a trace of fear was revealed in the eyes of many of them. Even though they were all geniuses, they wouldn't dare to go against Law Enforcement Palace. The immortal chi in the miniature spatial zone has been taken away. Who did it? The leading elder asked. Elder, it's Gu Qin. Desolate Chang Feng pointed his finger at Gu Qin. His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. The elder who spoke just now was a member of Desolate Palace. He had a certain status in Law Enforcement Palace. What's the situation of Law Enforcement Palace? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Gu Shuangtan. Law Enforcement Palace is an independent palace of St. Origin Palace. It has the right to control everything in St. Origin Palace. In other words, Law Enforcement Palace has a unique power in St. Origin Palace. Every 3 years, Law Enforcement Palace will elect one of the 8 palace masters to be the palace master of Law Enforcement Palace. However, Law Enforcement Palace has been in the hands of Desolate Palace for many years. The allocation of public resources in St. Origin Palace is also decided by Law Enforcement Palace. The old man who spoke just now is a member of Desolate Palace. Gu Shuangtan transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. It seemed like the strength of the 8 major palaces had begun to tilt. This could be seen from the fact that Desolate Palace had always been in control of Law Enforcement Palace. Although Law Enforcement Palace had gathered the people of the 8 major palaces, the real power was in the hands of Desolate Palace. Not only Gu Qin, the 4 of them have also absorbed a large amount of immortal chi. Each of them has advanced a level. Someone said, pointing the spearhead at De Huang Dog and the others. The 4 of you follow us to Law Enforcement Palace. The elder Lung Lung said. Elder, Gu Qin was able to absorb the immortal chi because of his exuberant luck. Cultivating in the refining tower is all about luck. Law Enforcement Palace shouldn't be involved in this kind of thing. Gu Shuangtan clasped his fists and said. If Gu Qin and the others were taken away by Law Enforcement Palace, it would be a serious matter. Kid, you don't have the right to interfere in the affairs of Law Enforcement Palace. Guqin, the four of you follow us to Law Enforcement Palace and explain the matter. The elder's tone was unquestionable. All right, I'll go with you, but this matter is my doing alone. It has nothing to do with the three of them. Jiangqin said. No, take them all away. The elder made a grabbing motion, wrapping Jiangqin and the other three with a wave of qi, disappearing in a blink of an eye. Brother Xuanhuan, Guqin and the others have been taken away by Law Enforcement Palace. What should we do now? Will they be in danger? Gu Yong asked worriedly. We don't have time to worry about that. I'm going to report this matter to Palace Master. A place like Law Enforcement Palace isn't a good place. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.